Hey, welcome back. We're 93.7 FM, AM 1400, Reno Sparks, and beyond on AM 1400. Hey, thank you for hanging out. Last segment we were talking about UNR and the engineering students out doing the competition in the DARPA program. But I want to talk about another thing that the university system takes care of for us. And those are the fire cams you see on the ridges. You can go to it's an alert wildfire network actually. And you can go to the website and check out all those cool cams where you can, see across the valleys, and oftentimes they'll aim them at if there's a fire going on. I always kind of thought that like some corporation did that, and that, like the state was paying a private entity for that, and that's not the case. It's actually part of the University of Nevada, Reno, the ones that we have for Nevada anyway. If you still watch TV, you'll see that the news stations here locally put those cams up all the time, and it's really a cool thing. Even if there's not a wildfire, you can view those cameras around Nevada and Tahoe. But the interesting thing to me is that it's actually the seismological laboratory that runs those. And if you know anything about them, they do a lot of the they do all of the earthquake monitoring around here too. But Alert West runs the software. And interestingly, here's where it gets, again, I'm a geek at heart. Here's where I get to nerd out a little bit. Is it's actually AI that spots the smoke. It's pretty cool. So the university doesn't run the AI part. Like don't get that confused. That's where Alert West comes in. But it's pretty awesome that AI can spot smoke on a webcam feed like that and alert the monitoring software that there's a fire. If you want to go check it out, it's alertwildfire.org. Sorry, I was having trouble finding the website as I was desperately scrolling through my notes. You don't have to worry about the login button. It's free. So as much as I can, I try and give you free resources for Northern Nevada. That's my goal here. And this is free. It's another free one. So there is a login button. You have to worry about that. That's for firefighters and dispatchers and like the people that actually, point the cameras at stuff. It's called PTZ. Those cameras that they can move and change the orientation and zoom in and zoom out and do all that good stuff. But the cool thing is that on that site, there's around, I don't know, 12 or so. There's around a dozen cameras all around Lake Tahoe. And there's more than 100 all across Nevada. That's all. I didn't realize there was that many. One of the cool things that wireless internet has given us is the ability to put these pretty much anywhere and access them. I know one of our engineers here at the station is always going up to those various towers that you see on top of large mountains and working with the equipment. And man, that cannot be a fun job. I do not envy those folks, especially in the winter. And if you're one of them, thank you for doing what you do, because without you, there's a lot of things that don't happen. The news doesn't flow, information doesn't flow, our broadcast wouldn't work. There's a lot of people that rely on internet on those ridges too. There's a few companies around Reno that provide wireless internet, and they rely on those towers up on those mountains and on top of buildings too. So the AI part, I wanted to geek out with you about that for a minute. How that actually works is the AI watches for new ignition all 24 hours a day, day and night. But you know how I'm always talking about how we don't want AI to be 100% autonomous, right? We want what we call human in the loop. So a technician reviews every single detection before anybody gets an alert or anything like that. So it's not AI taking over and then, alerting of a impending catastrophe and making a mistake and, they've rallied the troops, and they've got first responders, you know, without any human intervention. It doesn't work that way. So a technician has to actually review it. So it wasn't just an odd flash of light, or a technical glitch, or a misidentification. It's not AI, calling Truckee Meadows Fire and sending support out before we've actually verified it. So just be clear. Human in the loop. I think that's going to be a requirement for AI for quite some time, especially as we start moving into these types of emergency operations, and AI can be a huge support for that. I think it's good that they're using AI to identify these things. And again, I've said before that I don't want AI to replace a person, right? It used to be a human that would have to just either sit there and watch the cameras 24/7 or review footage. And it sounds like, oh, AI just put that person out of a job, but really they didn't. That person can still review what the AI identifies, but they can also be doing other things for those companies. And so I think that's a good thing. They can upskill, they can upvalue themselves, because AI can do a lot of that 24-hour work that person, you just can't stay awake that long. I can't. The other part of that is that this is funded in a way that I didn't really understand, I guess is the best way to say it. I assumed it was like all donations, right? Because the university relies heavily on public support. But NV Energy is funding over 50 cameras, which is actually a good thing, because they have a liability out there if they've got downed power lines, if they've got problems with their grid that's starting fires. And we've seen that, especially in California, where their utility services have not maintained their lines. And so NV Energy, we can argue about how much proactivity there is or isn't or needs to be, but they are being proactive, at least in this. They're funding 53 or so of the cameras. Liberty Utilities sponsors maintenance of cameras around Tahoe, which is cool. I didn't even look, I'll be straight with you. I hadn't even heard of Liberty Utilities until I started digging into this. The Forest Service is in it. And obviously they have a vested interest. I mean, they're the ones that are going to be pouring resources into these fires. So it's good that they have an interest in making sure these cameras are working, that they're up, properly alerting. And the university, as I mentioned. And then there are private donors that pay for specific individual cameras. And this is the part that there's not a lot of information about this. Who those private donors are, what their involvement is. Do they just, donate some money and say, we'd love to have a camera on top of Marlette Lake or whatever? I don't know exactly how that works. And so it's worth digging in. If you know, hit us up. I would love to chat with you about that. I would like to learn more about that so I can tell you, the listener, more about it. So the Tahoe Fund ran a bracket tournament called Tahoe Project Madness. 16 different projects, $10,000 to the winner. And a wildfire camera won it. So pretty cool stuff. The Blackwood Canyon camera, which closes a gap on the West Shore, and the prize money goes towards making it permanent. So another area of the Tahoe Forest and the Tahoe Basin that's covered by a camera because somebody entered a project and won. I think it's cool that people are supporting these efforts. I mentioned a while back that I live in a fire-prone area south of town, and that Davis Creek fire affected us greatly. And one of the things that I thought about was beyond what am I going to do if the house burns down, and what are we going to pull out of there? But one of the other things I thought about is what if this goes up the ridge and gets into the Tahoe Basin? And you know how much timber is up there. It's scary if you think about it. You know, there's a lot of trees that are being affected by various beetles, drought, all these kinds of things. And if we're not able to spot fires and get them under control quickly, that entire Tahoe Basin could burn, and that would be catastrophic. We would never see the recovery of that, and certainly in our lifetime, maybe ever. And so these cameras are important. I think that it's a really good thing. It's genuinely useful, but it's ours, right? We, as citizens of Northern Nevada, we support the university, we support these programs. It's not some company somewhere. So I think that's a really good thing. Hey, coming up, we're going to talk about free stuff. Everybody likes free stuff, even if you don't need it. I know I do. So this morning, we're going to talk about that. It's just a gift. We are 93.7 FM. We are Northern Nevada's voice.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
She said, have I got a little story for you? What you thought was your daddy was nothing but a wild city home alone at age 13. Your real daddy was dying. Sorry I didn't see him, but I'm glad he talked. Oh, I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Wow, she walks through across a young man's room. She said, I'm ready for you. Why, I can't remember anything to this very day except the love. Oh, you know where. Now I can see. I just stare. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. There's something wrong, she said. Of course there is. you're still alive, she said. Oh, do I deserve to be? Is that the question? And if so, who answers? Who answers? I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Yeah.
93.7 FM, KPGF, Reno Sparks, Sun Valley, and beyond on AM 1400. We are Northern Voice. Thank you for being here. Welcome back. Hey, before we went to that awesome song by Pearl Jam, I feel alive when I hear that song. We were talking about free stuff. And I want to give you a bunch of free tips right now, some free things you can do, free stuff you can do that relate to technology that will hopefully help you. That's my goal. Did you know that there are free scanners that you can use at the library? I know when I saw this, the first thing I thought of is, who uses a scanner anymore? I have one. I can't remember the last time I turned it on. But then I started thinking, those wildfires we were talking about, sometimes you get evacuated. What about all those pictures you've got in a box? What about all those things that are irreplaceable like that, especially photos and memories and things like that? What about all the paperwork that you've got stored in a box that you think you might need someday to prove something? You can't take everything when you've got to evacuate your house. There's only so much room in the car once you pack the family in there and the pets and all that good stuff. So the Washoe County Library System has public scanners at almost every branch, really. It's free. You don't even need a library card to use it. So you could take that box of old photos that maybe you got from your grandparents or your parents' place, scan those, drop them into a digital format, maybe put them in Dropbox or Google Drive or something like that, where there's more permanency to it. And heaven forbid, if something did happen to your house, you've got those pictures still saved. If you want to print stuff out, it's still 25 cents a page. So there's a cost there, but I think it's a really good thing. You could spend a couple of hours and scan all that stuff in and have some peace of mind there. Here's another one for you. Speaking of images, did you know that Google has a service called a reverse image search? So, I've thought about things that are wearing out in my house. Something as simple as a pair of tongs in my kitchen, but maybe I really like those tongs. And I've tried other ones and they're just not as good. They just don't work as well for me. But the name on them has rubbed off because I've had them for years. Or if you're watching on YouTube right now, I'm holding up my coffee mug and I have no idea who made this thing. The label is long worn off. But the cool thing is that you can take your phone, open up your Google Chrome browser, and there's a little button in there. It's called Google Lens. It's right in the search bar, but it's off to the right of the search bar. It's called Google Lens. You tap that, you aim it at what the thing is that you want to know what it is. You take the photo, and Google searches based on that photo right there. And it'll tell you exactly what it is. And oftentimes it will show you search results of, where you can get it again. Or if you don't know what it is, like a flower or a plant or something you don't even know what it is, you're just trying to identify it. Google Lens is really good at that. And again, free. I talk a lot about AI on this show, especially on Tech Tuesday. AI is really, really good at being able to read things that are kind of designed to be unreadable. How many times have you looked at your insurance paperwork or a hospital bill or an insurance claim? And, they call it the fine print for a reason. Man, it is a pain. Well, guess what? AI can read that, no problem. So we were just talking about scanners. If you've got a paper one, you can get it scanned and then give it to AI like ChatGPT or Claude. Ask it, hey, what does this really say? What does it mean? Can you tell me what I'm actually responsible for? These are just some ideas. I always say never just trust that what AI tells you is 100% accurate. You want to trust but verify, as the saying goes. But it's really good at reading those things, especially stuff with a lot of fine print like that. So you can ask it to even draft a response to something like that. It's not a lawyer, right? It's not your doctor. It's not going to diagnose anything. I would not trust it to write a contract for you or write an official response letter and send it automatically. You want to review this stuff, but it can really get you a large chunk of the way there. So here's another one that I want to really make sure that people understand this one. And that is that we've always thought, and we've been told for years now, that you can always spot a robot voice, an AI voice, right? That's not so much the case anymore. And I know this because I implement these for businesses. AI voices are getting so good, it's becoming more and more difficult to tell if it's an actual AI voice or a real person. Even the FBI is warning it, saying that clone voices are sounding nearly identical to the real person. So the idea that the grammar, is an easy thing to spot because it'll say the wrong thing, that's no longer the case. And now the other argument was always, well, you could tell because it's too perfect. It doesn't stumble. It doesn't stammer on itself. It doesn't say It doesn't say, hang on, let me think about that for a moment. Well, now you can put all that kind of stuff into an AI voice, and it's frankly getting scary. I know Biggs is over here nodding his head. He's probably got some input.
I've had a situation like that before, and very recently, in fact, Thad, and something I'm glad you brought that up because this is something that people need to hear.
Yeah.
About 3 weeks ago, I got a call from a gentleman, state trooper, needed to talk to my daughter who had just been in a bad accident. And he handed the phone to her, and my daughter got on the phone and said, "Daddy, I'm scared." I tried to get information off of her as to where this accident happened, and she handed the phone back to the trooper, got back on the phone with the trooper, and he said, "Yes, sir. Just so you know, she's been in a bad accident." And and so I said, "Well, can you give me details on this?" All of a sudden, he flipped the script, told me I needed to pay $10,000 or I was not going to get my kidnapped daughter back.
What?
Yeah, and then he said he was
Holy
going to rape
smokes.
her. He was going to rape her or kill her, possibly even if I did not get this money to him. And then they were going to stay with me on the phone while I drove to the bank and described every place in town that I was passing by. So yeah, to get her back. So I knew it was BS. So I hung
Yeah.
up. And then I called her because she lives in Oregon. So I called her mom and said, what's going on? You know, and is she okay? Yeah, she's fine. She's here with me right now. So what they've done is they do AI now. They took her voice off of a call or something, and they AI'd her voice to be scared and ask me for money, basically.
Holy smokes. Well, there's the lesson, right? You called to verify, right? You've got to do that. If it's somebody, especially if somebody's asking you for money, even if it sounds legitimate, it's only $20 to take care of this, underpayment on your medical bill. Instead of just hanging up and calling the same number back, which used to work because these robo dials don't accept incoming calls now, instead of doing that, just call your doctor's office directly, call your daughter directly, verify first, because like Biggs was saying, it's just getting so scary, really. Hey, coming up next, we're going to talk about why your internet slows down at 8:00. I know it's a hassle for me. We're 93.7 FM, AM 1400. We are Northern Nevada's voice.
Well, listen up, Reno.
Yeah, that shit is.
When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Sign and design shop, we'll make it shine bright. 'Cause your image, darling, it ain't just a kiss, it's a direct reflection of your business. One time a thing occurred to me, what's real and what's for sale. Blew a kiss and tried to take it home. It's a you to me, straight for things that you can't see. Going by memories, two times and it has rendered me unstrung and without bail. Think I'd be safer all alone. Flies in the Vaseline we are. Sometimes it blows my mind. Keep getting stuck here all the time. It's you to me. You'll see the look and you'll see the lies. You'll eat the lies and you will. Lies in the Vaseline we are. Sometimes it blows my mind. Keep getting stuck here all the time.
Ninety 93.7 FM, AM 1400. We are Northern Nevada's voice. Welcome back. Vaseline, Stone Temple Pilots. Man, that song takes me back. So we were talking before the break about why your internet crawls at 8 o'clock. And this is kind of just for fun, but a lot of people think they're getting, like cheated or something like that. And that's not really the case, but it sure is frustrating. So if you think about it, you go to work all day, you come home, spend some time with the fam, have some dinner. What do you do after that? Well, you hop on your phone, you start doom scrolling. Kids are playing video games. Maybe, hopefully, they're doing some research for homework. But between 7 and 11 at night, the FCC has identified that as peak usage time for the internet. So, yeah, that's fine. Why shouldn't my internet in my home be able to handle all 5 people in my house or 4 people? Well, that's the thing, is that it's not just the people in your house. Almost all internet in the United States, especially in residential areas, is what's called shared internet. It's not private. And now that doesn't mean that the data is easily stolen. That's not what I'm talking about. What I mean is, if you think of the internet in your neighborhood as like a tube, every house is pulling on that tube and pushing through that tube at the same time. And so there's 4 or 5 people in your house, there's 4 or 5 people in the house next to you, and the one after that, and the one after that, and the ones across the street. If you're in an apartment complex, it's even worse, right? Because there's 700 units in your apartment complex, and there's only one internet tube leaving the complex. So everybody gets on at the same time and things slow down. That is the way that it works. And there's really no way to prevent that. It's a limitation of the system. Now, the thing that we can do is increase the bandwidth capability of the tube, but sometimes that means they've got to tear up those lines. And we talked last week about AT&T pulling up all the copper and abandoning their copper networks and going to fiber. That will help. But the way that the internet works, as with pretty much anything like this, whether it's your garden hose at home, the plumbing in the walls, any of those things, they're only as fast as the slowest point at any given time. So let's say that there's fiber to the head of the neighborhood, the top of the neighborhood, but then each street that goes through the neighborhood, because the neighborhood's 20 years old, there's copper in the ground and then copper to each house. Right? So maybe there's copper running down your street off of the main artery through your neighborhood, and then that copper splits off to each house as you go down the street. So you're capped at how fast you can go by that copper from your house to the middle of the run in the street, and then all those homes coming off into that main all come to that copper in the middle of the street, and then so they're all sharing that pipe, and then they get to the head of the neighborhood where now they hit the fiber and they can go fast. So they're still only as fast as the slowest point. But even when they get to that fiber, it's shared. And then, I know I'm getting super technical. I told you I'm a geek at heart. I love this stuff. I like to kind of explain how it works. That even when it's on fiber, it's really fast, but when it hits the building where all the equipment is that makes all of this magic happen, that equipment can only go so fast. It can only process so much information. So there could be a slowdown there. And if it's just your traffic, if it's just you saying, hey, show me these results on Google, or I'm asking ChatGPT a question, it's just you. That's no problem. That piece of equipment can handle those requests, no sweat. But now there's 300 people all requesting at the same time. So even if the pipe can handle the amount of data, the equipment could be slowing down because it's having to process all this traffic. So there are a couple of exceptions. And that is that if you're on DSL, which most people are not, that is a thing of the past. But if you're on DSL, That's a physical copper line from your house, and you're the only one that gets it. So you're not sharing that traffic. That's a physical copper line from your house to the connection point with the service provider. So if you're getting slowdown, that's happening further down, past your neighborhood. So, and I mentioned fiber. Technically it's shared, but that's almost never the thing that's slow. As I mentioned, the copper from your house to the street copper, and then that copper goes to a central location in your neighborhood. Once it hits that fiber, it's really fast, even though it's shared. But there are areas that are putting in fiber all the way to your house. And that's super helpful. So that means that it takes out all those slowdown points. And so if it actually goes fiber all the way to your internet box in your house, your router, as it's called, if it goes all the way to that point, if there's fiber all the way to that, you're good. You should not see slowdown very much. And if you do, it's further down the line and has nothing to do with congestion in your neighborhood. So there's a couple of those exceptions. So out east of town, we're seeing that most providers out there don't see this slippage. And you could understand why, right? Because there's fewer density, there's lower density of homes out there. However, interestingly enough, one thing we haven't talked about is satellite internet. You'll see that those slow down too. And that's because that signal has to travel from your house all the way up into outer space to that satellite and then all the way back down. And so if there's a lot of people on that signal pass, it's going to slow down too. It's been an absolute pleasure to hang out with you today. Thank you for being here. I hope you got something out of this. I know I really enjoy being with you. Thank you for being here. Be good to yourselves, be good to each other. We are a community here. We are Northern Nevada's voice. It's 93.7 FM. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook.
Well, listen
Neo
up,
City
Reno.
Creative, your brand, your style.
When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Sign and design shop, we'll make it shine bright. 'Cause your image, darling, it ain't just a kiss, it's a direct reflection of your business.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is America Matters, and this is The Lost and Found. I enjoyed that song, and thank you for your attention while you listen to this old man sing. But you know what? Yes, I love gardens, and the subject today is going to be on gardens. And the term Garden of God is a biblical expression that invokes the imagery of divine beauty, abundant, and perfection. It is often associated with the Garden of Eden, and it abides created by God for the first human, Adam and Eve. So that was the first garden, and the concept of the Garden of God is rich with theological significance, symbolizing God's provision, presence, and the ideal state of creation before the fall of man. It was perfect, ladies and gentlemen. There was no sin. Man was made to live forever. But when they decided to disobey God, then sin came into the world, and we've had it ever since. We have power struggle people that want power so bad that they will try to destroy all nations to get to it. It's Satan's way of getting back at God when God kicked him out of the garden in heaven. He was the most beautiful angel of all of them, and he sinned. Because he wanted to not only be equal with God, but he wanted to be above God. And that's where that power struggle started, right there. Now we have Hitler, we have Mussolini, those are men of the past, dead now, but all wanted to be the head of the world. And that is right out of Satan's heart. So anyway, we go to Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 13. You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every kind of precious stone adored you. Ruby, topaz, diamonds, and etc. Jasper, emerald. And all of these were in that garden. Can you imagine that, the beauty of that garden in Eden? He's talking here, Ezekiel is, to those present, and he's bringing up history. The Garden of Eden now has been taken away. They've had to put a guard over the tree of life, because if man would eat of that tree in his sins, he would live in sin forever. So let's go on with the story. The cedars in the garden of God, the pine trees couldn't be equal to the beautiful cedars. The plane trees could not compare with their branches. No tree in the garden of God could match the beauty. The Lord said, I made it beautiful with its many branches. The envy of all the trees of Eden in the garden of God. And so when we think of the garden of God, it's pretty wonderful that one day we will be in a garden in heaven. So there's three gardens that we'll be talking about today. That was the Garden of Eden. The Lord came in the cool of the day, and he says, are you there, Adam? Adam wasn't there. Eve wasn't there. What happened? Did they miss the appointment? He came every day in the cool of the day to have fellowship with them. They're gone. What happened? They had sinned. And all of a sudden, they noticed that they were naked. They went and hid themselves. They went and got some fig leaves that were quite large and covered themselves, their nakedness. Isn't that interesting? Ever since then, we've had to wear clothes because of that sin. And so It's in all of us now. We recognize our nakedness, but God sees us just as we are, and He loves us. He sent His Son to die in a garden. It was called the Garden of Gethsemane, and in that garden, the Lord suffered great drops of blood, agony in that garden. And then he went to the cross and he hung on a tree called the cross. We read in Galatians that cursed is everyone that hangs on the tree. The Lord took the curse of our sins upon himself, and he paid the price for every one of them. All of your sins have been put under the blood of Jesus Christ. The only reason that you would not have eternal life is because you're rejecting his gift of everlasting life by just not accepting him. I hate what happens at college with some of the professors. One professor said to the class the first day of the semester, he says, if anybody believes in God or talks about God, they will get a 0 in this class for the whole semester. That was intimidation, wasn't it? I read a book, and it's still out there. It's called Fish Out of Water, written by a young girl who went to college, and she told about how that college operated. They had a counselor the first day to get them used to what they're going to be doing. And the counselor said, you know, your parents aren't here. So you can do whatever you want. Just use protection. Isn't that wonderful? All the years that possibly the parents tried to keep their child in a moral state, gone. They were given permission to sin. They were told that there is no God. You're it. Oh, my goodness. And I hope that Nevada is not one of those colleges that does that, but I wouldn't be surprised. Charlie Kirk died because he went to colleges and was trying to get them to understand about changing your sex from boy to girl, trying to show them in the Bible that that's wrong, that that's a sin. And as a result of it, he lost his life. When I watched him when he was at one of the colleges, I just kept saying, Charlie, just preach the gospel. You can't change anything, but God can. Just preach the gospel. Because when he comes into the heart, all things become new. And that attitude will probably go away. So I am sorry that he lost his life because he actually opened the door to Christianity. He was a close buddy with President Trump. He was actually being groomed to be the next president. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine what that would have been like? Well, for some reason, he was taken home. I'm sorry about that. I love that brother. And so that is not what I do when I'm out with the public. I try to share with them a better life and don't condemn them for what they're thinking of or what they want to do, because the Lord will change that. And I just love the fact that he loves us enough that he's willing to put up with our foolishness and change us to be what we're supposed to be. So, as we go through the gardens today, I got a little carried away with that, but it's okay. We're referred to as the garden of God individually. An assembly is referred to as a garden. What happens with gardens now is that they grow weeds. And I will say to you that a lot of groups of Christians have a lot of weeds in their garden. Each assembly that the Lord has accepted as a place where he's going to fellowship. And I'm going to make a statement. I'm going to ask a question first. Do you think that God is in every place that believers are and where believers come together in fellowship? Do you believe that he's in every one of them? Okay. He is in the heart of every believer. And we carry him to some very interesting places. But he is not in every group of fundamentalism. He is not. I will say this, when man is in, God is out. He will not share his glory with another, he said. And so if you want to be the garden of God, you're going to have to be in a place where the focal point is always on Jesus Christ. Our lifestyle and everything is being corrected and directed by God. That is his garden. And there are so many weeds that you can't even see the plants anymore. It just overgrown with man's folly. So I said recently to a brother, I said, you're in a mega church. Yes. How many people do you think are in there that have second marriages? Oh, he said, probably 90%. Well, that's pretty high. Do you think the Lord can be in a place where he said to if you're believers, husband and wife are believers, he said you can divorce, you can't remarry though. If you want to marry, you have to go back to your original spouse. That's what the word of God says in 1 Corinthians chapter 7. How many have violated that? Yes. In the early church, what happened in Corinthians chapter 5? Paul said, inspired by the Lord, you have to put this man out of the assembly because he had his father's wife. Excuse me? That's incest. Oh my goodness. In an assembly of God's people in his garden? That's like having snakes in there. Yes, that's the modern fundamental group. And it's not being dealt with. Now, I'll just take a few minutes and talk about the Garden of God that I recognized growing up. We were involved with 21 assemblies. It was a family all over the United States. It was different than Calvary Chapel. We have 3 Calvary Chapels here in Reno, and they don't get together. They don't even know each other. The 21 assemblies that we were affiliated with, we knew everyone. It was a family. We knew them by first name. We would take vacations and we would travel and visit some of those assemblies. Clear to Oskaloosa, Iowa. And what a joy that was we would have Bible conferences, and people from all those assemblies, not all of them, but a representative from each one of them came and just filled a large building. And I would tell my children after I married and had children, and we went to these conferences, I said to the kids, your dad is going to be busy for 4 days. Is that okay? And they said, well, of course. And I said, okay, well, just be careful and have fun. Go play football, baseball, whatever it is you want to do. And so I would go and I would visit with some of these teachers and a lot of the believers. And it was like a little taste of heaven. I didn't want it to stop. 4 days was over, and it was on the way home, and I wasn't depressed, but I was kind of low because I was enjoying that fellowship. In all those assemblies and all the years that I can remember back at least 40 years, we never had people in those assemblies that needed to be put out of the assembly. We call that excommunication. And the man in 1 Corinthians 5 that had his father's wife, the Lord said, put that man out because I can't touch him until you do. The assembly was responsible to judge that man. Is that being done anymore? No, sure isn't. What about the garden? It's full of weeds. I'm getting quite a negative today. I want you to hear truth, and I want you to make some adjustments. And don't let those weeds grow. I went home in California and hadn't been there for a few months. I had weeds that were 4 foot tall. Good night, they were trees. It wasn't very pretty. And instead of being able to enjoy my house down there, I had to do gardening. It was unbelievable. That's a good picture of it. And so the other day I was having coffee in my patio, and I was looking over the fence. There's a tree there that's dead. All the branches are dead. There's no leaves on them. There's nothing. I said, I wish they'd just cut that thing down. And I've been saying that for quite a while. And all of a sudden, the other day, there was one branch that had about 3 feet on that dead branch that had blooms on it. Can you imagine that? So could that tree come back alive? Well, it's a good start. That's what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That is the positive part. The assembly needs to be put back in order. Mega churches will go back down to 40 to 50 people, you can believe. And so, ladies and gentlemen, are we going to commercial? Okay, we're going to commercial. We'll be right back.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
Well, listen up, Reno. When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Sign and design shop, we'll make it shine bright. 'Cause your image, darling, it ain't just a kiss, it's a direct reflection reflection of your business.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We really need to take a break because that's such a sad note that I left on. And I will say this, that those 21 assemblies in all those years, some 50 years that I know of, there was only 3 incidents where somebody had had an affair with somebody other than their spouse. And the news of that, a letter went to all of the other 20 assemblies. This person has been put out of the assembly, because sometimes they would just go to another town, another state, and if they didn't know what had happened, they would accept him with open arms, and then they would destroy that assembly. You see, God can't dwell where sin is, and that goes for your life as well. It should be a regular thing that we go before the Lord if we know we did something that caused sin. We should be going to the Lord and asking forgiveness and have Him cleanse us from all unrighteousness, and keep that way clear so God can always fellowship with us. This is not taught in the regular churches today. There is no moral issue anymore. People are just accepted. They come in and they're there for years, but don't even know where they stand in their life, and it's affecting. It's a weed in that assembly, and they spread. Uh, it's too bad that we can't live back in those early days of the church when Paul would address things. Now, he said about that man in the second book of Corinthians that now, since he's repented, you have to show your love to him. How about that? And so it wasn't just throwing him away, it was to purge him from what he was doing. I think, and I don't see that happening today. And the churches are not made anymore for people to grow, for the most part. They are just bodies in a group. I'm having a ball where I'm at. I talk to the kids. And for an old man to talk to kids, that's kind of an unusual thing. And so Sunday, I was talking to a family that has 6 kids, and I even spent time with the dad afterwards. And but this one boy came to me, and he was somebody who never talked hardly. He just kind of there, but he knew the Lord, and all of a sudden he come unglued, and I couldn't get him stopped, and that's great. That's okay. And so I found out what he likes, what he does, and he's about 12 years old. And so I'm gonna have a friend forever with that young man and others of the young people. The older people, they may communicate with you a little bit. I have one man that just started coming, and his wife, and he calls me up. He said, "How you doing, Harold?" That's what's supposed to be. That's the body of Christ working, encouraging one another, not just at Sundays, but during the week. In Malachi 3 and verse 16, that says that those that spake often one to another a book of remembrance was written before him for those that thought upon his name. I talk all week long to different ones. I have actually a widow's ministry and help them through the grieving. I have been through it myself too many times. I lost my wife first 21 years ago. Then I lost a daughter shortly after that, and then another daughter, and then my oldest, which is my son, that took over my business, died. I have one left. I'll tell you what, I love that kid to death. And we talk several times a week, but we're always in the Word, and he loves that. So keep your garden individually where you come and some people say you should plant a garden and go out there in early morning and have some communication with God and with the Lord Jesus Christ. Yeah, that would be a good thing. Gardens are very relaxing. They are very healthy for you to get rid of stress in your life and things like that. Isn't that interesting? God's garden had trees in it, had bushes in it, had beautiful flowers in it. We just read that it also had beautiful stones in it. Well, in the Garden of Gethsemane, it wasn't a pretty picture. But I will say this, that God and the Lord Jesus Christ love gardens. And in the end, they're going to produce one in eternity. Yes, there's going to be a river running out of the throne of God that you'll be able to drink from. It won't be polluted. Wouldn't that be something? I wonder if it's going to have fish in it. Oh, I love fishing. I can't do it anymore because where I used to go was a lot of rocks, and my balance is not good enough. Well, anyway, let's go back to our lesson. The Garden of God serves as a powerful biblical example of encapsulating the theme of divine provision, beauty and ideal state of creation. That's what God's garden is. It underscores the theological truth of God's sovereignty and sanctifies of his creation and the hope of restoration through his redemption work. That's what his garden represents. It's a place of healing. Wow. And so there are many things to draw from this subject. Metaphors, like we are to be trees in the Lord's garden. Beautiful, beautiful trees, all kinds. I love going camping, and I love being under the fir trees, the redwood trees, so many beautiful trees. And yes, I know if you have them in your house, you're going to have to do a lot of raking because of the stuff that comes down. But anyway, I still love being there. They hold a significant theme and practical importance throughout the Bible. They are mentioned in Genesis to Revelation, serving as metaphors for spiritual truth, symbolizing the life and the prosperity as part of God's creation that reflects his glory and provision, for example. And so he says in John chapter 15, I am the vine, and my Father is the husbandman. Every branch in me that beareth not fruit, he taketh away. Well, I wish he'd come and take that tree away in my neighbor's yard. But no. I'm going to have to wait and see if the rest of it's going to start blooming. As I said, it represents to me a metaphor of an assembly of God's people that is not producing, that are dead, if you will, because of sin. Okay. He taketh away, and every branch that beareth fruit, he purges it. He prunes it. He takes all of the dead stuff away so it can produce fruit, that it might bring forth more fruit. The verse says, herein is my Father glorified, in that you bear much fruit. I'm not going to use myself as an example necessarily, but I will say this. I love the Lord so much. I am out every day and I'm talking to people. I find believers. I find those who haven't accepted the Lord yet. I talk to them. Many times they said, I'm going to have to consider that. And so many times people accept the Lord and I don't know it. And that's fine. It doesn't matter. I gave them information that they needed to have. And there's a lot of gospel on the air today, but not really to the point that is so simple. You know how simple salvation is to obtain? It is so simple, folks. It's a matter of saying yes to the Lord and to God the Father. I know that you died for me, Lord, on the cross, on that tree of being cursed for my sins. You took my curse away. Thank you. I'm not giving you an example for prayer. I would suggest that you thank the Lord for dying for you. But the main thing I would like for you to do is to ask him into your heart. Lord, I want you to come into my heart, into my life, and make me who it is that you want me to be. You don't need to use those exact words, but the fact is, in the Word of God, John chapter 1 and verse 12, to as many as receive him. Lord, come into my life, please. Receive him. To them gave he power to become the sons of God. Become underscores that, because you are not, if you have not accepted the Lord, you're not a son of God. And there is a religion that says we're all sons of God. We are not all sons of God. And when we're born again, we're born into the family of God. And you become heirs and joint heirs with Jesus Christ. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine being a real son of God? Do you know what that's done for me? That hasn't made me with my nose up in the air. What that has done is given me boldness to talk to people, because I want them also to be in the family. We have a pretty large family already, but the Lord wants more. I wonder what's going to happen when we're all in glory and the angels, who are the ones who worship the Lord right now, say, when is it our turn? But
The Order is a horror drama television series created by Dennis Heaton that ran for 2 seasons, streaming on Netflix.
Can you imagine my phone interrupting us on this program?
That's AI, Harold. You have
Is that
AI?
AI?
Yeah, voice commands.
Okay. Well, we know what AI does, don't we? Okay, so herein is my Father glorified, in that you bear much fruit. Not just a little bit, not just, I'm going to help put the chairs around Sunday morning. Oh, my goodness. I would like for people to follow me around and not copy me, but actually were on um, uh, going up a mountain together. Have you ever seen people with ropes go up a mountain? We'll say a team of two people, because that's what it is. And they go beyond you and they get solid, and then they pull you up, and then you go beyond them, and pretty soon you're at the top of the mountain. Wow, that's awesome. And that's what this life is about. We're to be encouraging one another and helping each other get up to the top of the mountain, not stay in the valley. No, no, no. So, uh, and every branch that beareth fruit, he purges, that it may bring forth more fruit. Now you are clean through the word which I have spoken unto you. The Lord's talking to his disciples. Abide in me, and I in you, as a branch cannot bear fruit of itself. Without me, the Lord says, you can do nothing. And so, except it abide in the vine, no more can you except you abide in me. I am the vine, you are the branches. He that abideth in me, and I in him, the same bringeth forth much fruit. And without me, you can do nothing. Here we are, betrayed branches. We are branches. We're a part of the tree. And what a wonderful thing that is. So as we come together as believers, we should recognize we're there to do one thing, and that is to bear fruit. That is to worship and glorify the Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. It's to be the garden that God can come in, but it's not going to happen probably. Uh, we'll have to wait for glory. In heaven, that's what it's going to be. Believers today are not getting instruction on how to address God properly. They don't know how to pray. And so I gave outline to 3 pastors Sunday. And I said, if you approve of this, I gave them the instruction of how to pray from God's word, by the way. I said, you can't get mad at me because they're all out of God's word. Him that honoreth me, I will honor. We'll be right back.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
Well, listen up, Reno. When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Sign and design shop, we'll make it shine bright. 'Cause your image, darling, it ain't just a kiss, it's a direct reflection of your business.
Thank you. As we come off to go to the commercial, there's something I need to share with you about praying. A lot of people just pray to the Lord, right? Do you know that everything that we have and is given to us comes from God the Father? But it's through the Lord Jesus Christ. He's our advocate at the right hand of God, but it's through God things come. And so many times I never hear the Father ever mentioned in prayer in churches. I never hear his name Lord mentioned, always Jesus, a name that was for Israel. Mary was to give him the name Jesus, and that name meant that he came to save his people, the Jews, the Israelites, not us Gentiles. We were not in the picture until Acts 28 and verse 28. All that time when the Lord was crucified and he rose from the dead, the apostles went to the individual Jew in Acts chapter 2. Men and brethren, this same Jesus that you crucified has become both Lord and Christ. And so to us today, the Apostle Paul says, giving thanks always for all things in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. All things come from the Father through the Lord Jesus Christ. Both need to have honor and glory if you want your prayers answered. I don't even know, one person said to me, Harold, I don't even know if the Lord even answers when they pray in Jesus' name. That should really shock you if you're listening to this program today. So the Bible starts with a garden and it ends in a garden. In paradise, in the book of Revelations, chapter 22, we see that all of a sudden, here comes all those stones, those precious stones, to be in the garden again. And it's just going to be a wonderful time. I have written so much on this subject, I can almost write a book on it. But I've just given you bare bones today. And just remember that the Lord was in the Garden of Gethsemane, a very sad place. He was the second man, Adam, faced with the greatest test in a moment of intense agony, sweating drops of blood. Jesus prayed, Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not my will, but thy will be done. God the Father so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son. The greatest gift that he has given is eternal life by accepting his Son, believing that he died, he was buried, and he rose again. And Paul says, if you believe that, you're saved. And so in the end, we will have rivers coming out of the throne of God. and we will have 12 manners of fruit for the healing of the nations. And so uh, there will be no sickness, there will be no death. I'll never have to say goodbye to a loved one again. I will be with many of my loved ones. That is going to be a precious time for me, ladies and gentlemen, because I've lost a lot of my family. I have one child left out of four, that, and they're gone, and my wife is gone. My mom and dad, of course, died a long time ago, and aunts and uncles, cousins, and all gone. And I have a few second cousins left, but I've outlived many of those people. So when we get to glory, Fanny Crosby said, who was blind shortly after she was born, Fanny Crosby said, all I want to do is see my Savior first of all. See my Savior. A lady who was blind for all of her life. She was bitter, and when she was a teenager. My daughter, uh, who is no longer here, my daughter was going blind, and she was mad that we had her. She blamed us for having her. But she had children of her own, so it doesn't make any sense, does it? My wife was almost totally blind before she passed away, and also deaf. We were trying to work out some sort of system that we could communicate, some kind of hand signals and stuff. And then the Lord took her home. So that's probably why she went home to glory. Um, she said, I'm not going to put my husband through this. And she gave up. And so it's been quite a road, but I enjoy my garden. I have a beautiful garden. Yeah. Have trees and bushes and beautiful lawn that's green. And sometimes the heat burns the grass, and I have to spend a lot of water bringing it back again. But I love gardens. Do you love gardens? Think about the next time you go to where you fellowship. Is it a good garden? Is there growth there? Is there fruit there? Is there some encouragement to help you grow? If there isn't, please leave and go someplace where you'll be encouraged and given instruction. You can't do this on your own. I can't do this, what I'm doing right now, on my own. There's just no way. You can't imagine where a lot of this comes from on this program. I have a lot of people, believers, that are in my life, and we talk together all through the week. And I love that because I know I'm not alone. And even in doing what we do, they have actually given me some information about what we looked at today. And I just love that. So, in concluding this today, remember that the Lord is the vine, and we are the branches, and the tree is God. He calls us trees, He calls us gardens. It's all imagery of a garden. It echoes the vision of the New Jerusalem, which will be coming down from glory, where the trees of life reappear, bearing fruit and the healing of the nations. And that's found in Revelations 22, verses 1 and 2. And that's what we have today. So have a good week, and just remember that the Lord considers you a garden. He wants fellowship with you. Advantage of that, because He is a wonderful partner to have in your garden. Thank you, and we'll see you
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
I am a soldier and I'm marching on. I am a soldier and I'm marching on. I am a warrior, this is my song. I am a warrior and this is my song.
Hey. Are we good? Hey, we're live. Hey, welcome to Military Matters. It's our show, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on Tuesdays. And you know what? We moved over from that 11 a.m. to noon time slot, and I think it's going very well. With us in our booth is Jay Biggs, our new general manager, production director right now, keeping us out of mischief for this hour. We have a lot of good folks with us today. I have Kyle Matthews, regional supervisor, Veterans Career Employment Team, State of Nevada. In fact, Kyle is right down the hall, about 30 yards from us here in the Reno Town Mall. The brand new, renovated, right?
Yes, sir.
Employee NV. And I think it's fantastic. Folks, you come down, take a look at the facility, and we're going to get into their first time. And also I have with us Valentina. Is it Bonaparte? Yeah. Communication director. She came in. She's Department of Employment, Training, and Rehab for the state of Nevada. She came up from Carson City. Thank you. Welcome, Valentina. I have back a repeat guest, Susan Elby. She is when I say assistant director of the Truckee Meadows Community College Upward Bound program. And I think I didn't miss it. Oh, wait a minute. I got another guest. U.S. Marine Corps Major Michael Masterpool. He is sitting in with us today as well. And I'm Lieutenant Colonel George Fleck. I'm retired U.S. Air Force, and I've been doing this for about 6 years. And I volunteer to do it. I love doing it because I meet great people every week. So we are a program. Oh, my partner, Major Ricky Harold, he's doing something for the Knights of Columbus today. So he'll be back next week. We're about shows, or show about veterans. We're for veterans. We're issues that impact the lives of our veterans, their families. Our goal is to always be insightful, factual, thought-provoking, and a little bit of opinion mixed in there as well. Okay, we're a production of America Matters Radio, 93.7 FM. And you know what? We've also picked up 2 new stations. Another FM station, 103.3 KNNR, and also we picked up 1400 AM as well. We want to be Nevada's, Northern Nevada's voice. We certainly, this show, want to be Northern Nevada's Military Matters show. We look out for our veterans, our family members, the active duty, the Guard, and the Reserve. So I want to say this also, you know, all this preempt stuff, we have a sponsor, Concerned Veterans for America. I want to bring that up. They're in there with us, helping to sponsor the show. If you want to sponsor the show in any way, get a hold of it here at the radio station. You can call General Manager Jay, 775-360-0692. Okay. We'd love to have you. Okay. Let me see. Why don't I go to you, Kyle? We did some prep beforehand. You know, any show, you got to do some prep. And Kyle and I worked together, as did Susan and I. And we're going to go, first of all, let's go with Employee NV. First time on the show, help us out here. What is Employee NV, Kyle?
Well, first, George, thank you for having us on the show. We really appreciate it. Employee NV is Nevada's public workforce system. So it includes employeenv.gov and a statewide network of career and business hubs that provide no-cost employment training, recruiting services, career help. Our career hubs help seekers, while business hubs help employers find talent.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, boy, I'll tell you, it's quite an organization. And I think Valentina can attest to it if she wants to get on mic eventually sometime during this hour. But it is quite an organization. How do you assist our veterans, Kyle? I mean, first of all, you do an awful lot at large, but
Yes.
our focus today is on veterans and how you support our veterans. What do you do to assist our veterans?
Well, first off, the JVSG program, Joint Veterans State Grant Program, used to kind of pigeonhole our veteran career coaches into only serving a small subset of the veteran community. In February, I took on this role, and we're kind of building this veterans program from the ground up again so that we can apply our career coaches and local veterans employment reps across the board, across our military community. So no more just veterans with qualifying barriers. Now we can see spouses. Now we can see children. Now we can see guardsmen or reserve members or transitioning service members and capture them immediately.
Well, now I understand that we just had about 3 weeks ago a Work for Warriors, James Baker and Ken Schultz on. They do an awful lot that you guys parallel one another a lot in terms of what you do.
Yes.
Transitioning military members that are getting out of the United States military, you help them. You help, as you said, the family members and all of that. But you do so much more, as we're going to get into. Who funds you? How are you funded?
So we're funded by the DOL, and more particularly the Veterans Employment and Training Service, so DOL Vets. So the broader employee NV system combines both federal and state funds. So we utilize part of our funding from the DOL and part of our funding from the state services.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, and let's get down to detail. Folks, if you go on their website, which Kyle's going to give that to you very shortly, what is DETR? And you'll see that in big display. If you come into Reno Town Mall and you walk down the hall right past our radio station, you'll see that display. What is that all about? The DETR.
That stands for the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation. So we do a little bit more than just career coach and setting up pipelines to employers. We have vocational rehab available. We have career enhancement programs available for the greater public. So we offer a lot through DETR. My specific office here is called Employee NV, and we're in workforce operations. So we deal primarily with veterans seeking new careers.
Now, but you do an awful lot more in terms of the DETR. I mean, when I came in here a couple of days ago, that your hallway was packed with people. What was going on? They weren't just veterans, but what was going on?
So our business account managers work with businesses locally here and across Northern Nevada. And what they were doing is they put on a hiring event that day. And what we do is we invite the business in to bring their recruiters in, and we blast this out to the public. We advertise it, and we encourage everybody to come in and apply for these open positions through whatever company it may be hosting it at that time.
Okay, now you're going to see something else, folks. If you do come in here, you're going to see something. Nevada Works. How are they? What is that part of?
So that's our local workforce development board. So Nevada has two. Nevada Works is in the north, and Workforce Connections is in the south. We partner directly with them to assist the general public in obtaining employment.
Now, you have partnerships out there, just as Work for Warriors and other organizations out there that help our veterans transition and after get out of the military. How large are you? I remember talking to Valentino via email, and she indicated there were more, since you're saying Carson City, you're talking statewide. Where else? Did I see Elko in there somewhere?
Yeah, there sure is. And we have a veterans rep out there. So I supervise 5 veteran career coaches across the 13 counties that I supervise. We have one here in Reno Town Mall. We have one in Sparks. We have one in Carson City. We have one in Fallon, who is currently reassigned to Winnemucca. And we have one out in Elko that covers all the rurals out there in the east.
Okay. Just like transitioning out of the military, I think you would agree, and you see it. You're a veteran yourself.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about yourself a little bit.
Well, I am a Marine Corps veteran.
So's that guy on the end.
I could tell. I did 7 years. I was medically retired in 2013. I had the same transition difficulties that a lot of veterans have, and it took me a while to find my way.
I'm going to bring something up to you. Then we can please remind me to explore it as much as you want to later. You're not the first veteran that's come in here that you're talking about potential trauma, PTSD, and issues related to that.
Yes, sir.
Can we get into that just a little bit? Not now, but we're going to talk about suicide and prevention. And we've had a couple of veterans in here that they went quite a ways in terms of explaining what they went through. So can we kind of reserve that, but don't allow me to forget it. We'll go as far as you want to go with it, okay?
Absolutely.
Because there's other veterans out there going through the same darn thing or have. Okay. What employment issues do most veterans face? What have you seen to be the issues that most veterans face?
There's a lot of different issues that veterans face, but the most one is transitioning their military careers into civilian employment. So, getting their resume ready. Something that I was at fault at when I got out of the Marine Corps. My Marine Corps resume looked like it was excellent to any other Marine, but any civilian looking at
There's no way they could read it, right? There's no way.
I wrote it with crayon, so that was my first mistake. But
well, you know what? We kind of laugh at that, but we've all faced it.
Yes, sir.
It's difficult. And Susan, I think TMCC, you've seen it up there as well. And we're going to get into TMCC very shortly here. But yeah, it's for some, it's transitions not easy, but easier. For others, it's a bear.
Absolutely.
Because the whole environment that you've been around for X number of years is now turned upside down. And you're in a survival mode to start with. And that's where folks like yourself, your organization, and man, I was looking at the list, and Michael can attest to this. We would take 2 hours to go through the list of all these associate military organizations out there that can help a veteran, their family, etc., from mental to physical to legal. It's out there.
Oh, we partner with everybody. We try to partner with everybody that we can. It's important for the veteran community to stay close to one another. Once we become fragmented in the community, then veterans start to struggle. But if we can all come together and offer all these veterans the same thing or different things, but along the same route, getting them employed, getting them housed, getting them fed, it makes a difference.
And in there, homelessness is a big continuing issue. Was I wrong last week when I saw a sign for Tesla sitting outside?
That might have
Tell
been.
me about the partnership that you have, Employ Nevada, your partnership you have with these agencies.
So we have partnerships with all kinds of businesses here across Northern Nevada. We have about 9 business account managers that go out and create these relationships. And then on top of that, we have a local veterans employment representative who does the same thing, but pitches the veteran angle towards them and advocates for veterans. And that's how we create a little pipeline going from veteran walking through the doors to veteran becoming employed.
Tell me the process of preparing a veteran for employment, because you want them, the first interview, you want them to knock that job down. How do you prepare? Because just like with James and Ken, Work for Warriors have told us, there's a little preparation the veteran has to do before they walk in to see you. What might that preparation be?
The veteran has to be open, have open arms and an open mind about what he did in his service and what that translates to in the civilian world. A lot of us getting out of the military are kind of locked in that fight mode, and it's kind of hard for us to break that and realize what we need to do to apply ourselves to the civilian world. So
the barriers we talk about, we've discussed some, but what other barriers have you found veterans have?
Generally, it's not their ability or their work ethic or anything like that. It's translation navigation, like we spoke about, and then understanding hiring systems, obtaining credentials, which is something we help with. Avoiding underemployment, so not just snagging any job because that's what they could grab. We want them to actually apply themselves and be happy and successful in their careers.
And I think one of the hardest thing for a veteran is determine, when you ask them, what are your goals? What do you want? that's sometimes a difficult question because they're transitioning. They may not be based on their resume, their experience. They may not even know for sure what they want. Now, how do you guide them into that potential success with deployment?
So that's where our DevOps come in. That's Disabled Veterans Outreach Program. They work directly one-on-one with our veterans. They are skilled and trained in figuring out the veterans' goals, their skills, their experience, and then their barriers and how to overcome those barriers.
We're looking at jobs. We're looking not just at local, state, we're looking at federal jobs. Each job preparation, getting that veteran ready is different.
Yes, sir.
How do you tackle that? The resumes are different too.
Well, we just tailor each resume to what the veteran's wanting to do. So that's why we do our needs assessment. We figure out what goals these veterans are trying to achieve. And if the veteran doesn't know, our DevOps there know how to get that out of them, know how to pry out what skills they have and what they might be good at and suggest certain career paths to them.
Okay, so give me a website. I'm a veteran, I'm transitioning, or I'm out of the military, and I got a lot of pressure. I feel the pressure of having to get a job. I got a family. I want to go to school, Susan, right? Yeah. And I mean, the bottom line is this: help me get ready.
I got 2 websites for you. The first one is
go for it. Oh, wait a minute, get your pencil and paper out first. Hold on. Okay, a pen's good too. Okay, go for it.
All right, so the first one is employenv.gov. That is our job database. That's where you set up your profile. That's where you look for the thousands and thousands of jobs we have posted. The second one is going to be DETR.gov, DETR.gov.
And that stands for, one more time,
Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation.
Okay, all righty. Okay, so now, your interaction with local employers. You are not going to send a veteran out there unless you feel they're prepared. How do you prepare them? Do you do mock interviews with them? Do you talk to them about the proper dress? Because in the military, either you wear a flight bag or a BDU or whatever. We're not used to dressing for success, so to speak. How do you get them ready for that?
Well, that's a challenge for our DevOps. So they will host mock interviews. They will host workshops that help these veterans prepare for these interviews and speaking with recruiters and applying for jobs. They'll help identify realistic opportunities that are currently out there, not giving them some kind of pipe dream to shoot for. We're trying to set them up with something that is ready right now.
Go, please. Go.
I was going to say, and then just coordinate training and support services, maintain contact through the hiring process, and then make sure they're taken care of even after hired.
Can I just walk in?
Absolutely. We encourage it.
But what do you encourage before? If I could get online, can I fill something out?
Yes, sir. So if you go to DETR.gov, there's a veterans section. You'll see it on the left-hand side. It says Veteran Employment Services. After you click on that, it gives you a little info about what we do here, but then there's also an interest form there. If you click on the interest form, you can fill out your information. That goes directly to my email, and I help set you up with the closest disabled veteran outreach program specialist.
Okay, now we're going to kind of conclude, not in total, but we're going to have a patriotic song at the bottom of the hour. Then we'll jump over to Susan, and we'll talk about how TMCC, what you were all about up there with Veteran Upward Bound, and how you two organizations, along with the UNR folks who were entered a week or two ago, how you all work together, one big family.
Absolutely.
And man, I want to tell you something, folks, unless you look, and I thought I knew something, until I got on these websites, I didn't realize all the organizations and associations out there for you, for us, the veteran, our family members, etc. And you, even the disabled veterans, the opportunity you provide them. Can you tell me anything about that program for disabled vets?
So disabled veterans qualify for the JVSG program. That's the Joint Veterans State Grant Program. It's federally funded. And what that entails is intensive case management. So the veterans that qualify for this service will be case managed daily, weekly, monthly, whatever they so choose, but they're the individuals that have a bit more when it comes to barriers to employment.
Okay. Not every veteran, not everyone who served in the military has a squeaky clean record. You talk about honorably discharged veterans. How do you handle veterans who have had issues with law enforcement, drugs, alcohol, etc.? Need not apply, or can they apply?
Absolutely. So the JVSG program considers that a barrier. So they would instantly qualify for the JVSG program as long as they're a veteran, and we can get them set up with intensive case management. Over at EmployNV, outside of our veterans program, we have what are called re-entry specialists. They specialize in justice-involved personnel. So any justice-involved veterans, civilians, anybody that comes through those doors, they have a team ready for them.
Do you work with the Veterans Court downtown?
Yes, sir. The
Do you
Camo
know-
Court.
Do you know a Peggy Bone?
That rings a bell.
Yeah, she
yes.
does a lot of work in the Veterans Court. And Susan, you know that.
Yeah,
And the bottom line of it all is it's out there, folks. We're not done. We're going to take a break and have a 3-minute patriotic song. Jay Biggs and their production engineers. He said he wouldn't sing it, but he knows a guy that can sing it very well. Right, Jay? Okay, so let's take a break right now. 3 minutes. The late, great Ray Charles. God bless. I'm sitting here with Kyle Matthews, Regional Supervisor of Veterans Career Employment Team here at Employ Nevada. And also I have the Communication Director sitting over here keeping a close eye on us all, Valentina Benefonte. And she came up from Carson City, State of Nevada Director, Department of Employment Training and Rehab. I also have with me, going to introduce Susan Elby right now. I have to my right, extreme right, I have Major U.S. Marine Corps retired Mike Masterpool. And I'm Lieutenant Colonel George Fleck. I'm a retired U.S. Air Force and been doing this for 6 years, and I love it. I love the people I meet. And also, I'd like to say Jay Biggs, he's our new general manager. He's doing a heck of a job. I wonder if he sleeps at night, but he's doing a great job. So with that, we're going to get back a little bit later, Kyle, okay? But I want to make sure we cover the Truckee Meadows Community College Upward Bound program. Now, you work for Amy Stevenson. She's the director of Veterans Upward Bound. Is that right, Susan?
Absolutely.
You are the assistant director.
Yes, I am. Thanks
Tell
for
us
inviting us again.
tell us about Upward Bound.
So Veterans Upward Bound is a federally funded program to help pre-college students try to navigate the process. Not unlike the military, higher education has its own language, its own process, its own paperwork process, and we can help veterans who want to go back to academics, if they want to go into a trade or career school. We can help people figure out where to go to school, get the paperwork done, and how to get enrolled and get started.
Well, I'll tell you what, I look at the Upward Bound program itself, and wow, it'd be a whole another hour. Maybe someday will be 2 hours. We go an hour apiece. How's that? Employee NV and Upward Bound. Okay. Funded by the U.S. Department of Education, the Veterans Upward Bound program is a free, same way with you all at Employee NV. It's no cost.
No cost.
No cost. Free educational program for qualified, honorably discharged veterans who need support in preparing for success in their post-secondary education and training. 2-year school, Truckee Meadows Community College.
Truckee Meadows Community College is a community college, correct?
Yeah, I know. Would you believe I was a 70-year-old graduate a few years ago?
That's great.
And you should have seen the students looking at me. I said, no, I'm not a professor. Of course, I have been a professor, but it was cool for them young folks. I learned a lot too.
That's the nice thing about a community college is you'll have students who might still be in high school,
and
as well as people.
Yeah. And you know, one thing I liked about it too, the way that program supports the students. I mean, if you need help with any subject, whatever it may be, you have a student center that, don't be surprised if you don't have a veteran in there that's going to step up and help that student. I guarantee you, very few students that are veterans will fail unless they just totally give up, because the help is there. What am I looking at in terms of curriculum at TMCC? What are the hot topics? There you go. The hot subject, so to speak, for a person that wants to go to TMCC.
So at Truckee Meadows Community College, we have multiple campuses in town. And at the main campus up on Dandini Boulevard, some of the major programs would be engineering, would be teaching, criminal justice. Some of the other programs in town over at our Meadowood campus, there is the veterinary tech and the CNA programs. In South Reno at our applied
Can you hear? Good.
At our health sciences campus, there's nursing and our public safety, which would be the EMT and paramedic programs. They were very popular. And then at our Edison campus, which is our applied technology center, that is probably the busiest campus right now because of programs, either community programs that we do in association with employers in town, that we have non-union apprenticeships like with Tesla and some other organizations, as well as automotive, one of our most popular programs. Diesel is very popular right now as well.
Well, you know, that whole, there used to be a time, many moons ago when I went to high school, we had something called a vocational curriculum that you can major in. And they called it SHOP. But boy, if you look at today, these tech fields are going crazy. The computer fields, the AI, we're just at beginning, baby steps. But I bet you most of your students right now are grabbing those tech fields.
There is an awful lot of interest in programs in conjunction with Tesla and other organizations in town. Machining is also very popular. Machining, the TMCC program, they actually teach people how to use a hands-on lathe before they actually start doing the CNC machining. So start from the beginning to really learn the strong foundations. And there's lots of places in town where someone can get a job with machining.
What kind of a remedial program do you have? Because there are some students that have a difficult time. I was what you would call a slow learner. But eventually, over time and patience and with some support base, I got it.
So specifically with Veterans Upward Bound, we actually offer free tutoring for people who are members of our program. So we have free math tutoring. We have you do a quick pre-test, just so we know where your skills are and where we need to brush things up a little bit to prepare to go to school. We have English tutoring that, we might not have written an essay since high school, so we can help get that process started. But we also offer free computer skills. So we have a lot of veterans who haven't had the need, or it's been a while since they were in the military and may not have the computer skills to be able to go to school or just to function the way society works nowadays.
Are there services that are specific? I hate to use specific because in the military, we're a team. We're in this together. That will assist women, female. Is there any issues that you have to deal with that make it a little bit different, that the females need a little more help and support? I'm talking about issues that they've gone through. I mean, for example, we talk about veterans, combat, non-combat. You can have issues and be a non-combat. A lot of women, more and more, are combat. Okay. But I'm saying, what kind of support do you provide to the females? Is there anything special that they need, that you found that they need when they go into the process of going to college at TMCC?
So we provide whatever services, whatever the veteran needs. And if it's not something that we are able to specifically provide, we are able to provide resources and referrals to make sure that the veteran receives whatever support that they need. The VA does have a social worker who does come to the TMCC Veterans and Family Center, as well as to the UNR VMC as well, that the student or the veteran doesn't need to go to the main VA hospital. They can come down to campus and get some social work services there.
Just as Kyle, we were talking, alluding to the fact, that some service members have difficulty transitioning out. There are things that, like skeletons, that are in the closet and they're hard to get them out. You see that also with your students to some extent?
Absolutely, yes.
What kind of help is there for them?
So this would be a situation where, because we are more trying to help someone navigate getting into college, we want to make sure that we refer students to people who are trained to specifically help veterans. So we would refer to other community organizations to support the veteran while they are in school.
All right. I need help. I need financial help.
Yes.
What do you do for me? How can you help me?
So the first question we would ask would be to find out if you are eligible for the GI Bill. And if you are, we would help you apply for the GI Bill, whether it's post 9/11. There's still a few Montgomery folks out there. If you're in the reserve, maybe it's the 1606 chapter. We would also see if maybe you might be eligible for VRNE, the new training program that used to be called VOC Rehab. But we can also help with filling out the financial aid application, the federal application for federal student aid, because whether a person might be still eligible for the GI Bill or not, they might be eligible for federal financial aid. And so we help with that process.
Okay, that's wonderful. What affiliation do you have? I mean, just like with Employ Nevada, TMCC, Truckee-Miller Community College, Upward Bound. How do you affiliate with the University in Nevada, Reno? We just had John Pratt on, and Chai
Love them.
was on, yeah. And they were on about a week or two ago. And boy, it seems like you're all together in this. How do you, of your student leaving TMCC, how many of them go on to UNR for their bachelor degree?
I actually don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, but a lot of them do. And are the credits,
Absolutely.
my issue, are the credits transferable credit for credit? A lot of courses y'all take at TMCC.
The majority of them, and the classes that typically aren't transferable would be the more technical programs like the
Okay.
machining or automotive, because those don't apply towards biology or engineering degrees. So,
Okay.
but one of the nice things that we have, because we are a pre-college program, we can help veterans get into whatever school they're looking to go to. That's, even though we're hosted by TMCC, we don't exclusively recruit and
Okay.
help students enroll at TMCC. We also help students get into UNR, which is why we are so close with them. We work with Western Nevada College down in Carson City.
Right.
We have contacts at Carrington College. So if they're, depending upon where someone is interested to going to school, we can help them out.
So it says TMCC Veterans Upward Bound at TMCC. It helps honorably discharged veterans prepare for college with tutoring, advising, and support for academic success.
Correct.
Are there any students that you have that may not have had a good time in the military? I mean, just like I asked Kyle earlier, have you had people that maybe have had issues with alcohol, drugs, etc., that you help along? Can you refer them to get them the money they need, assistance they need, the help they need?
So we would try to help as much as we can. Our program isn't set up to help other than dishonorable. So we are set up to support other than dishonorably discharged. But if someone was dishonorably discharged, we would still try to answer questions, refer, maybe get them to a VSO so someone can help them revisit their discharge
So you're
status.
saying a veteran service officer, and
Right.
that's part of, there's dozens of organizations out there. And Carl, back to you quickly. How do you deal with, have you had, I'm sure, service members that may not have had an honorable discharge? How do you help them, or can you help them?
Yeah, so we can absolutely help them depending on the nature of their discharge. They may qualify for different programs, but even dishonorably discharged, our DevOps in there have resources, know where to point them to help maybe overturn that discharge to a general or a bad conduct or something to help them
So
out.
in other words, what we're talking about here with this veteran services and Upward Bound and helping veteran in general, we're not giving up on any veteran.
Never.
I mean, you may have had a rough time. Not everybody's had a good hoe in the military, so to speak. But we're out there. We're going to help you collectively in some way, either a veteran service organization or, DAV, American Legion, VFW. We're out there. And working with the schools, I think it makes it even better. I mean, we got one heck of a community of support. You just need to reach out there for it. And I think that's the big thing. A lot of folks, not a lot, some, they may feel, well, I'm just going to throw the towel in. Don't do that, okay? Because we care about you. You served. We all work together on this to make it successful.
Yes, sir. And there's an interesting segment of our veterans today. After having 20 years of war, we have a lot of foreign individuals that have come and served in the military to either earn their citizenship or forgot to do it while they were in that service. They may need assistance with ESL or something along that line. So, I mean, do we reach out to these individuals that have served honorably in our military service and help them with their citizenship and help them with their getting back into college and skill development?
So we would help anyone who is a veteran in, as long as they have an other than dishonorable. And like we were saying, unless they have a dishonorable, then we would answer some questions and then refer to a VSO. But typically the people who are veterans now already have the citizenship or eligible non-citizen status. So that would be something that if they need additional support for that, that we would refer to experts, since we aren't experts in that field.
Yes, indeed. And I was thinking language assistance, and the fact that these individuals may come without the credentials to get them into college. They might need some assistance in getting those credentials to continue their education.
As long as they're able to apply, the community colleges are open access.
Very good.
So we would, help them pick the school and the program that would best support what they're needing. There are programs such as adult basic education for somebody at TMCC, for somebody who does need some additional language support. But I've been working with veterans for 20 years, and I have not had a veteran who needed that type of language support.
Really? Oh, very good.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what we're doing. I think we're hitting everything. We're trying to become really informed about what's out there. But something I want to ask of you folks, we do this every week. Let's take a minute or two. There are veterans out there that have issues. Kyle, you've been confronted with your own personal issues. You're not the only one. But have you had veterans come to you that have asked for help beyond just employment?
Yes, absolutely. We run into those veterans all the time. There's plenty of veterans that aren't work ready. And, we have to get them to that point to be work ready.
Yeah.
So we refer them to our community partners. We do a little warm handoff to the VA, Work for Warriors, some of these other organizations, UNR, TMCC, if they're needing education.
Yeah, but also in the case of a veteran, we've had some touch and goes in here over the years. I've been here with some veterans who have basically ready to throw in the towel. And I never shouldn't say that, but there is help out there. I mean, when you had issues yourself, you sought help.
Yes, sir.
And I know the hotline is 988-1, but there's going to be a counselor trained out there that's going to help you out. And you just need to ask for help. Have you experienced, Susan, anything where veterans have had issues that you could see that you had to refer them, either mental issues themselves or trauma-related issues, any issues like that?
Absolutely. So there's the Reno Vet Center that we frequently refer participants to, as well as the connection that we have with the VA hospital with the social worker that is on campus. We also attend Job Club with Joe Henley, and the first thing that he actually says is, does anybody know the number? And so he actually quizzes people before he starts talking about all the different resources that are available to veterans who are looking for a job.
Okay, well, that's wonderful. As I get one big community, one big military.
Yes, and then when somebody gets into college, each individual college has a counseling center that if somebody chooses not to use the VA services, there would be counselors at the colleges that could assist.
Okay. Kyle, we got about 8 minutes or so. Is there maybe anything we missed? I want to make sure that we leave here, the audience leaves here with a good understanding of employee NV, what you're all about.
Yeah, there's nothing we really missed. We kind of went over the whole program. What I'd like to leave you with is that, veterans don't need to know what program they qualify for or, who they need to talk to. They just need to walk through those doors. We're here for them. We know what to do when they walk through. We know how to handle each personality and get them job ready.
And how would they contact you one more time?
So they could go to detr.gov. And if they go to the veterans section, there's a veterans intake form that they can fill out. And on top of that, they can just walk right through the doors.
That's wonderful. Now, again, one more time, in preparation to come in to see you, what do you ask of the veteran?
Keep an open mind. Don't be too prideful, because we might tell you something that you don't want to hear, but it might be the truth.
I can imagine that. I can imagine. You got somebody with about 30 years of military experience or so coming in there that was number one in their organization. Now you're going to walk in, you're getting ready to be interviewed by a 25-year-old person who never served. That's not bad. I'm just saying, but it's a whole different environment you got to get them ready for.
That's right.
Yeah. That's wonderful. When they report to you, they have to knock on the door and stand at attention. How does that work?
Sometimes it depends on the client, but we might make them bang on the hatch. But-
No. Well, the reason I bring that up, because when Jim Baker was in here and Ken Schultz from Work for Wares,
Good guys.
they said at times they had some pretty rough hombres that did not want to change. They did not want to change the way that they'd done business. How they do it. Go ahead.
And you run into those, and I'm not gonna lie, that was me for a little bit post exit. I was in for 7 years, and I was medically retired. I was gonna do my full 20 at least, but the shock of being medically retired made it a very difficult transition. So I can only imagine that a lot of these other service members are going through similar experiences.
Yeah. Susan, back to you. We may have missed something.
Yes,
Is
sir.
there something you want to bring up? Please, we got time.
What I would like to really focus on is the individual support that we're able to offer a veteran who's thinking about coming back to school, whether it's for vocational training, academic training. We can help people navigate the process with filling out the GI Bill and the financial aid application, help with the VRNE paperwork. But the thing that's unique is the free assistance with math and English tutoring. Even if you're in a welding program that doesn't require a separate math class, you might want a little refresher with English or something like that. Computer skills, even if you decide not to go to college or trade school, we can still help you with refreshing your computer skills.
Okay.
So, and all those services that we offer are free.
Where are your facilities located?
So we are located on the Meadowood campus of TMCC, which is just off Neal Road behind Meadowood Mall. And we're on the 3rd floor of that building.
Okay. Now I used to teach down there. I was an adjunct faculty member for TMCC for about 8 years. And I remember going down there for classes as well as the main campus and also the Edison campus.
Yes.
And you were just opening the new one way down south.
The Health Sciences campus on the Melrose Highway.
Yeah, I
Yes.
remember that. I don't want to remember because it was a long time ago. But anyways, good. Is there anything else that you need to leave the audience with?
Well, we have a quick online application that we'll have you fill out, and you can give us a call at 775-829-9007 or email us at vub@tmcc.edu, and we can set you up an appointment, or if we're available and you drop in, we'll take you right in and we'll try to get you started.
Can you do that one more time?
775-829-9007, and our email is vub@tmcc.edu. And actually,
Okay.
our website also, you can just type in vub.tmcc.edu.
Okay. I'd like to thank you, Susan. Susan
Thank
Elby,
you.
Assistant Director for the Truckee Mountain Community College Veterans Upward Bound Program. And I want to thank also Amy Stevenson, the Director of the Veterans Upward Bound for, she wants to be on. She said, I want to be on a future show.
Absolutely.
We'll make that baby happen.
Yes.
And also, I also want to thank you, Kyle. Kyle Matthews, he's the coordinator down here at the Employ Nevada. And I want to thank Valentina Bonaparte. She was here sitting quietly, taking notes. I think we may have gotten an A on this one, maybe. But thank you, and come back again, okay, with us to join us. Thanks, Michael Masterpool, for sitting in with us. Thank you very much, my man Jay Biggs, there, a production engineer. And if you want to sponsor this show, or you want to just sponsor the station, just give us a call at 775. Is that correct? 360-0692. Again, we're growing. We're on KNNR, 103.3 FM. We're on 1400 AM and the old good KPGF on 93.7 FM. We want to be Nevada's, Northern Nevada's voice, and our show wants to be the voice of Northern Nevada as well. Military Matters. I'm Lieutenant Colonel George Fleck. I've enjoyed it. We got about a minute, don't we? I love it. Okay. Again, I want to say, remember, freedom's never been free. Someone had to pay for it in the past, and they continue to do it today. Thank you, family members, community supporters, and all the troops and veterans out there, and all the loved ones. Thank you to the EMT, police, firefighters, healthcare professionals for everything you do. This is America Matters, Military Matters, as I said. Fantastic. We're on every Tuesday live, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. We'll chat with you next week. It's the same great time on the same great radio station. As always, may God continue to bless our great nation and our troops deployed overseas. Keep them safe and bring them home. Okay. Thank you again, Jay. I think we're done.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome in. The 777 Crew Radio. Woo! Turn it up right now. Woo! We came to lift them high. Woo! Jesus Christ in the house. Yeah. Let the praise collide. Whoa. 777 Crew Radio. You know we bring that fire. Teddy P in the driver's seat, and we taking it higher. 777 Crew Radio. 777 Crew Radio. We go for the king. 777 Crew Radio. Hear the whole room sing. Teddy P, lead us in the light for Jesus Christ will live tonight. Yeah, you know the name. 777 Crew Radio. Teddy P. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. We have a very amazing show for you today. Thank you so much for tuning into the 777 Crew Radio. Please Google us at the 777 Crew or the 777 Crew Radio. Go follow us on our website. You can download all the music. We've got an amazing show lined up for you today. We're going to play a couple records and get back here in just a second. Hold on.
There's a wide road calling, easy, smooth and loud, but it bends to ruin in the middle of the crowd. I've seen the bright temptation pulling hands away. You can chase that flash or choose the narrow way. I'm stepping in the light now, even if it's steep. One gate, one path, one promise, and it's worth it to me. Narrow gate, I'm running narrow way, I'm coming. Life on the other side. Narrow gate, I'm running narrow way, I'm coming. Take me where the faithful rise. We rise. Take me where the faithful rise. Take me where the faithful rise. Not every road is right, low. Not every door is home. Some leave you empty-handed. Some leave you walking alone. But the path that keeps me steady leads me through the fire. Every step gets stronger. Every breath gets higher. I'm stepping in the light now, even if it's deep. One gate, one path, one promise, and it's worth it to me. Narrow gate, I'm running narrow way, I'm coming. Life on the other side. Narrow gate, I'm running narrow way, I'm coming. Take me where the faithful ride. When the road gets heavy, when my knees give way, I'll keep my eyes on heaven. I'll keep choosing day by day. Oh, only one path saves me. Only one love stays. Not the crowd, not the easy, but the truth that leads away. Narrow gate, I'm running narrow way, I'm coming. Life on the other side. Narrow gate, I'm running narrow way, I'm coming. Take me where the faithful ride. Narrow gate, I'm running narrow way, I'm coming. I will walk it all my life. Narrow gate, I'm running narrow way, I'm coming. Take me where the faithful rise.
song is called Narrow Gate on the 777 Crew Radio. I'm Teddy P. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's kind of summing up what we're going to be talking about later on today, is that there are two paths. There's the road where people of the world are walking on, and then there's also that narrow path that the Lord expects us and wants us to walk on. And we're going to get to that in just a little bit. But right now we got Love Never Fails, because love never fails, because it's God's love for us. We're going to be talking about all this in the next couple of hours. You keep listening. It's Teddy P with the 777 Crew Radio.
Love is patient, love is kind. It heals the heart, renews the mind. It lifts the load, speaks out loud. Never envious, never proud.
Love rejoices in the truth. It's always fresh, it's always new.
Love never fails, love never fails. It always hopes, it always cares. No, love never fails, love never fails. It's in the air, it's everywhere. Won't go out, burns through the fear, the doubt, the shout. It builds the bridges, spins the cracks. It's always forward, never back.
Love rejoices in the fire, guides the day, ignites the night.
Love never fails, love never fails. It always hopes, it always sails. No, love never fails, love never fails. It's in the beat, it's in the trail.
Love never fails on the 777 Crew Radio. I'm Teddy P. Thank you so much for tuning in. And, you know, if you were listening yesterday on the show, it was great. We had Pastor Felix in from Calvary Chapel, Reno Sparks, did a great job. And we were actually talking about, if you remember, about the duties of sometimes that men need to follow. And there's Matthew, like it says in Matthew's 22:37, it says, love is above everything. Love God above everything. And this scripture, it pretty much says, is love the Lord God with all of your heart, with all of your soul, and all of your mind. And as a man, that's very, very important to put first, because everything that we do as a man, we always need to put the Lord above everything else in our lives. And a couple of the things that the Lord also tells us is lead by serving. So we talked a little bit about that, even like Jesus before he got crucified on the cross, the night before, he served his disciples by washing all of their feet, which, you understand, like some of them were like, no, Lord, you're not going to wash my feet. But he was like, no, this is how you need to lead, is by serving others. Also being strong and courageous, especially nowadays with a lot of people out there telling you what's right and what's wrong, what's demonic, what's faith. You need to be in your Bible and knowing the word of God. You need to be like being strong and courageous in what the word is actually saying. Also remaining humble. Do not have the pride that most people and men in this world have in their hearts, because if you have pride, that is the number one downfall, and the number one bridge to sin is having a prideful heart. Put the pride aside and humble yourself and put other people above your own. We're going to get into a few more of these here in just a little bit, on the 777 Crew Radio. This is the EDM side of the station. And again, we really appreciate you listening. And if you want to check us out more. You can listen to all this music. You can download the app to either your iPhone or your Android at the 777crewradio.com.
I don't stumble. You come close and the walls start to crumble. You said I am the light in the crowded street. Whoever follows you won't lose their feet. Not by the surface, not by the glance. You know the heart, you give me a chance. Light of the world, I follow you. I follow you. Light of the world, no more dark. You don't stand alone. You came with the Father. Every word you speak makes my courage gather. If I testify, it rings true and loud. Stand in the fire and I'm lifted by that sound. You are the witness, you are the flame. Same yesterday, still calling my name. Light of the world, I follow you. I follow you. Light of the world, no more dark. One voice, one voice, one truth, one holy line, sent from above. You still shine, not by sight, but by love. You lead me out, you lift me Jesus saith unto him, I am the way. Through every tear you make a way. The truth I need when shadows press. Your voice unmasks all emptiness. The life you breathe, it wakes my soul. You call me near and make me whole. No man comes through by any other door. You open heaven, you open more. I am the way, I am the way. You lead me home. I am the truth, I am the life. You lead me home. No man comes unto the Father but by me, but by me. I am the way, I am the way. You lead me home. Jesus is you. When I am lost, you hold my name. Your mercy burns and stays the same. You show the Father clear as dawn. What was broken now can't come on. Eternal breath for hearts believe. You are the gift we all receive. No man comes through by any other door. You open heaven, you open more. I am the way, I am the way. You lead me home. I am the truth, I am the life. You lead me home. No man comes unto the Father but by me, but by me. I am the way, I am the way. You lead me. You are the path for every chain. You are the truth that breaks the pain. You are the life that never ends. Jesus, my King, my closest
I am the way, the truth, the life. That is Jesus. Nobody gets to the Father except through him. And if anybody tells you any different, that's how you know they're lying to you. You know, if you're just tuning in, thank you so very much. This is the EDM side of the 777 Crew Radio. And we're sitting here talking about some of the things that the Lord is telling men that we need to be doing. And if you're just tuning in again, leading by serving was one of them, being a strong and courageous man, remaining humble. And here's another really big one that I feel like a lot of families need to be doing, especially nowadays, is raising your children for the Lord. I don't understand, like, you know, when you see on the Instagram, the Facebook, and you're seeing all these videos of these teen meetups where they're going into these establishments and fighting and beating each other up and then ripping these establishments apart, where people are working super hard to keep their families up and moving with these businesses. It's not easy. And at the same time, these kids are not being raised by godly parents, because if their parents were being godly and raising their kids the right way, then their kids would not be out there doing these things. It's really sad that we have to live in an area in these times where these kids have zero respect for any adults or any supervision. But it also says in the end times, these days will come when children will, you know, disobey their authority, and it's really sad. But you know, we're gonna get going, the music going. The song is called Chosen and Lifted. You can be heard only on the 777 Crew Radio. If you like it, you can download the app right now at the 777crew.com. Enjoy it.
When he saw the crowds, he moved away. Still they came close and he stayed to save every broken head, every shaken frame. One touch and the night forgot his name. I see the mercy in his eyes. I feel the power rise. He will not break a bruised reed. He keeps the flame alive in me. Chosen and lifted, chosen and lifted. He heals the hurting, he calls us his own. Chosen and lifted, chosen and lifted. Justice in his hands, and we are not He speaks in truth. He sets us free. And every heart bends to see. I see the mercy in his eyes. I feel the power rise. He will not break the rules read. He keeps the flame alive in me. Chosen and lifted, chosen and lifted. He heals the hurting, he calls us his own. Chosen and lifted, chosen and lifted. Justice in his hands, and we are not alone. He won't fight with smoke and flame. He'll bring the dawn and speak our name. Hope for the Lord, life for the lost, love that carries every chosen and lifted, chosen and lifted. He heals the hurting, he calls us his own. Chosen and lifted, chosen and lifted. Justice in his hands, and we are not
Sing out loud, you upright heart. Lift your voice, let praise start. The word is true, the work is clean. What he says will hold unseen. He loves what's right, he loves what's pure. His hands stay steady, strong and sure. The earth was made by spoken breath, and every dawn still answers that. Let the whole room rise, let the whole room sing. When he speaks, it stands. When he calls, it lives. Sing joyfully. Sing joyfully. His love keeps us free. Oh, sing joyfully. Sing joyfully. He holds the sea. By his word, the skies took shape. By his breath, the waters wave. He gathers oceans like a jar. He names each star where they are. No kingdom wins by strength alone. No horse can save, no iron throne. The eye of death can't rule his friends. His mercy reaches every end. Let the whole room rise. Let the whole room sing. When he speaks, it stands. When he calls, it lives. Sing joyfully. Sing joyfully. His love keeps us free. Oh, sing joyfully. Sing joyfully. He holds the sea. Our hope is set on his faithful name. In the dark, in the storm, he remains the same. We wait on him. He is our shield, our hearts are glad, our voice is his. joyfully, our hearts agree.
Sing joyfully on the 777 Crew Radio. It's the EDM edition. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're talking about the things that the Lord expects from men, and we have a few things left that we want to go through. Is like, one thing when it comes to being a man, the Lord gave us extra strength. He gave us diligence. He gave us all of these things to work diligently. So that's why we need to be going to work. We need to be taking care of our families. We need to be taking care of our children. We need to know how to love them by financially taking care of them too, because if you don't eat what you kill, then how are you going to survive? That's a huge thing, though. And also controlling your anger. Now, this is a good one. This one and patience, I believe, were my two biggest ones that I've had to deal with in my personal life. Dealing with anger and patience, just because I feel like they kind of go hand in hand with me, because my patience isn't very thick, if I can explain that. I'm always in a rush. There's always something happening, and there's always somebody getting in front of me and going extremely slow. So then my patience would go really quick. Then I would be quick to anger. So there's times where you got to learn that, that's not going to be your full day. You got to understand, like, the things that are making you upset are the things that you need to start learning how to control the anger and then turning that into something positive, So just a heads up. And then the last one, or actually we have two left, being a man of integrity. See, I feel like this is a huge one, especially for nowadays. There's a lot of people out there that are like, oh, my word is my bond, or my word is this and my word is that. But yet they never show up and they never do what they say they're going to do. They never, they say, oh, hey, you know what, Ted, we're going to meet up at this time, this place, da 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 da. And all of a sudden you're sitting there for 3 hours or 2 hours and they just never showed up. They're ghosting you or things like that. Or if you needed them help moving or just anything in those lines where people just need to start having integrity, character, and honesty, kind of like what we were talking about yesterday with Pastor Felix. And a lot of people these days just don't have any of those traits. So where is your life headed if you can't even be honest to your friends, your family, and you can't even be honest to yourself? So being integrity and having a man of integrity is very, very big, especially nowadays and forever. We're going to play a couple more songs and we're going to get into the last one, which I feel is extremely important. Keep listening. It's a 777 Crew Radio.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth. It's not the same. Lift us up, higher skies, open doors, no disguise. Thy will be done, thy will be done, heaven on earth, where one. Give us today, give us the bread, lift the line, no fear ahead. Amen. Forgive the trespass we let go as we forgive. Let mercy flow, temptation calls, but we won't fall. Deliver us through it all. Lift us up, higher skies, open doors, no disguise. Thy will be done, thy will be done, heaven on earth, where one. Give us today, give us the bread, lift the light, no fear ahead. Amen. Amen.
Mother came with a plea for her sons to stand first, but you turned the boat around and taught a better world. You asked, can you take my cup? Can you stand in my fire? The high seats look so sweet, but love climbs higher. Not the grasping head, not the crown for sure. It's the open heart that makes the whole world glow. Serving rise, serving rise, serving rise, serving rise. First is last, and love survives. Serving rise, strong enough to wash your feet, strong enough to break the sea. Serving rise, serving rise, serving rise. You said the great ones kneel, not to rule the room, but to lift below the broom and clear a little bloom. You came from many hearts, not to be attended to. You gave your life like bread to make the lost come through. Not the grasping hand, not the crown for show. It's the open heart that makes the whole world glow. Serving rise, serving rise, serving rise, serving rise. First is last, and love survives. Serving rise, strong enough to wash your feet, strong enough to break the sea. Serving rise, serving rise, serving rise, eyes, 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 eyes. When the ball. When the world wants thrones, you choose the floor. When the room cries mine, you say more. For the many, for the weak, for the ones ignored, you gave it all, you gave it all. Serving rise, serving rise, serving rise, serving rise. First is last, and love survives. Serving rise, strong enough to wash your feet, strong enough to break the sea. Serving rise, serving rise, serving rise, serving rise.
Serve and rise. Yes, it's a 777 Crew Radio EDM style. Yes, that's this series that's going on right now. So we're just kind of going through a few things that, that it says in scripture about like how the Lord wants us to be as men. And we ran through quite a few of them. If you missed them, it's all good. You can always go to the website, the 777 Crew Radio. You can Google that, or you can Google the 777 Crew. Go to the website and then go to the radio station page, and all of our shows will be up there that you can go back to and listen. We have like about 5 or 6 different current shows up that you can go back and listen to as well, with also with guest pastors and artists. Like tomorrow we also have Christ-like AMBs coming back in to talk more about scripture and stuff with us. And so what's been on my heart today was like, how men are supposed to react to, or like the Lord was asking us to do. And the last one that we're going to go through right now is love your wife sacrificially. I've been with my wife for 4 years, and we've only been married since April. But at the same time, sacrificing some of the things that you want, the things that you want to do to make sure that your wife is taking care of, the thing that makes her feel comfortable, the things that we have to do to protect them, and make them feel loved, sometimes isn't always something that we want to do. And I get it. Like sometimes, oh, we don't want to do the dishes or cook dinner, or we don't have to clean the house. Sometimes we're like, but at the same time, when your wife has also been at work and you've been at work all day, and you get home first and you clean the house or sweep and mop, and she comes home and sees that, it just takes a whole load off of her shoulders, just to let her know, like, wow, my husband actually cares. My husband is actually looking out for me. Because here's the thing, it's not you and your wife, it's you and your wife are one flesh. You guys are one person. So the things that you want done for yourself or for your relationship, you have to look at it as, what, my wife flesh is also my flesh. So I have to treat her better just most of the time than you even treat yourself in equally. So even when it comes to relationships and marriage, there was a great analogy that someone actually told me about before, was look at it like a pyramid, a big triangle, and you put the Lord at the top of this triangle. And you put yourself on one side and your wife on the other side. And when you and your wife are consistently side to side looking at the Lord and want to please the Lord together, you're going to eventually start getting closer and closer together. And it's just a really beautiful analogy. I just wanted to share that with you. We are going to play some more music, don't you think? We're not. We got the EDM style going on right now. Thank you so much for listening. It's a 777 Crew Radio EDM style.
The network wide at dawn, pulled from the deep blue floor. Small ones, gold ones, silver, more than we'd seen before. Hands on the rope, we smile, swords on our shirts and skin. The sea gave up its secret, and the day was rushing in. One line and another lifted up, old waves at my feet now. But my heart says, keep it up. There's a kingdom in the gathering. There's a fire in the heart. When the light hits the water, we can see it all. Bring in the net now. Bring in the net now. Good things from the deep. Bring in the net now. Bring in the net now. We're made for the king. Yeah. The treasure is calling. The treasure is calling. Old and new I keep. We sat with the teacher, dust on the road right here. He spoke of hidden riches, how the field held care. A pearl for the searching, worth more than the rest. A house with stored up wonders, when the master knows what's best. One line and another lifted up. Old words and new wonder pouring out the cup. There's a key in the telling, there's a map in the light. When the heart gets the answer, everything feels right. Bring in the net now. Bring in the net now. Good things from the deep. Bring in the net now. Bring in the net now. We're made for the key. Yeah. The treasure is calling. Oh. The treasure is calling. Old and new I keep. Shout from the shore, let it thunder. Deep in the dark we rise. Take what is true, what is holy. Hold it up to the sky. Old treasure, new treasure. Same bright hands that guide. We were caught by mercy. Now we live inside. Bring in the net now. Bring in the net now. Good things comes from the deep. Bring in the net now. Bring in the net now. We're made for the key. Yeah. The treasure is calling. Oh, the treasure is calling. Oh, they knew our key. Bring in the net now. Bring in the net now. Oh, they knew our key.
Neon skies and golden streams, dreams unfolding in laser beams. Hands up high, we're chasing time. Feel the rhythm, it's divine. Oh, let it shine, let it shine. Your heart's a fire, it's a sign. Everlasting light, it's calling tonight. Everlasting light, so pure, so bright. Everlasting light, lifting us to the skies. Everlasting light, where love never dies. Use your hands, let the heavens glow. Feel the warmth, let the spirit flow. Step into the sound, let your heart align. This is the moment, the love is
God so loved the world that he gave his only son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal
The light is here, the light is clear, the beat drops hard, love's everywhere. Rays of hope through the dark, every pulse ignites a spark. Dancing on sight, no fear inside, we are the stars in the everlasting light.
Everlasting life on the 777 Crew Radio, and that's what you're going to get when you believe in the Lord Jesus Christ with all of your heart, mind, and soul. We were just talking about that with Matthews and the rest of the things that the Lord wanted us to do as men. And if you are just tuning in and you did miss the first half of the show, it's all good. The show will be put up on the website, the 777crew.com, so you can listen back to it later on, along with the 5 other shows that we have up there too. And if you are enjoying the music, that's kind of what this ministry is all about with the 777 Crew. It's about building the bridge between secular music and, Christian faith-based praise music. And, I had to sit down with my pastor a couple weeks ago, and he was like not understanding everything that I was doing. And not just me, but what the Lord was doing and the crew that we were working with. And I told him, people in the secular world, they're not, sitting here thinking, oh, I just want to listen to praise Jesus music, or, oh, just let me go to church, or else they would already be there. So instead of shoving this down their throat and things like that, it's just what we're trying to do is we're building music for the Lord with today's sounding music. So when they're listening to the music that we're playing, either if it's EDM or the hip hop or the rock or the country, whatever the station that we're actually broadcasting on, it's today's sounding music, but with scripture of the Lord, with the Lord, what he wants us to do in our lives and what he's trying to tell us. So we don't have to sit here and listen to the secular music with demonic lyrics and all the evilness that goes behind it. So we're just trying to bridge the gap with the 777 Crew Radio. And if you do like what you're hearing, we do have an app, a music app. We play just music on it. You can go to the website still. It's the 777crew.com. You can Google us, go to the radio station page, and you can either download it for your iPhone or your Android, and you can listen to it 24/7. We are always broadcasting. So please check that out. We're also going to be getting into a couple thoughts with Galatians here because we just finished the Bible or the book of Galatians just the other day, and there was a few things that were really standing out to me, and there's also a lot of things if you are living for the world, meaning if you're living for the world as in your goals are and your ideals and your idols in those world are either celebrities, money, the way your body looks, all of these types of things, oh, you need the cars or all the followers, or you need to be on the yacht, and that's all you focus on, then you're not putting the Lord first, and that's where a lot of Christians today, especially I want to say in the United States, is we call each other Christians, but we're not living the Christian lifestyle. We're not living the way that we're supposed to be living, for the Lord and in the book. And, this really hit me hard when I heard a pastor say this to me. It was are you coming to church to check off a box, and you're listening to the word, but yet you go back outside into the world and you just live back for the world? What are you doing? Because if you're just going to be checking off the box and you're not living for the word, you're just playing church, and now you're playing with God, and you should never play with the Lord. And I was like, wow. And it kind of really changes your little thought, process on things. And that's really what kind of helped me really change my heart from stone to a heart of flesh, is when I heard that from the pastor, and I was like, I feel like I'm just playing God. I'm just playing church, just like you're playing house as a kid, same thing. But yeah, with the Lord, it's just not smart. So that's when I made the really big change in my life to sit here and dedicate my life to the Lord, because if you are chasing, the ways of the world, I'm going to tell you a couple things. One, you cannot take it with you. You cannot take it with you when you die. When you die, that's all you have is your soul, and you go to heaven or you go to hell. It's one or the other, so don't play games with the God. And also, if you are living for the ways of the world, you will be a slave to the world. You will be a slave to the world. And if you don't like slavery, which I don't think anybody does, and if you are living your way towards the world, you will be a slave to the world. And I'll tell you why. Is because it doesn't matter on how many cars, houses, planes, boats you have, or all the followers on Instagram you have, you will still be empty inside. You will be empty inside. You could have $1 million in your bank account and still be empty inside, because you will keep going and going and going to the ways of the world, and you will keep missing the full goal of life. And that is the word of Jesus Christ. So now when you are living in the word of Jesus Christ and have faith in him, you will be freed from slavery. Those chains will fall off of you, because this is the true freedom that the Lord gave us. But it's up to you. Do you want to live for the world, or do you want to live for Jesus Christ? And this is a really, really big decision. This will be the biggest decision you ever make, because this determines, your everlasting life. Would you rather be in heaven with the Lord and with everybody that, is giving their life to the Lord and living in harmony and peace and love and joy and praise, all for the Lord? Or would you be like, in the set of fire of hell for the rest of your life, with garnishing of teeth, and not even for the rest of your life, for eternity? This is eternity. So I just want to let you know that this is Teddy P with the 777 Crew Radio. We're going to get back to more gospel scripture here in just a little bit. Here's a song called Fight My Battles. You can hear it only on the 777 Crew Radio. Thanks for listening.
Lord, I'm tired, I'm under attack. Feels like darkness is pushing me back. Every step got weight on my soul, but I know you're still in control. People plotting, trying my peace, but I know you won't let me break. Even when I don't understand, I still trust in your plan.
I won't fight this on my own.
You are my strength, my cornerstone. Lord, fight my battles, make a way. Every chain has got to break. I put my trust right in your name. You are my shield through all this pain. Take what's wrong and make it right. Step into my darkest night. I belong to you alone. Lord, protect me, bring me home.
I release the hurt, I release the fear. I know your presence is always near. You see everything they do, nothing hidden from your truth. So I lay it down at your feet, every burden, every grief.
I don't need revenge in my hands, 'cause your justice, you got the plan. I won't fight this on my own. You are my strength, my cornerstone. Lord, fight my battles, make a way. Every chain has got to break. I put my trust right in your name. You are my shield through all this pain. Take what's wrong and make it right. Step into my darkest night. I belong to you alone. Lord, protect me, bring me home.
No weapon formed will win today.
You are my light, my truth, my way. I surrender all I am into the power of your hand. Lord, fight my battles, hear my cry. Lift me up beyond the sky. I trust you with my life, my soul. You are the one who makes me whole. Take what's wrong and make it right. Be my victory, be my life. I belong to you alone. Lord, protect me, bring me home. Lord, the closer I draw to your love and grace, the more I feel the battles I face. Every day there's a weight in the air, but I know that you are there. There's a war for my mind and soul, trying to pull me out of control, but I'm learning how to stand and fight in your truth and in your light. I will not fear, I will not break. You are my strength in every shade. Your light shines through me, breaking the night. You are my armor, my truth, my life. I take up your word, I stand in faith, covered by your saving grace. Though the struggle comes every day, you are the one who makes a way. I will follow where you lead. Your spirit lives inside of me. will not break. You are my strength in every shake. Your light shines through me, breaking the night. You are my armor, my truth, my life. I take up your word, I stand in faith, covered by your saving grace. Though the struggle comes every day, you are the one who makes a way. I will follow where you lead. Your spirit lives inside of me. Your spirit lives inside of me. No darkness can steal what you give. In your victory, I believe. You are my shield, you are my sword, in you I know your light shines through me, forever strong. You are the one who leads me on. Every battle I will face, I stand secure in your embrace. I will walk in love and truth. Everything I am is you. I will follow where you lead. Your spirit lives inside of me. Your spirit lives inside of me.
Shine Through Me on the 777 Crew Radio. Yes, this is the EDM version of the show. Thank you so much for tuning in. And like I said, we were just going through Galatians and the living by the Spirit of power. I don't know, it's getting closer towards the end of that book, but I just want to read a little bit to you. And if I stumble and I screw up, don't make fun of me, okay? So Paul says, so I say, let the Holy Spirit guide your lives. Then you won't be doing what your sinful nature craves. The sinful nature wants to do evil, which is just the opposite of what the Spirit wants. So right there, we're talking about you have two different sides. You have your sinful nature that is, your flesh, and then you have your spirit side that wants to do the godly things that, the Lord wants us to do. And it is a continuous battle. And like it says, and the Spirit gives us desire that are the opposites of what the sinful nature desires. These two forces are constantly fighting each other. So you are not free to carry out your own good intentions. But when you directed by the Spirit, you are not under obligation to the law of Moses. Now, when you follow the desires of your sinful nature, that results in very clear sexual immorality, lustful pleasures, idolatry, division, enemies, drunkenness, wild parties, and all the sins like these. Let me tell you again, as I have before, that anyone living that short life will not inherit the kingdom of God. Wow. Now think about that. Like, if you're keep sinning and sinning and sinning and you ended up passing away and you go see the Lord's going to say one or two things. And this is what I've been told. It's either you say, hey, you've been good, my grateful, humble servant, which that's what we want to hear, and we'll inherit the kingdom of the Lord. But there's another one where it says, depart from me, I never knew you, you workers of iniquity. And iniquity was a really big word for me because I didn't understand that at the time. I was like, what does that mean? Well, iniquity means that you know what's wrong, you know what the sin is, but you keep falling back into that sin because you keep practicing that sin. So when you keep practicing that sin, you are idolizing that sin over the Lord. So when people are saying, oh, do I need to quit doing this and quit doing that to come to God? No, you actually just need to come to the Lord and he'll wash you from the inside out. He'll direct you on how to clean up your life. Because if you want to get closer to the Lord, then you're going to change the ways of your your sins. And so you're not going to be sitting here in this drunkenness, the envy, these wild parties, all these lustful journeys, like all of these things, trying to find all these different women or all these different men to satisfy your needs. Now ask yourself right now, how many women or men have you been with? And you keep falling down that same trap. And you're like, oh my gosh, all men are the same. No, it's because you're living a lustful life. Now, you're not living the life that the Lord was telling us how to live our lives by. Because if we were living our lives by the way the world is, this is why we keep falling in that same trap. But if we follow the Lord and we listen to his guidance and we follow exactly the rules that he wants us to live by, we're going to have a beautiful life. We're going to have a thriving life, because that is the life that we were supposed to be living in the first place. It's Teddy P right now with the 777 Crew Radio. Again, please go check out our website, the 777crewradio.com or the 777crew.com. Please Google us and you can download all of these shows to your phone. Listen back to all of them. Again, this is the EDM style. Let's get back to the music, baby. Let's go.
In the deep, dark deep, you spoke and split. Waters up, waters down, space came in a blink. Light on the surface, order from the void. You name the middle place, and heaven got a voice. Let it pop, let it stand, hold it there in your hand. Cut the line, draw the way. One word moves all of it today. Let waters divide, divide. Let waters divide, divide. You said it rose and the whole world knew. Let waters divide, divide. Let waters divide, divide. Happy and alive, I'm singing back to you. I'm singing back to you. Dry land showed up right where you spoke. Seeds gave ground and the silence broke. Earth pulled up green, seed in the dust. Fruit on the branch like a promise in us. Let it grow, let it climb, leaf and stem. And it's time, feel the tree, root to ground. What you bless won't stay down. Down, 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 down. Let waters divide, divide. Let waters divide, divide. You said it rose and the whole world knew. Let waters divide, divide. Let waters divide, divide. Happy and alive, I'm singing back to you. Heartbreak, one word, it moves the deep. It holds the earth. Dry ground, green field, your voice still makes the lost things yield. Let waters divide, divide. Let waters divide, divide. You said it rose and the whole world knew. Let waters divide, divide. Let waters divide, divide. Happy and alive, I'm singing back to you. Let waters divide, divide. The earth is good when it listens to you.
sky opens wide. Hear the angels hum, feathers fall and the beat's about to come. Lift your eye, feel the bass line drum. Yeah. Yeah, look at the birds, they ain't sown, they ain't reaping, yet they feast, no stress, no weeping. Feather wings carried by a plan unseen, higher than the treetops of its arena. Sermon in the wind, whispers in the leaves, provision in the air, blessings you receive. Trust the unseen, where the heart believes. Who will you trust when the thunder rolls? Who feeds the sparrows? Who guards your soul? Heavenly flight, don't worry tonight. Feathers in the smoke still take their flight. Heavenly flight, above all sight. Trust in the God in the light. God in the light. Baseline drops like the weight of doubt. Trap snare snap while the truth shouts. Steps that ground, but the faith stands firm. Every word reburns when the sense confirmed.
It's the 777 Crew Radio, the EDM style. Oh, man. We're going through the book of Galatians right now, just like kind of reading a couple chapters out of here. And, we were just talking about, all the evil sin that, in Galatians that said that will never inherit the kingdom of heaven. But, it also says this, but the Holy Spirit produces this kind of fruit in our lives: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. There is no law against these things. Those who belong to Christ Jesus has nailed the passions and desires of the sinful nature to his cross and crucified them there. Since we are living by the Spirit, let us follow the Spirit's leading in every part of our lives. Let us not become provoked by anyone or be jealous of one another, which is a beautiful situation, just because it's if we start planting those right seeds and blossom the right fruit in our lives, we are going to see all of the peace coming out in our lives, the gentleness, having no anger or quick to anger or slow to anger, is what I mean. And, we can start blossoming better fruit because, like we were talking about before, the closer you get to God, the closer God wants to get to you, and he will change you from the inside out. And if there's anybody out there that I can explain this to, we were talking last week where there was a lot of new believers who are like, man, I feel like I've done so much wrong in my life. To where there's no way God can forgive me. Well, guess what? That is a lie from the devil. That is a lie from evilness. That was a lie from the demons. That's a lie, because there are so many people in the Bible that you can read about that you need to be in the scripture. This is why everyone, pastors will tell you, be in the word of the God every single day, because you are going to know the right mindset to an evil mindset. And not all of your thoughts are your own. So when you have these doors open in your life to these demons that coming into your life, well, you got to get them out sooner or later. And this is why it's very, very important to be around spiritual people who believe in the faith of God and who believe in the Lord, who you can confide things into. Because if you're struggling with alcohol, you're struggling with drugs, pornography, or lustfulness, or gambling, or any of these types of things, you are going to have brothers in your life that are going to hold you accountable for these things, because they love you and they care about you and they want to see you in the kingdom of heaven. So when you're sitting here around a group of guys, it's not all being judge worthy. It's about, hey man, I'm struggling with this. You have someone to talk to. You have someone that's going to be there. Hey man, how are you dealing with this? What are you doing? Let's pray. Let's get into the word because we care about you and we love you. There's no sin that has not been nailed to that cross that the Lord hasn't died for you. Okay. So the only thing that you need to do is come to Christ. That's it. You just need to give your heart to the Lord. That's all you need to do. We're going to get back to the music. It's the 777 Crew Radio, the Four Horsemen Ride. You get to hear it only on the 777 Crew Radio. Thank you so much for listening.
I watched the land break seal one, and I heard it like thunder. Come and see, white horse on the run. A bow in his hand, a crown on his head. He rode out conquering until the world went red. Then the second seal cracked and I heard the cry, take peace from the earth, let the sharp blades rise. Come and see the four-horse ride. Come and see, the whole world shakes tonight. Ran wild, peace fell apart. Brother looked at brother with the blade in the dark. And the black horse came with the scales in his hand, a measure of wheat for a day of sweat and sand. And I heard that voice again from the living God. Do not harm the oil, do not touch the wine. Come and see the four-horse ride. Come and see, the whole world shakes tonight. Hold me through the fire. I saw the pale one come with death at his side, over earth and sea, over every divide. And I trembled hard, but I still believe when the seals are open, you still cover me. Come and see, four-horse ride. Come and see, the whole world shakes tonight. Hold me through the fire. White horse, red horse, black horse, pale horse. Come and see, still you remain. Clap your hands, all ye people. Shout unto God with the voice of triumph. For the Lord Most High is terrible. He is a great king over all the earth. He shall subdue the people under us and the nations under our feet. He shall choose our inheritance, the excellency of Jacob, whom he loved. Rise up now, lift your voice. is gone up with a shout. The Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to God. Sing praises. Sing praises unto our King. Sing praises. For God is King of all the earth. Sing ye praises with understanding. The shield of earth belongs to God. He is greatly exalted. Let the whole world hear it. Hands up now. Say it loud. Clap your hands, all you people. Shout, shout unto God. Clap your hands, all you people. He reigns over all. He reigns, he reigns, he reigns. Oh, lift him high, lift him high. God reigneth over the nations. God sitteth upon the throne. The princes of the people are gathered. The people of Abraham. Come on, sing it now. Sing it now. Sing it now. Sing it now. He is exalted. He is exalted. Clap your hands, all you people. Shout, shout unto God. Clap your hands, all you people. He reigns over all. He reigns, he reigns, he reigns. Oh, lift him high. Clap your hands, all you people. Shout unto God with joy.
It's the 777 Crew Radio, the EDM. Yeah, put your hands up for the Lord, baby. That's the series. Don't worry. But we got tomorrow. We got our hip hop series going on tomorrow with Christ-like AMBs. Will be back in the studio talking about the Lord. Again, if you did miss any of the episodes, please feel free to go to the website. You can Google the 777 Crew and or the 777 Crew Radio. It'll pop up. Go to the website. Go to the radio station show. You can listen to all of the episodes on there. Also, if you want to hear just the music and you just want to bridge that gap, you're just tired of hearing the secular evil music that's out there, and you want to hear like the same style of music that is out today, but yet for the word of God and not have to listen to the world's music, but you still like that hip hop, you like the country, you like rock, Latin, the EDM, all of that. There is an app that you can go to the website and you can download it for either iPhone or Android. And we are streaming 24/7. You have access to all 5 radio stations. So if you like the hip hop and then you want to go to EDM, then go to rock, then go to Latin, it's all at your fingertips right there. Again, make sure you go to the website, go check it out, go check out the new shows that we got coming up. And we're going to be touching base here on some other things that are really hot topics that are happening all around the world right now. I'm sure you heard about Spain the past couple of days getting, pretty much invaded by 50, 60, Muslims. And, we're going to get into all that here in just a few minutes. Keep listening. It is the 777 Crew Radio. And I know it might not be the funnest subject to talk about, but the Lord is telling me we need to be talking about something like this just because we need to make aware for the other believers of Jesus Christ.
Lord God, please clear my heart tonight. Take the hate, turn it into light. My thoughts are heavy, I feel the strain, like pressure rising in my chest again. I try to breathe, but I feel the weight. Anxiety knocking at my gate, but I lift my hands up to the sky, because I know you hear my cry. In the silence, you remain my refuge through the fear and pain. In the silence, you remain, hold me steady through the pain. Lord, I need you, calm my soul. Only you can make me whole. Take this burden off my mind. Leave the darkness all behind. I lift your name in prayer tonight. You are my peace, my guide. closer than I can say. Every worry, every fear, I lay it down when you are near. Teach my heart to rest in you, in everything I'm going through. You never leave, you never change. Your love remains through every pain. Oh, in the silence, you make my refuge through the fear and pain. In the silence, you make hold me steady through the pain. Lord, I need you, calm my soul. Only you can make me whole. Take this burden off my mind. Leave the darkness out behind. I lift your name in prayer tonight. You are my peace, my guiding light. I thank you for all you've done for me. You are the one who sets me free. When my heart starts to break inside, you are still my steady guide. I will trust you through it all. You will catch me when I fall. You will catch me. I will trust you through it all. You will catch me when I Lord, I need you. Hear my prayer. I know you're always there. Peace that passes all I know. Let your healing spirit flow. I lift my hands, I lift my voice, and you alone I make my joy. Thank you for all you've done for me. You are my peace eternally.
You said don't carry hate in your hands or heart. If I'm angry with my brother, I'm tearing love apart. I got to look good here before I go too far. Leave the pride at the altar. Let it show who we are. If my words cut deep, if my fire runs wild, turn me back to mercy, make me clean inside. Set it right before I lift my hands tonight. Set it right, love first, then I come alive. If I remember now, someone's hurt by me. I won't keep the gold and silver. I go fix what I can see. No more empty offering. No more pain, please. I will walk that narrow way till the broken are released. If my words cut deep, if my fire runs wild, turn me back to mercy, make me clean inside. Set it right, before I lift my hands tonight. Set it right, love first, then I come alive. Before I lift my hands tonight, set it right, set it right. Love first, then I come alive. Set it right, set it right.
Oh, yeah, you're up.
Make it right tonight. Set it right, set it right. Mercy rises in the light.
It's the 777 Crew Radio. I'm Teddy P. And yes, there has been some serious stuff going on in the news lately, you know, especially with the Muslim takeover. I know this is not a very popular subject. And, you know, actually, when I commented on one of like the Dearborn, there was a pastor out in Dearborn, Michigan that was protesting against the Muslims that were taking to the streets. There was hundreds of thousands of them taking to the streets and protesting and marching down the streets. And they, most of them, they said were illegal. They weren't even supposed to be here. And now this is happening here in our country, which is very scary because when that pastor went out there with his sign and was saying Jesus Christ is King over Dearborn, they went and they tried to jump him. He got into a police car. The police didn't do anything about it. They just let it happen, which is really scary and sad at the same time, especially living in the United States where we're supposed to be free and living under our Constitution. And, you know, when he is just exercising his, you know, his First Amendment right, you know, he can say what he wants to say and, you know, words are going to be there. And it's even when like, you know, people like super liberal people that come to Christian events and they storm in through and they, you know, throwing pee on pastors and Christians and ruining their events and things like that, you know, Christians aren't doing that. They're out there and they're using their rights, but they're not actually going in there and throwing bricks or throwing, you know, water balloons filled with pee or things like that at people. But we can, you know, both sides of the fence have what we have to say, and there shouldn't be any violence towards that. So when I commented on something like this, I was being called a Nazi, I was called a racist, I was called all of these things, and I started thinking, I was like, wow, you know, it's like, how did people get brainwashed so bad to where, you know, they think this is okay? Like, I didn't say anything negative. I didn't say anything racist. I just stated a quick opinion on it. And all of a sudden there was over 150 comments and even threatening comments towards myself. And I was like, wow, this is unbelievable. And then so I recommented everything. And I'm like, well, if you're going to be so gung-ho about having the Muslims here, let's do some research on this really quick. And this is just despite of what's happening in this country. Let's just go look at let's say Ireland, where they there was a Muslim who cut off a 17-year-old kid's head right on the streets where he was crying for his dad in broad daylight. That's why the Irish are standing up and they can't take this anymore. England, the same way. The UK, they've had enough. They're standing up. And if you don't believe me, go check out some other resources that aren't just on your channel 11 or your channel 4 or 8 news. You need to go do some real research on what's happening in the world. France has been taken over. And now, just in the past week, did you not see what happened to Spain? There was 50 to 60,000 migrants coming to Spain that took over Spain. And just in this past week alone, and it hasn't even been a full week, there has been recorded of up to 72 deaths of Spaniards over there in less than a week from immigrants. So I just want to say, like, you know, there's some things that we need to be doing in this country to get these people to be voted out. We need to figure out how we can just keep our country surviving, because here's the thing is, you know, if they want to come to this country and live under our rules and under our Constitution, cool, so be it. Welcome. But if you're going to come over here and demand that we have to change our way of living and our way of thinking to your Sharia law, that's not going to happen. And what they're trying to say is every house will be a Muslim home. Muslims will enter every single home. And if we do not abide by what they want to to consider their law, they will kill us or keep us as their slaves. So this is what's happening right now in America, and this is what people are fighting for. So I just want everyone that is actually listening right now, please open up your eyes and your ears and go to your Bible and read what's actually happening in Revelations, because all of the revelations that is actually coming, that was written, is coming to light right now. So I just really encourage you to really sit back, pray on what's going on. And, there's been, the largest mosque that's actually being built in Texas. I want to say it was like an hour north of Dallas. And the state of Texas is fighting back on this. They're trying to change the laws in New York, Dearborn, Michigan, Minnesota, for instance. I'm from Minneapolis, and they've been bringing people over since I was like over 20 years ago. And now what they do is they keep breeding to outpopulate the people that are there and push them out, so then they can vote their people in, so then they can start changing the laws. And if you think I'm kidding, go check it out. And there's even videos out there of them saying we will win by either the ballot or the bullet. And that means if they don't win by the ballot, they are going to be shooting. And now, are you willing to risk your life, and not just your life, but your kids' life, your grandkids' life, because you want to vote some people in because you don't like the original politics that are happening in our country right now? I understand that not every country is great. Not every country has, this amazing lifestyle, but at the same time, we have to pray for the people that are in power, and we need to pray for the people that, are making these decisions. And what we need to do is stay in their ear, and we got to tell the people that are running this country, like, hey, God is king. You cannot take the Lord away from this country, or this country will fall. All right. So this is the 777 Crew Radio. I'm Teddy P. We're going to get back to some music right now. The song is Unfilled Here. You can hear it only on the 777 Crew Radio. Thank you so much for listening. We got this.
Don't look away, I came to stay, not to tell, but make things clear. Every word, every line pushes light through the fear. I didn't come to cancel, I came to carry it through. Every promise, every step, I'm making all things new. Fulfilled here, the sky is shaking here and near. Fulfilled here, love is louder when you're near. Fulfilled. If you want the narrow road, then keep your hands open wide. Small in pride, strong in mercy, let the real life rise. More than rules on paper, more than looks to impress. Heart first, truth first, that's the holy way to bless. Fulfilled here, the sky is shaking here and here. Fulfilled here, love is louder when you're near. Not one big dawn, not one stroke erased until it all stands whole until the final day. The least one stands, the great one bows. Teach me to live it right now, right now. Fulfilled here, the sky is shaking here and near. Fulfilled here, love is louder when you're near. In the beginning was the word. And the word was with God. And the same was in the beginning.
With God,
All things were made by him.
and without him,
Was not anything made.
that was made.
In him was life,
And the life was the light of men.
and the light shined,
In darkness,
and the darkness.
comprehended it not.
In the beginning was the Word.
In the beginning was the Word,
Full of grace and truth.
full of grace and truth.
We receive that light. We receive that light.
We sing it back tonight.
Sing it back tonight. We sing it back tonight.
There was a man sent from God.
Whose name was John.
The same came for a witness, to bear witness of the light.
That all men through him.
Might believe
He was not that light.
but sent to bear witness,
That was the true light.
which lighteth every
That
man
cometh into the world.
into the world. In the beginning was the Word. In the beginning was the Word,
Full of grace and truth.
full of grace and truth.
We receive that light.
We receive that light. We sing it back tonight. We sing it back
We
tonight.
sing it back tonight.
He was in the world,
And the world was made by him.
and the world knew him not.
But as many as received him,
To them gave he. You know the tree by the fruit. That's what we came to do. If it grows out of truth, it will stand when the storm goes through. Hands up, open wide. We were made for the light. Not just words on your tongue, but a fire in the life you live. Build it on the rock, let it hold, let it hold. When the rain starts hard, we will not fall. Good fruit, we rise, we rise. Good fruit, bright in the night. Build on the rock and we won't break down. Good fruit, lift us now. Lift us now. Lift us now. Knock on a heavy door, ask and it opens more. Seek with the fearless breath, find what your soul was made for. Wide gate gone in the dark, we choose the narrow path, not for the easy crowd. We were born to last. Build it on the rock, let it hold. When the rain starts hard, we will not fall. Good fruit, we rise, we rise. Good fruit, bright in the night. Build on the rock and we won't break down. Good fruit, lift us now. Lift us and it comes alive. Seek, and you'll find the flame. Knock, and the whole sky touch the leopard skin so raw. Blind eyes open to the law. The lame walked free, no longer bound. Chains broke loose where hope was found. Deaf ears heard the whisper sweet. Mule tongue sang a holy beat. Jesus Christ, our King of Kings, healing power in His wings. He spoke life where death would cling. Miracles rise, the heavens sing.
A fevered soul, a bleeding cry. Demons fled with just His eye.
10 lepers healed with one command. Blind Bartimaeus took His hand. He raised the dead, He called her name. Jairus' daughter rose again. Jesus Christ, our King of Kings, healing power in His wings. He spoke life where death would cling. Miracles rise, the heavens sing.
It's the 777 Crew Radio. I'm Teddy P. Thank you so much for listening. We only have about 15 minutes left of the show, and we're just sitting here talking about some really hard topics about the rise and the takeover of the Islam nations in other countries, France, Germany, the UK, now Spain. Just reportedly, just looked it up, 72 deaths in Spain in the last 5 days, since 50 to 60. They don't know exactly how many migrants came over. Now Italy's closing their borders. France is doing the same. France has already taken over pretty much for the most part. And just in the UK alone, in the past year, there's been over 250,000 reported rapes by Muslim immigrants. And, you know, you can always fact check me. You can always check it out, because I'm doing the same thing while I'm looking up all of this research. The only thing I'm saying is we need to figure out how to stop the people that are trying to kill and rape and destroy. Because when they start coming over to this country and they are saying that they are going to start killing Christians, and even like the Christians that are over in Nigeria, they're on average 150,000 Nigerians every year getting killed in Nigeria because they are Christians and they will not defy their faith. So this is a huge, huge problem. And that's just in one country in the whole entire world. Now imagine what's happening in the rest of the world on top of that. So we just need to be aware of everything that's going on. And we need to, make sure, like, if this is going to start happening here in America, we all need to get together and stand up, and not just for our country, but for our freedoms. It's also for the Lord. This is a spiritual warfare that we need to really learn. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, please go check out Revelations. Go check out all the things that they are saying that, in the Quran, this is what they're going to do if we don't abide by their laws. You really need to start educating yourself on what is going on in America and across the world, so we can hopefully get our country back on track, from like Dearborn, Michigan, New York, for instance, now going to Texas. And, just all the places around the states that we really need to start protecting. Here we have a couple more songs left on the 777 Crew Radio. Again, if you did miss the show today, I really you can go back and you can check out the shows. We also have like 5 or 6 more shows up on the website. Go to the777crew.com, or you can just Google us, the 777 Crew, the number 7, and it'll pop up on Google. Go to the radio station page. We also have the music station pages. So we have the EDM that we're playing today. We also have the hip hop, rock, country, and Latin. We're just building the bridge from secular music over to faith-based Christian praise music. And that way we can sit here and praise the Lord and listen to uplifting and beautiful lyrics when it comes to the music that we like. And that way we don't have to listen to all the secular demonic type of music and filling our brains and having our kids in the back seat listening to the same thing and learning the words to demonic music instead of learning the words to scriptures and Bible scripture from the Lord. It's a Teddy P with the 777 Crew Radio. We're gonna play a couple songs. We'll have one more break and we'll see you in a minute. All right, hold on.
I watch the Father move. Every step I take is loving what I do. What He's doing, I do the same. Life in His hands, name above name. Here and now, the dead will hear. Here and now, and live right here. No fear now, the hour is near. The voice of the Son bring everybody near. What I see, do what I see. The sun brings life to me. Do what I see, do what I see. Love makes the broken free. Do what I see, do what I see. The sun brings life to me. Do what I see, do what I see. He gives the world to me. All judgment belongs to the one I know. Honor the Son, that's the way. Always fade and mercy stays. Here and now, they will hear. Here and now, and live right here. No fear now, the hour is near. The voice of the Son bring everybody near. Do what I see, do what I see. The sun brings life to me. Do what I see, do what I see. Love makes the broken free. Do what I see, do what I see. The sun brings life to me. Do what I see, do what I see. He gives the world to me. I won't walk blind. I won't stay small. If the sun says rise, then I rise it all. In my heart, in my hands, life is coming. Here I am. The sun brings life to me. Do what I
Do What I See, the EDM episode of the 777 Crew Radio. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm Teddy P. I'm going to be taking off right now. We got my boy coming in tomorrow, Christ-like AMB. We're going to sit here and talk about more Bible scriptures and all about the Lord and how it's always been changing our lives one day at a time. Again, thank you so much for hanging out. If you do want to listen back to the show and our previous shows, please go to our website, the777crew.com. Google us, the number 7, and then crew. It'll take you to the website. You can also download our music app, either Android or iPhone. We have all of our music up there. So all you got to do is just click the button and download it, and you'll have access to our EDM stations, our Latin stations, rock stations, country, and hip hop and R&B. I'm taking off right now. You have a beautiful day. Jay Biggs is coming up next. Peace.
Its breath that night under Nero's cold gold crown. They came with ropes and iron nails, but I bowed my head down. I said, turn me around. I'm not fit for that same wood. I only wanted love that learns how to stand where you stood. Take my hands, take my name, wash this fear in holy flame. If I fall, let me fall true. Face the dust, heart to you. Upside down and roll, still I rise to you. Upside down and roll, love was made brand new. I am not the same. I belong to you. Upside down and roll, I go down to go through. Marble red crowds are crying out, but I saw a wider road past the pain and the doubt. Every nail a promise, every breath a prayer. Even in the breaking, you were waiting there. Take my hands, take my name, wash this fear in holy flame. If I fall, let me fall true. Face the dust, heart to you. Upside down and roll, still upside down and roll. Love was made brand new. I am not the same. I belong to you. Upside down and roll, I go down to go through. Let the ground learn mercy. Let the dark make room for praise. I was never brave alone. You were strong in me. Now my final breath says you are everything. Upside down and roll, still I rise to you. Upside down and roll, love was made brand new. I am not the same. I belong to you. Upside down and roll, I go down
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for another episode of Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, live from the Reno Town Mall, 4001 South Virginia. If you'd like to be a part of the show, come on down and come to the studio. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are here live from the Reno Town Mall, 4001 South Virginia. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the show there, you can come down and be a part of it, as Being Blunt with Jay Biggs is live each and every day, just like the rest of KPGF and KNNR. 93.7 on your FM dial, 103.3 FM, as well as 1400 AM. We can be heard all over the northern part of Nevada. We are Northern Nevada's voice. I am Jay Biggs, and I am here with you during your drive home from 4 to 6 each and every day. And it's always good to hear from my illegitimate father at the beginning of each and every show, Vince McMahon, right there. Hey, we've got in the studio guest, as we always do. And as I mentioned, there's an open mic. So if you want to be a part of this, well, please come on down. Today with me, Rob the Rabbit Dog. What's up, bro?
Not much, man. I'm feeling like a locomotive building up steam. Like that last song said, stand back because I'm fitting to plow through everything in my path soon.
Oh, hey, watch out, man. He's got a lot of stuff coming up, especially now that you know that you're locked in for the Nevada Athletic State Commission in November. You're going to be doing some work once again with them, so that's good. We also got Tall Trevor of Rock and Reno. He's going to be in the house with us. And our guest of honor today, my homie, Oswald Intox from the Riffs and Rhymes Music Festival 2, which he's here to promote today, and also of Reno fame, Intoxicated Pedestrians. What's going on, bro? How are you?
Great, man. Thanks for having us back.
Oh,
Mic's not on, bro.
Yeah, I got to turn the mic on real quick there. Hey.
Hey.
There we go.
Yeah, Double Z in the house, man. Thanks for having us back.
Hey, yeah, absolutely, man. Today we're going to be talking, as I mentioned, the Riffs and Rhymes Music Festival 2, which is happening in, is it Carson City?
No, we're doing it in downtown Reno this year.
Wow, we moved up to 395. That's awesome. Well, last year was really cool. I know you guys had like a boat stage out there and stuff like that, right?
Oh, yeah, we were on the pirate ship.
That's awesome. I think that's really cool. So you got any cool themes this year that you're going to do, or is it just a straight stage, or, you know, what's the changes?
We're going to be at Alpine, so we got it's different now. We got, you know, big LED wall, and we're still going to have 2 stages. Yeah, it's grew a lot since last year. More artists, more sponsors. We got a comedian hosting this year. We got a rap battle going on.
A rap battle?
Yep.
Open mic there. Watch out, Rob the Rabbit Dog.
$100. It's $100 bet with these guys. So
$100?
Yep.
Well, hey, I could bet $1 to a donut. That's about as good as happened to me. Man. Well, hey, speaking of battling it out, I got to tell you, it's funny because Rob the Rabbit Dog told me a story this week about your guys' Facebook interactions and how you had a poster that was up about a battle. And then someone dropped out of that. So Rob jokingly was like, hey, I'll step in, just messing around. And then I guess you thought he was serious.
Well, I wasn't joking either. I thought it was an actual event. So
no,
like,
it was an actual fight that we were gonna set up. Wasn't no battle stuff, man. It was
right.
Like we actually really wanted to beat each other up.
Well, that's no good. And I don't want you and Rob to beat each other up either, because I love both of you.
That's a couple people like message me and they're like, I'll battle rap you. And I'm like, this ain't no battle stuff right now, man. Like, this is the real deal. But
I thought it was a mixed martial arts fight.
Well, that's where we're at with AI, is when you got some beef with somebody at this point, just make a poster about it. Like, seriously. Can you imagine if we were Rob, like back in the day, like in 7th grade, when everybody in my neighborhood thought they were like Bloods and Crips battling each other? Could you imagine like the AI posters we would have had like on the school bus and stuff? Dude, that would be great.
I actually won a contest for making a poster back in those days. I was one of the biggest weed smokers I knew, but I made a poster for the DARE program and I won a t-shirt and some gift certificate and some crap.
Oh my God. Yes.
Sounds about right for the DARE program.
Right.
I was actually, believe it or not, I was picked to talk in front of my whole school for the DARE program. And I don't know what DARE do they that now. I mean, like, ugh.
That's really aging me out because they started the DARE program the year after, like the year after I moved up a grade, then they started it for the grade I was before. So I missed that whole thing.
Oh, that's crazy. Well, I mean, hey, I don't think it. I mean, I don't know. I still smoked weed after that.
Hello.
But then again, I'm of the feeling of, like, you know, the movie Half Baked. You know, when Bob goes in, or not Bob, but Dave Chappelle goes to rehab for weed, and they're just like,
here for some marijuana.
Yeah. Have you ever done this or that for marijuana? And it's like, no, I have for coke. Well, okay, well, get out of here. You know, like
I literally felt like that because you know my problem with weed.
Right.
And up in Minnesota, I went to some meetings just to see what it's all about, and people treated me just the same way. We got real problems. You in here for some marijuana? Boo this man.
Well, remember, we still have the same laws now here in Nevada. It's just that the stigma of it. With cannabis as we do with beer, right? So if this was a craft beer show, there would be no different. Right. Hey,
No, not at all.
Or Steel Reserve, whatever it is, just not steel wool. That's a whole
Some
other
kind of
story.
gross IPA nonsense.
We do have Narcan outside for that. But let's get on to the Riffs and Rhymes Music Festival, which might be so dope you need Narcan. Who knows? But
well, we got plenty in the building just in case.
Right. That's true. Well, it's all day, all ages. Starts at noon. Doors at 11. And you got performances by even some of the homies here. I'm seeing Luck Pita up there on the top of the moniker, as well as Doc Gruesome.
Just one day?
Yeah, one day event, man.
Okay.
All day.
False Rhythms.
Hell yeah.
Silence the Crowd. The Mozzie Squad. I almost read that wrong. I thought the M was an N. I almost said Nazi Squad. Anyway, they just sing the German national anthem over and over. Machine Gun Vendetta. Treat 'em. Evil Ash, TKD, Mercy for Thine Enemies, which I don't have. MC Friend. Did I say that right?
Yep.
Okay. T Wisdom, Stallone Keys, Low New Breed, T Reezy of MTF, Big Furf, Deathbed Click, Tip C, Akbad, Bash Brothers, Angels Madness, Relic 444, Grixon. Grinin?
I always get it wrong too.
I think it's
it's Gear On.
Gear On?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes sense now that I say it. I probably won't say it ever again. But Gear On. There you go. Erica Malone. It's Hirsch. Big Back Music and Dynamite Kink.
And then I made these flyers. I didn't even put our own band on there.
Oh, the Intoxicated Pedestrians.
We're doing a special guest set this year since we have so many homies that we've done songs with that are all going to be in the building. We're going to do a special set with a lot of people that we've collaborated with over the years.
Like a rotating set?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's gonna, so we're gonna do all the songs that we collaborated with over the years.
Well, maybe just maybe, because I got to tell you, I'm really proud of some of the things we're doing here at the station. And one of the things I'm extremely proud of is Tall Trevor here in the middle, because on Saturday, he killed it, his absolute first radio show ever. And he killed it. Had an awesome,
man.
Yeah, dude. He's got a platform, dude, for Reno, for people like, yourself and these bands that are doing things, because tell me where else, Intox, where else? I know you've been in the music scene for this long. Who else is doing local music for anybody, giving any sort of opportunities? Go ahead and name them. I'm fine with it on the radio.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not happening, dude. It's not happening.
Nobody's doing an event like this. I know that.
Right.
No.
Well, that's what I'm saying is Riffs and Rhymes is exactly, a lot like this, because it's like you guys got a bunch of different genres of things that are happening.
Yeah, especially that too. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody could put on an event like this, but it's usually going to just be like one genre or something. Like this, I mean, if you read through it.
Well, and it's like right here, Mercy for Thy Enemies.
Mm-hmm.
They are sick and they are heavy.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Definitely for like my kind of crowd. I've seen them perform live, and it's the girl does the lead vocals.
Yeah.
Is tiny.
Yeah, she's a badass.
But
really,
yeah, her vocal range is crazy. I'm trying to actually get them to come on our show. I'm here in the future.
I'm
but
sure they'd be down, man. They were super chill people.
Oh yeah, they got a little bit of stuff going on that they're trying to figure out right now. I'm in contact with them right now, but then like looking at some of these other artists that I've never heard of, but I know it's more of that hip hop rap kind of oriented thing. But
Right, like so it even says like so we got rap, hip hop, metal, reggae, punk, R&B, trap music, horrorcore, EDM music. Like
what is horrorcore? I've never heard of that.
That would be like Brother Lynch or something.
Really?
Brother
Lynch Hung is horrorcore? Really? Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, okay.
He's actually the one that they coined that name after him. Actually.
Oh, okay.
That's
Well,
what started everything.
I had no clue.
it's kind of like the extreme rap kind of
The murder, kill.
yeah.
All right. Well, let's talk a little bit more about some of the things leading up to this that you're going to be doing, promoting. You're going to be out on the street, hanging up posters. Do you want people to put up your posters places? What are you looking for?
Oh yeah, they're all already across town everywhere and stuff. Hopefully, but we still have some more. If anybody wants to put them in their businesses, all the sponsors should have stuff. Yeah, and check out the Alpine website. We have an event link on Facebook that has a ticket link already. That's alive already. Another thing I wanted to mention about the Alpine is they got a full bar and restaurant this year. So we got, food and stuff. Like last year we had a couple food trucks and stuff, but this year we got a full bar, full restaurant.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Okay. Well, yeah. Remember the Alpine. Come on down there and be a part of that. The Alpine's located in the 300 block there of East 4th, 324 East 4th, exactly. And you can go down there and go visit the Alpine Reno.com. You can, I'm sure, score some tickets or info about the events coming up there, including Riffs and Rhymes Music Festival. Always want to support things that are local here in town because, well, again, no other stations are really doing it anymore. They're just a bunch of corporate conglomerates. But yeah, don't forget, much like Riffs and Rhymes with their complete, different genres that they're going to be on the show, and different kind of musical preferences. We've got everything here on the station as well that you can get hooked up with, including talk. We can get news, everything from reggae could be played in the morning. We've got 80s music. We've got synthwave. We've got rock. We've got rap. I mean, there's everything for everybody on this station. So don't forget, we are a mixed bag of nuts. Maybe I'm a cashew and you don't like cashews, but maybe Tall Trevor over here is a peanut and you like peanuts. So give us a shot. Just because you don't like mine, doesn't mean that you're not going to like the rest of the
Why do you
stations.
make me the small nut and you the big nut?
Because for once I can finally be the big one with you. It's,
Yeah.
I felt like Travis Barker when the NBA, went on strike and got the reparations. He showed up and he felt like the man finally in the shower. Anyways,
Too far, man.
All right. Okay. Well, that being said, though, I did find something clean, so let's check it out. I cannot believe that I actually found this clean on the net. So we are going to play this real quick. Rolling up a blunt. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs from the album 2 Million Blunts. That is Blue Skies and Automatic Weapons from Bones. If you listen to this show, you already know that song. We've got in the house with us 3 guests today. Don't forget, we got a 4th seat if you'd like to come down and be a part of it. As we are talking the Riffs and Rhymes Music Festival 2, which is going down on what is the date, Oswald?
September 12th.
September 12th. So we got about a month, just a little over a month, not too much longer. So about 5 weeks out. So you have your opportunity to get tickets. Where can people get tickets for this event?
Like I said, so if you go on our, there's a Facebook event page, and then it's the ticket link is inside of there already, and they're live and ready to go.
Love it, man.
So it's 25 in advance. It's going to be 30 day of. So it'd be best to get your tickets ahead of time if you're trying to save a couple bucks.
Right. Hey, that's what you want to do, is save some money. But once you're out there, you're going to get hooked up, because there's going to be food, there's going to be drinks, it's going to be fun, 2 stages, and a plethora of genres and different kinds of people that are going to be out there. And much like we have here on the show. And wait. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's right. You know, I'm a little bit late right now on doing this, and I do apologize, Reno, because, well, Rob the Rabid Dog had to run out and get my phone, which is where I get my information on the 420 roll call each and every day. So I do apologize. Josh Carmack, Fizzy Fizz, Thad Barnes, Luck Pita, Mike Torzilli, John Estrabella, Daniel Goldman, Joanna, Ashley, Joey, Mason. Oh my God, the 420 roll call gets bigger each and every day. I can't believe it. Oh, also James Umbach listening from Fernley. Grayson Negra Anejo Lee. My boy. Man. You know what? If you want your name or your business said during the 420 roll call, all you have to do is send me a message on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs and give me your name, and I will shout you out, or your business's name, which is what a lot of people are doing right now, obviously. So a big thank you to everybody that's listening out there. It continues to grow each and every day for the 420 roll call here on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. And let's talk just quickly about Grayson, because our website is up. And it is, without a doubt, the best website for any radio station in Reno that's ever been created, if not the entire world. Because if you go right now to northernnevadasvoice.net, northernnevadasvoice.net, all the information is there for you to go and check out, including all the shows, which Tall Trevor here hosts the Rock and Reno show each and every Saturday night between 6 and 9. And if you go over, he just got his logo updated. So that's pretty cool, to the site. And Grayson has been doing all of our artwork here at the station, and we greatly appreciate him. And if you would like to maybe get some artwork or a website or whatever done by him, GraysonLeeExperience.net. GraysonLeeExperience.net or Grayson Lee 2007 on all social medias. Also, big thank you to Roland and Cheryl at Sign and Design Shop for being true friends and true supporters of this right from the beginning. Also, big shout out as well, once again, to our friends over at Neo City Creative, who have made this all possible, as well as Big B's Unique Cuts, who were on with us yesterday. So lots of cool things happening here. We are talking the Riffs and Rhymes Music Festival #2. It's happening September 12th right here in Reno at the Alpine. We've got Oswald Intox of Intoxicated Pedestrians on with us. What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
All right, man. Double C, man.
That's what's up. There we go. So Dub,
I forgot to mention too that DJ Lion, he was on you guys' show a while back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's gonna be spending all day in between acts and artists and stuff.
Right. Okay, so we were gonna have a DJ. There's no downtime, it sounds like.
No downtime.
Nice.
I do love that.
12 hours of pure music.
Well, The Reach is going to be on here on Thursday night. They do a lot of like EDM and stuff like that. I think that's who Elian was on with,
right.
was them. So yeah, it's a pretty cool show. Check that out right here each and every Thursday from 8 to 9 o'clock. But yeah, man. So tell folks more about this Riffs and Rhymes, man. I just really want to make sure we get that out there, Dub.
I mean, so we're not going to have vendors this year, but all the sponsors donated raffle items. So we're going to have raffles all day. We got temporary tattoos for the kids from a local tattoo shop.
Oh, I'd be giving all those kids face tats.
For sure.
Make a bunch of little Mike Tysons.
Oh, God.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to, that's a long list of sponsors, but we appreciate everybody that like supporting it. I mean, all the money generated from the raffles is getting split between the artists. So basically all the sponsors are supporting local music, and it's really dope to have such a cool outreach of people.
Well, we have a lot of time, man, to fill. So, please, by all means, go ahead and read through the sponsors list and maybe give some shout outs, dude. You got to give that love.
Well, shout out Dennis at the Cellar Stage. He's been a big supporter. He helped me a lot, like planning last year's event. So
that dude's awesome.
Yeah.
I got the chance to talk to him a little bit.
For sure, man. Shout out to Dennis. I got my homie Bryce from the Sugar Leaf. He's Gardnerville's only CBD shop. He's gonna give us a bunch of merch and stuff. Endless Ink Tattoo. Shout out Ness out there. Nesso Culture. Shout out to Nilla.
What is that? What's Nesso Culture?
Have you guys remember the artist Nilla that used to be in Reno?
Yeah.
That's his clothing.
Yeah,
he used to have a shop up at Meadowwood Mall, the clothing company.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, so he sent us some stuff last year. He's sending us some more stuff this year. I got the Ice Cream Customs is like a custom print shop. OHD, shout out to those guys. They're sending us some merch. They got amazing, awesome merch, and their music's really cool and stuff if you're into that type of music.
Well, you got Aleworks too.
Aleworks for sure. Which is attached to Alpine, but they have their own beer and stuff like that. So and they got one in Tahoe as well. So,
Right, absolutely.
I mean, we all know Luck here from XVI Apparel. J-Max is giving us tickets again this year. Late Night Billy is giving us tickets this year.
Oh, wow.
Guilty One's giving us tickets this year.
Cool.
So the raffles those are going to be a little bit high priced more, but you get a pair of tickets for like $10 if you win, So
that's what's up.
A bunch of concerts out here, like National Concert X.
Well, do you know any of the names of the people that they're giving the tickets to, so we can pump some people up for?
I'm not sure what because it's so far out. I'm not sure what shows are coming up and what I'm going to be able to get available at the moment, but they're all donating concert tickets. So
Well, Billy and Late Night and J-Max and all them.
One Vision.
Yeah, One Vision. They're always gonna. I mean, they've always got really cool concerts coming. So I'm assuming you're gonna get some awesome tickets.
Absolutely. I mean, last year it was a stack. We had like Gwar and Soulfly, and
that's awesome, dude.
Yeah,
Gwar.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to go to one of their concerts.
What?
I've heard it's a wild time.
Everything I've heard about them made me not want to go to their concerts.
Really?
Favors.
Dude.
None of you guys have been to a Gwar show?
Never been. I saw them on Jerry Springer one time, and that's what my experience with Gwar was.
Right.
Oh,
one of the guys I used to work with at Caltrans, he's seen Gwar, I think, like 4, 5, 7 times.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. I've seen him at least 10 times at least.
And he loves it. He's like, dude, everyone needs to go experience Gwar at least once.
Sounds like Burning Man. It's just like you have to go and experience it.
They just did a cover of the Pink Pony Club, and it's hilarious. It's one of my favorite covers right now.
It's crazy.
That is, man.
Yes.
That's crazy. All right. Well, so coming up, and that's going to be on September 12th. So I want people to remember that you can get the tickets in advance, and as well, you can check out all the posters around downtown. I'm sure that Alpine is going to be putting some up. You can go over to alpine-reno.com as well for all the shows lined up. But yeah, what a nice list of sponsors you got there. Let me see who else here. I swear.
There's so many. Battleborn Clothing.
Oh my gosh,
Skeleton
dude.
and Skin
The
Tattoo.
Fox Pub, we've had them on.
Awesome.
Fresh Air Clothing. I wear Fresh Air all the time.
Supply and Demand. Have you heard of them?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so they're a Tahoe.
I don't know Make Your Momentum.
I've never heard of them, but I have absolutely had Black Wall Street on my show. Suave Innovations, don't know. Blind Onion, they have great pizza. That $5,
Delicious.
that $5 lunch special for the slice and a drink. The Lash Lady 775. I'm going to skip comment. One Vision Entertainment Group.
Curious?
No,
The
I'm
West
not
Coast
going there.
Liquidators and
Yep, and yes, Basement Tapes Print Shop. Hey, what I will say about West Coast Liquidators, they've got awesome deals over there. If you're not, yeah, right
absolutely.
off of Rock.
Yeah,
And
shout out to Guilty.
Yeah.
And then the Lash Lady is actually his wife.
Yep.
So.
Absolutely. So yeah, definitely go over there and check them out. I will say that, man, a lot of people don't know about these like liquidation stores. You know, there's a few of them in town, but this one right here, I've always, like, every time I've gone in, has always had really cool stuff and like a plethora of different things. So maybe go check them out during Sparks.
Guilty's been helping a lot too, like
So
shaping my event, like with advice and stuff like that. So I shout out to Guilty one.
Getting some OG. There you go. I get it. Bro, I think we need to play maybe some more music here, because it's just one of them days, man. It's one of them days where I'm feeling like we need to, keep it cracking with some music here. But what do you think? What should we play? So maybe some Intoxicated Pedestrians, Renovated?
Go for it, man.
Man.
Shout out to Apprentice, now formerly known as Apprentice, Richie Pinelli. This was a collab we did. We got a new one. We just shot a video too for a new song that's coming out. So this will be our third collab together over the years. And if everything goes right, we're going to be playing all these songs for the first time live at the show.
There you go, dude. So check this out. This is a rather not exactly brand new, but Renovated's official music video. We're going to play that right here, because I do believe we are edited on this one. So we're going to check it out. All right, here we go. All right, Double Z.
It don't happen very often.
All right, we're on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, and we are live right here each and every Monday through Friday from 4 until 6 p.m. And man, we've got a lineup that happens right after this show each and every day. Don't forget tonight, the Tabers are in the house with You Decide, which reminds me of like the mom and dad on like Everybody Loves Raymond. And they just, you know, not that they argue a lot, but they're just funny how they do. Because Tom's very much so down the middle with being like a military vet and all that stuff. And Jane, not so much. She's going to be that little devil's advocate on the shoulder that tells it how it is. And I love that. So check out the Tabers right here. And that goes from 6 to 8 p.m. And then from 8 to 9, Wide Open Talk is on the air with Greg. And it's going to be a great show tonight. So make sure you check it out, as they're still reveling in all the posts from the Wide Open rallies, Rev and Roast, that happened over at the J Resort that I was the announcer for. Rob, you were over there taking lots of videos and getting all sorts of traction, dude. Everybody was being seen over there on Reno After Dark as well. So big shout out to Ben Davis.
What was going on over there?
This is the Rev and Roast. It was basically a supercar party where they were doing like donuts and stuff with Lamborghinis and supercars. So yeah, it was interesting. I mean, I've never hosted anything like that. Oddly enough, the closest thing would be, I'd have to say, monster trucks. And comparing that's how loud it was and just how you had
was
to keep
that Saturday?
Yeah, it was on the 25th.
Oh,
yeah, it was on the 25th of July.
I was doing midget wrestling last week.
Oh, were you? Which one? Which venue were you at?
Your country.
I don't remember the name, to be honest with you, but it was a late night Billy show.
Yeah, they well the midgets, man. I don't know what it is.
Speaking of that, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I'm just saying that the events are so popular. Whenever they have,
they sell out every single night, everywhere they go. Like they go on tour for months out of the year, and
right,
they sell out every single show they go to. We actually like hooked up with them, and we actually Intoxicated. We actually put on an event they have a new bar in Diamond Springs over by Placerville. And we went out there the weekend before and threw an event there at their new club that they got. They're trying to get that started as a venue and let people know that they're going to be doing shows there and stuff like that. So it was kind of like a tryout for us, but we got to go hang out with them in their town. And then they came through here, Reno, last weekend, and then went up to Tahoe the next weekend. So.
Wow, man, busy. Busy. Yeah, and it doesn't stop. Can't stop, won't stop, for sure. What do you got going on in your life, Trevor, other than just, the radio show?
Right now, just waiting on some personal matters to finalize. Got kind of hit when I was on my bike, so that was fun. Bike's still good. It's still running. Still riding it every day. And then just cruising with the Friday night rides.
Oh yeah, tell everybody about those, because those are so cool.
You got hit by a what?
Oh yeah, so
Whoa,
very beginning of last month, I was leaving work. I got rear-ended by a truck when I was on my bike.
Yikes!
He's still standing, so
I went flying though.
Really? How far did you go?
Probably 10, 20-ish feet. I don't know. It's hard to tell from the pictures.
How fast was the guy going? Jeez.
I don't know. I was at a dead stop though.
Well, I'm glad.
I think he was trying to jump a yellow. I don't know for certain. Things happen. Accidents happen. Everybody was okay. The bike wasn't really hurt. I was kind of bruised up. That was about it.
But still, any impact, man. I mean, like, it's not. It's jolting.
Shout out to the North Hills Chiropractic out instead. They've been taking care of me really well. Those people know what they are doing. They're super fun. They're energetic. They get you in and out. Making sure I'm getting healed up.
Nice. So you said North Hills Chiropractic?
Yes, sir.
That's the one that's over by the Walmart, right?
It's on the other side. It's right next door to like the grocery outlet and the Wells Fargo.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's what where the Big Lots used to be.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, I know exactly.
But yeah, so other than that, I just do the Friday night rides with a bunch of buddies. There's a group. It varies every weekend. It's Friday nights we meet out at Maverick, and it's anywhere from 20 to 80 plus bikes that go out. We just cruise around. Nothing crazy. We go take some pictures and go to different local food spots and just hang out.
So small world. But when I was just talking about the midget stuff, but the one of the guys that travels with them, like does their merch and promoter and stuff. His brother lives out here and goes to that every Friday. He was telling me about it.
Oh, damn.
The Friday night bike rides and stuff. He's like, "Oh man, you got to come out, man. It's super cool." And
oh yeah, it's chill. No one really rides crazy. You know, we just cruising in a big pack. It's fun. It's exciting. It's pretty chill, and you get to meet a lot of people. I know for me personally, you know, as much as I like to say I don't like people, I will find an excuse to be your buddy. It's one thing I'm good at. I can make friends with anybody. And just, yeah, you just cruise around on bikes.
See, that's awesome, man. I mean, like it's like, you know, being in a club without.
It really is. I do feel bad for some of these businesses that we go to though, because all of a sudden, you know, like we went out to Fernley a couple weeks ago to a restaurant bar out there, and all of a sudden, hey, you're at max capacity. Just like that. We went to the ramen noodle shop off of McCarran down by the airport. Delicious food there. And same deal. It was, you know, oh, hey, by the way, you got 60 bikes pulling up right now with anywhere from, you know, 60.
It's like the McDonald's when the Greyhound bus pulls up.
It really is. And then you just see all of us in there joking, laughing, having a good time. And I know the local businesses appreciate it. I mean, even the Gentlemen's Club, we went and took pictures out last weekend before last, I believe. We took pictures in front of the Gentlemen's Club there, and some of the managers came out and were talking with us, and was a great time. They were super supportive of us, and they love seeing all the bikes and bringing attention to them, basically. I mean, we're loud. Everybody has the modified exhaust and everything else like that. Even mine is, and it bugs me.
You guys look like you're just on a toy run.
Basically, yeah.
Bro, you guys drove by us when we were loading all the gear last weekend, and I came outside and I'm like, what in the hell is going on right now? Like, there were so many bikes driving by. We were like, whoa, what is going on right now? And then they were explaining it to me what you guys were doing and stuff.
And then speaking of the bikes and the bike meets, on August 15th, there's a bike night meetup thing going on over at the Pizza Factory off of Mayan.
Oh, nice.
There's going to be raffle prizes, you know, food, and you know, do the silly games like the slow bike race and stuff like that. A couple of buddies I know are putting it on, and hopefully get a good turnout on that. I mean, even if you don't ride, still come out and meet the people. We're all friendly. We all like, you know, talking and just hanging out, having a good time, you know, community, supporting each other, basically.
That's kind of what the station is, man.
I mean, yeah.
I love the fact that literally, I mean, you're talking about this, and you know, Double Z. There we go. I'm getting it right. Double Z was like, oh, dude, I literally just had somebody tell me about it, and then he saw you guys. You know, I just walked out of the studio probably, what was it, last Friday night, and there looked to be about 200 bicycles passing here.
Yeah, that's another group that I'm in. It's there's a Reno bicycle group.
Right.
You can find them on Facebook. They meet downtown and they go on these bike rides, and it's families, kids.
Oh,
right.
There's multiple bikers.
So yeah, we're on motorcycles.
These are bicycle
Okay.
bicycles.
What he's talking about is the bicycles.
I got a homie that's part of that club. He's trying to get me to come ride with him.
Dude, it looks like a good time. I mean, and you got people with different lights. They dress up in costumes. You got guys with stereos.
It was crazy. I was like, what the hell's going on?
You got guys on like the one-wheel thing contraptions that I can't ride because I'll break myself.
Trevor's like 10 miles an hour. I'm on 100 miles an hour.
That's about the limit.
Right. Well, dude, I can only imagine on a bike. It's just like jet skis, like Big B was talking about yesterday with the jet skis on Lake Tahoe. You get up over 50, dude. You're kind of, you know, like you're asking for it.
Well, that, and with the amount of accidents we've been having in the area lately.
Oh, yeah.
There's been serious motorcycle accidents, I think, every day for like the past 2 weeks of like serious injury / fatality kind of deals. And it's really scary because a lot of them are avoidable accidents, you know.
Right. I was gonna say,
what people are quick to be like, they blame the motorcycles, right? I mean, I get some of us have a bad habit of either going too fast or, you know, weaving through traffic, but some of these are people that are pulling out of parking lots, and I see it time and time again. They pull up, and instead of looking, they're already moving instead of actually yielding and checking, hey, is the coast clear? Doesn't hurt to just take that couple seconds to make sure.
Right. Well, at that kind of speed, though, too. You know what I mean? If you look to your right and you're like, I've had that happen. I had my kids in the car one time, and I was passing by like where Moana merges onto 395 going north.
Yeah.
And you exit off to the airport at Plum. And I looked over, there was nothing there. So I put my blinker on. I looked over again, nothing's there. So I start to go over. And as I'm going over, all of a sudden, this guy on this bike is right in front of me, like basically like, hey, you almost killed me. And I'm like, what? How? I didn't even see anybody. I just, he just mobbed up on me. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it wasn't on a bike, but yeah, you've had that happen. That's how we met.
Oh yeah, well yeah, but I actually hit you.
Yeah.
That's honestly that's how I met Rob the Rabid Dog. Was I hit his rear quarter panel on his passenger side
On Christmas Day.
Yes, of his Ford Taurus. And I do remember that. And I just remember seeing, because I don't know how I know, because I think our windows were all up, but I thought it was just just roll through kind of thing. And it wasn't, it was a stop. So it was my bad. And I bumped him. And I remember seeing his car just go boom and like keep going. And then he goes, and he goes, oh, I can't say it.
Yeah.
I just heard the F word really loud, dude.
I was barking a little bit.
Yeah, and so no, but anyways, so I explained that I was a dumbass. And like later on inside of the store, which happened to be Safeway, which I'm allowed to go in again. But
job.
Yes, thank you.
Proud of you.
We used to call it Stabway.
Stabway. Oh, hey, well, they'll stab you for prices for sure. Yeah, I went in there, and because it's like the only place open on Christmas, in Reno. And so anyway, he comes up to me later on. He goes, hey man, I was thinking about it, like that's an old car. It has a bunch of dents all over it, dude. Don't worry about it. It's Christmas. I'm gonna hook you up, bro, and not say anything. And I'm like, wow, that's a real one right there, bro. Just like my boy Sandro Kashaba. Dro?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Dromental. That's a real one right there, dude.
For sure.
If you've never been over to the low cost auto glass, make sure you go and say hello to them over at the Pick and Pull in Sparks. They have their business inside of there. It's going to be the cheapest glass, guaranteed.
I need to do that, dude. I got a crack in my windshield.
Still,
every time I turn my system up, you can hear it popping when that bass hits the right frequency.
Just one of those days, bro. You're gonna play the wrong.
I'm gonna spiderweb that bitch.
Thing. Yeah, it might just stab in on you. All of a sudden you're just driving, and it's like,
hey, at least I'll die happy.
Yeah, well, hey, that's how I feel. This morning I was leaving my lady's house at like 7:30, and I'm rolling around West McCarran, and there's all the good people of the world going to work, which I was on my way to work kind of too. I was coming home so I could take my shower and come in at 9. But as I'm driving around, I just didn't think to myself that it was 7:30 in the morning and maybe people would be offended. So I've just got my stereo up to as loud as possible and in traffic and just giving no F's, looking right forward, dude. That's just how it goes. Man, hey, speaking of no F's, you may have landed upon your new favorite radio show. You might think this show completely sucks. I personally don't care what you think. I just know that I am doing things that no other radio station in town is doing, and that is having real conversations and talking about things that no other station can. And, hey, we're guys. We have these kind of conversations amongst each other. So why not have them right here on the air? As long as it's FCC regulated, obviously. That's the only holdback, which is tough.
Very.
Double Z's, like, really?
It's just really hard for me not to swear. I don't think anybody around me knows me how to have a sentence without swear words. So this is
well, I appreciate the love.
I'm trying so hard, bro.
You are, bro. You're doing a good job. You're already halfway through it. So so yeah, you're doing a good job, man. Don't even worry about that.
I'm right there with you too, though, man. It's a constant self-supervision.
Right. Well, there's nothing wrong with that awareness.
People tell me that all the time. They're like, dude, you say that word a lot. And I'm like, well, that's just the way I talk, I don't
sounds like a sailor.
I'm not doing it to like be disrespectful or anything. That's just how I talk to people.
It's just so useful. It's so versatile.
That's funny.
I have the same problem.
It fits in every conversation.
What?
The word.
I didn't say it.
The word that I'm not supposed to say.
No, yeah, well, please. Do not do that.
I'm
that's
trying. I'm telling you.
Well, hey, honestly, you're doing a good job, as I mentioned, man. We're already halfway through the show, so don't worry. We're going to be right back. Actually, I'm going to take a break here. It's the top of the hour, and stick around. We're on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. If you want to be part of the show, open studio concept here at Reno Town Mall, right across from the beautiful Atlantis Casino, right next to Burlington. If you've ever been old and have bad feet, you know where the proper foot is. If you've ever been jobless, you know where Nevada Job Connect is. We're right between the two. We're sandwiched between those two. So come on down here, whether you don't have a job, whether you have bad feet, or you just want to hang out and be on the radio. We're here hanging out. It's 93.7 on your FM dial. We're going to be right back.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back right here on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, and we are 93.7 on your FM dial, as well as 1400 AM and 103.3 FM, which is getting some work done on it. So if you're trying to tune into that in South Reno, no luck right now, but it will be back up, so don't worry. Hey, you have landed up on Northern Nevada's Voice, maybe your new favorite radio show. Jay Biggs here, as we are getting blunt each and every day between 4 and 6. Don't forget, we got the 420 roll call, which I was a little bit late on, but thanks to my doggy, Rob the Rabid Dog, I was able to obtain my phone, which has the record of who's hitting me up for the 420 roll call. And I left that in my phone today. I've just been so busy, bro. I've been going out and talking to people, trying to make literally every part of this radio station crack, whether it's new shows. We have 29.
Damn.
Grayson counted them. 29 new shows to Reno.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
Dude, yes. It's insane how much we got going on here at the station. So if you would like to be a part of this, man, we are looking for sponsors. So if you would maybe like to either sponsor a show or have some commercials play, we are killing it with our sales packages right now. And you can get some killer deals. Just get a hold of me, 775-360-0692. And boom, just like that. Tall Trevor. You've got some Rockin' Reno stickers.
I do.
Yeah, I'm seeing those here. So that's cool. If you would like to get some Rockin' Reno stickers for the inaugural show happened on Saturday night. Once again, I'm very proud of him and what he accomplished with that show, especially for the first time being a radio host, dude. But what was the name of the band? Tell us a little bit about your show. What happened?
So, yeah, Friday night, it was a mixture of music. Some of it was local music that we played. Some of it was some of the bigger bands just from the different subgenres of rock, because there's so many, especially with metal. But yeah, the first band I had on is Declined Estate. They're a little bit younger guys, but they're kind of like a more emo Deftones is kind of a good way to put it.
They played our festival last year.
Oh, you know them too, Double Z.
Yeah.
Super good group of guys. They're working on a new album right now, so I'm excited for that. See what they do with that. But yeah, they're smart and they seem like they have their head on pretty straight. So I, wish them nothing but the best.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, they're really nice kids. I couldn't believe the singer just turned 20.
Yeah, he's pretty young. And like the way he conducts himself, and I mean the whole band really.
They could be going places.
Yeah. All they need is that one person to hear them at the right time, and
like P. Diddy. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I think 20 is a little old for Diddy.
Yeah, right. Well, is there somebody like that in the rock industry? I mean, like we've already called out the hip hop industry for this. Like, is there anybody like that in the rock industry? You think there's got to be people like that, right?
I mean, there would have to be. For a long stint there when I was in high school, there was several bands that were getting different allocations thrown at them for different things, and yeah, it got
Is Kanye wrong? Do the Jews control the music industry? Or whatever it is he said. I don't know. Dude, that guy's crazy.
I think the dude from Megadeth got kicked out of the band for messaging some young girl.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Megadeth?
Yeah.
Aren't they coming to Reno soon?
No, they were just here.
They were just here. Okay.
I think the next real big show is Shine down in Coheed and Cambria, but I don't think that's until like October.
Really?
Yeah. And Ashes to New just got put on that ticket as well, so that's pretty cool.
I think it's actually in a couple of weeks. I just got an alert about it today for if I wanted to work or not.
Oh, maybe it's in September then.
I think so. I think it's only in a couple of weeks or something. I could be wrong.
If only we had some kind of device that could tell us.
Yeah, exactly.
Like some kind of little supercomputer type deal that we're always attached to and on.
Well, I wonder if the Megadeth guy got caught over in Reno, because we did recently have another sting.
Yes,
as you know, there was a sting at the J Resort. And turns out there were some. There was the guy who was apparently looking at pictures of his nude sister, and so that's all exposed. Now there's another guy here in Reno too. So I just heard about him recently.
What's up, guys? We're here in Reno, Nevada. We just caught sex offender Oscar Castillo. Did 8 years in the DOC for molesting a 7-year-old girl. They never stop, do they? Mr. multiple decoy accounts admitted to us that he's been receiving videos. He's 10 years old to his phone. The Reno cops do have his phone. I don't think he's going to get arrested today because, they haven't seen anything on his phone yet. They're going to dump his phone, obviously, but he's nervous right now. He's going to be in some trouble very, very soon.
Yikes.
70 years old, domestic a bunch of 13-year-old girls.
Yeah, so that right there is from the account Predator Poacher Clips, sent to us by Sidell from Sidell's Bathhouse. So thank you for that information. And yeah, lots of weirdos. Rob.
I heard an idea for a good game show.
Oh, John, how can we go from that to that? But okay, I'm all ears.
We get these people, foreigners that want to
Whack-a-mole.
come into America. They want to come into America and earn their citizenship. They got to go hunt down child predators and take them out. We'll call it Alien versus Predator.
Oh, I'm down. Alien versus Predator. Rob's a comedian, if you didn't know. He does show up because we do have this off the clock comedy with John Banks every Friday from 6 to 9, which has now been whittled down from 6 to 8 because Midnight Coffee Roasters holds stand-up comedy each and every Friday night at 8 o'clock. And I feel like I want to make it a funnel for Midnight to where we can bring the people in to do shows here live and promote the fact that Midnight Coffee's happening. So once they're done on the air here, roll on down to Midtown.
Yeah, you.
Hang out at Midnight Coffee Roasters where you might see Rob the Rabid Dog.
Have you met this dude, the Pinche Lanzo?
Yeah, come on, man. He has a show here.
Oh, my bad. You're the one that hooked me up with him. We got him as the comedian for the Riffs and Rhymes.
Oh, awesome.
Lonzo,
Yeah, you're the one. You're the one that you
Lonze.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put him on the I tagged him.
Yeah,
That's
and
right.
So I checked him out and I hit him up and we got something worked out. So yeah, he's going to be hosting the whole event all day.
Dude, that's so awesome. He does the third side
So
right here.
So
every
thank you,
Thursday.
thank you for that, man. It's that was really cool.
That's so cool. I love hearing that people are getting connected.
Just networking, man. You know what I'm saying? It's small ass Reno.
Right. And even though his name is actually it's Lonze.
Okay.
It's different. But people in the community, as far as comedy, know this dude. So make sure you go and check him out too. Riffs and Rhymes Music Festival too. That's what we're here really hitting on and talking about. It's happening September 12th, 2026. It's happening at the Alpine downtown on between 3rd and 4th. Actually, I'm sorry, the 300 block of 4th Street. There we go. 324 East 4th. I'm trying to get with the program here. The alpine-reno.com. You can go over there and check it out. Let's talk more about the live rap battle that you got going on, Double Z.
Yeah, so we got Aaron the Icon versus Slushy the Kid. And the cool thing about this, when I first approached them, they're like, Aaron's like, shout out to both of these guys. They're both Reno battle rap vets out here too. Been on the scene for years. This is actually the second time they're battling. The first time that they battled though was a 2-on-2. So I hit up Aaron and I'm like, do you want to battle Slushy for real this time? And he was like, yeah, tell him to put up some money. So they started at a $50 bet, and then within a week they're like, nah, we're gonna battle for 100. So they're doing that. And then as far as we're having that one. That one's locked in.
Right.
I if it was up to me, I'd like to add another one. Me and Battleborn Clothing have been working for years to try to get the scene back together. It kind of fell off after COVID and kind of got messed up. And all of our Reno vets are grown up and have families and don't want to spend time doing battle rap anymore. And so
you never know what you're going to get with
our scene used to be we used to the old underground before the new version. Like we used to pack that place out with rap battle events. Like that place was crazy, and we had people coming out. We were actually, I don't know if you guys are familiar, but there used to be the rap battle league. Grind Time was one of the biggest ones in the country, biggest one in the country besides URL. But Reno actually became a hub for a tryout center for the West Coast League. So we had a lot of West Coast vets and stuff like that that would come here and host battles and stuff like that. We used to have really big major events. So like I said, me and Slasher Steve from Battleborn Clothing are trying to get some excitement back in Reno about battle rap and trying to get matches back together and stuff like that. So anybody that wants to try out, hit me up on Facebook, the Oswald Intox page. And
wait a minute, you're connected with Battleborn Clothing?
Absolutely.
They make my hats.
Yeah, you.
Man, come on, bro.
Whoa. Look at that.
I'm for life now, bro.
Battleborn. There you go. There you go. Yeah, the hat from Rob is made by them.
Yep.
That's insane.
Yeah, man. Yep, that's family right there, man. We've been rocking for a long time.
Damn. Oh, see, how long have you been involved in the scene?
Steve is actually the one that gave me this tattoo. There's only like 5 of us that have this tattoo.
Oh, that's brotherhood, bro. So when did you actually get involved in the music scene? What were your inspirations growing up? Double Z.
The Reno scene, or just
I mean, just in just music in general.
I mean, I pretty much jumped on the scene. It took me about a year after I moved out here, so I think I've been out here for about, I don't know, I'd say at least good 15 years or something.
Where'd you come from?
From Midwest, Wisconsin. I think we talked about this last time.
That's right. That's right. I forgot about
the KC. Yeah. Yeah, it took me about a year to get some footing out here and to understand what was going on out here, because I didn't know anybody out here when I moved out here at all. So I just started going to open mics and stuff like that and trying to find people like that. And then took me about a year to get on the scene and meet the right people and start making music out here and stuff.
Well, you've made the right connections, man. Taking a look at this roster and this lineup just between the businesses and the people, you know.
Absolutely.
And so shouts out to everybody that's showing support to the Riffs and Rhymes Music Festival too, which is happening September 12th, 2026. Once again, where can people get tickets in case they're just tuning in?
So we have a Riffs and Rhymes Music Festival 2026. We have an event page that's already on Facebook, and then if you go to the event page, there's a ticket link that's already live and ready to go. You can get tickets on there now. If you order them early, save yourself $5, so probably be a good time to do that.
Right. Man, I'm with Rob here. I'm starting to think
and
about
it's 17 and under is free this year.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
So bring out the family.
For real.
If there wasn't any more reason to.
Right.
Right. And September 12th, the weather's going to be relatively mild. Hopefully, there's no storms or anything like that.
You
but
never know.
But it's going to be indoors this year, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
last year was kind of like, we hope it does not rain or even snow. It is Nevada.
Yeah, especially in September, you don't know what it's going to do.
I had no idea.
dude.
Yeah, they could have ruined everything.
Right. I threw a wrestling event one time in Fernley on like October 25th. And the whole time I was clenching my cheeks on the weather. I was just like,
oh man.
Just hoping to God. Turns out it was a beautiful day.
Right.
But that was a whole nother story. Just continuing on with funny rap battles. I do have this queued up. I wanted to play this here. And this is from one of my favorite movies, Malibu's Most Wanted. Let's check this out here on here.
Yeah, so I mean that's what I was saying too, though. Like we're trying to get the matches back here, but in all honesty, if there just ain't no kids hungry out here. There's nobody calling anybody out or doing anything like that. But we're willing to put together an event for like tryouts to 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 step up and see what y'all can do or
Do you think the
whatever.
battle rap's the way to go, or should you maybe go with a cipher or some sort? Like to where people
I
come
mean,
in and
they,
just.
we already. I mean, we already got a couple people doing the Reno ciphers out here.
Oh, okay.
It's a lot of freestyle and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So
Right, with the backpack rap and all that.
this is more of really trying to put the league back together and make some noise out here and get people interested back in the real stuff. But yeah, we're willing to put, if anybody's listening to this out here that hasn't battled before, we'll put you against somebody else that hasn't battled before, or they only have one battle or something, and see what y'all can do, and then try to make it up the ranks or something. Maybe we can make a contest out of it or something like that. So anybody that's interested in really battle rapping, get at me on Facebook.
Right, absolutely. And you can find, where can people find you?
It's Intox or Oz. What does it say? Oz Intox, I think.
This is why I keep calling you that name, because that's why I
know.
know you by.
Yeah,
bro.
I think it's Oz Intox, but I'm double Z. It should say that all on the thing. But you can get a hold of me there, or you can just hit up Battleborn on Facebook as well.
Absolutely. Okay, with that being said, we're going to go to another song right now. It's Earl Sweatshirt, Hive. It's right here on 93.7, 103.3, and 1400 AM. We'll be right back on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, and we are live all the way till 6 o'clock, 93.7 on the FM dial, 1400 AM, and 103.3 FM as well, soon to be re-established on the air. Now, we are doing some really cool stuff here, and we are completely live at the station from 6 a.m., starting with Valerie Ferrari, all the way until 9 p.m. at night, each and every night, except for Sunday. So that is Salem Sundays. And even then, we have rather awesome programming that you can check out in the evening times. It's just during the day we do the Salem Network. And you can check that out overnight as well. But yeah, right here tonight, we do have the Tabers with You Decide immediately following this show at 6 o'clock. That goes until, and speaking of the Tabers, here they come. And that goes until 8 o'clock. And then after that, it is Wide Open Talk with Greg. And man, who knows who's going to be in the studio with him this week as they basically open up a bottle of whiskey, pass it around, and have a show. It's really cool, fun stuff here on the show. Now, our guest of honor this week, Double Z. What's up, bro? How you doing, man?
Yo, what's up, Reno?
Hey, Riffs and Rhymes Music Festival #2 is headed your way at the Alpine, and then it's going to be with 2 stages, and it's an all-day event. You can go and check it out with the family. In fact, we just learned that 17 and under are free. How cool is that, man? Tell us some more about this event.
What do you want to know, bro?
Anything, dude. Just, throw out there maybe what people can look forward to.
12 hours of nonstop music of every genre of music that you can possibly think of, except Trevor here he reminded me that I don't have a folk band on there, so I guess that's the
My bad.
I tried to get my homie to come and do some country, but so I guess that we don't have all genres, but pretty darn close.
Some folks could show up.
Like I said, the full restaurant menu, full bar, temporary tattoos for the kids. We're gonna have the band merch and live raffles all day by all of our amazing sponsors and stuff, and super jazzed. Like since last year, I think we had like 22, I think 20 bands. 20 bands, and then this year we have closer to 30, and then same thing with the sponsors. There was like maybe like 20 last year, and now it's like almost 30 again.
Hell yeah.
You're almost gonna have to go to 2 days next year.
Yeah,
right.
I don't know.
I mean,
Trevor has a point.
Yeah,
because 12 hours, that's a long time. Granted, I mean, people are out at Warped Tour literally sun up, sun down, and then some, but
well, you can't camp around the Alpine unless you're homeless.
Yeah, and then like booking a venue for 2 days and stuff too, and like I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot on my plate, man. I'm
You sound like you're tired of it already. He's exhausted.
It's just really a lot, and it's coming up really fast. And
right.
The more bands that have been added, like I said, now like I'm dealing with, I don't know what it is. I think 26, 27, 28 artists or something like that. That's
Wow.
a lot of people to deal with. And then same thing with the sponsors too. That's a lot of people to be in contact with. A lot of, you know what I'm saying?
making sure they're all happy. And,
I'm just trying to get it together. It's sneaking up really fast, and I'm going to Burning Man. So like I'll be gone for a couple of weeks leading up to the event. So
right. Well, I mean, and I know myself how it is throwing events. You got to like. I mean, the last week, especially, dude, you are on grind mode, and it's like there's no sleeping.
I don't know what I was thinking, but I'm coming back from Burning Man, and then I'm coming back that week, and then we play that weekend. So I'm like, I don't know why I thought that date was gonna be a good date, because.
It's right after my birthday. It's a great day.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
We've got Jay Biggs' birthday celebration, aka Riffs and Rhymes Music Festival.
Man,
too.
I hope you pull up, bro.
I mean, why not? This is why I started, doing the station the way I did, was so that I would have time on Friday and Saturday nights after 9 to go out and do things. But also on top of that, I have during the day on Saturday now that I can, because we got the Rock and Rev and Doug the Jazz Thug in here, that they're doing music for 8 straight hours in the morning and afternoon. So I actually have time now that I can come and do that. So
yeah, let's plan on me being there for sure. There's so much going on in town the next few months, and in town right now is Hot August Nights. Are you going to go around and check out some of the cars or anything, or is that your thing?
I don't think I have time, man, to really be going out anywhere right now unless I'm getting paid.
Right.
I literally just sit in front of my laptop all day and trying to pull it all together, and
right. No,
like
I get it.
last time I was in here, we talked about like all the different promoters and stuff I work for out here, running the stage and loading and stuff like that. So yeah, unless I'm getting paid, you don't really see me out very much. Like I get out enough for all the events, so it's not like I'm missing out on anything. I'm pretty much out for all the big events. So other than that, yeah, I'm a homebody. I'm sitting and glued to my laptop like 24/7 if I'm not getting paid.
Right. No, I completely understand that. Absolutely. Dan Hubbard hit me up the other day.
All right.
And he did tell me that they've got an event coming up. I'm trying to remember the name of it. But
Project Flow.
Project Flow. That's right.
Oh, here I got a flyer.
You got a flyer for it? Okay.
I can give you one of those to check over.
Dude, that's awesome because I'm going to be one of the judges.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. So I did post about it. That's why I was going to the page. I'm like, I have information there. I know. Hey, there we go. Thank you. We're going to put that up too. Dude, this is awesome. Okay, both these posters are going up on our walls here so everybody knows what's going on. Algorithm, Sound Destroyer, Nick Polini, Lozano. That's going down at the Alpine. Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. We had Algorithm in here. Or maybe it's some guy named Algorithm or something. I don't know. Not Al Gore for sure.
He ain't got no rhythm.
No, he doesn't. Only Bill Clinton has the rhythm with that one and saxophone. Sell it 17 years. Project Flow. Oh my God. You know what? Here we go. $1,000 cash prize Saturday, October 10th, 2026. So a month after your festival that's happening at the Alpine as well.
Correct.
And I'm going to be one of the, as I mentioned, hosts or guest judges or something for that. So Project Flow, big things happening. Riffs and Rhymes, big things happening even sooner. September 12th is when you can get out there right after the balloon races and check that out.
The funny thing about Project Flow, that's crazy, 17 years. But I think me and my people were like on the very first 3 of them.
Really?
So to think that it's been we were in the original ones, and for it to be 17 years. Well, so I must have been here longer than 15 years then.
He lost a couple of years.
Wow.
Maybe he was intoxicated.
Wow. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Checks out.
Yeah,
You're right.
Definitely. Yeah, so
Doing a little bit of time traveling.
Jeeps.
He had to get it together, man.
I've been out here a lot longer than I thought.
That's all right. Well, with that being said, let's hear another song real quick. It's Get It Together from the Beastie Boys. All right. Apparently, the end of that song is just so bad they can't even make a clean version of it. Welcome back to Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. We're live on the air right here. Riffs and Rhymes Festival is happening on September 12th at the Alpine, and we are talking to Double Z, who's putting the event on right here. We got Tall Trevor as well from Rock and Reno, and Rob the Rabid Dog.
Yeah.
Is the Booty Hunter back?
Oh, it sure seems that way.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I guess the cup makes sense still now. Yeah, I have a cup that Brian Wirch of Big B's Unique Cuts, who was my
Big
guest
B,
yesterday.
shout out.
Dude, this is what he said. He was like, he could not believe you were going to be on the show today. He was like, that's crazy. And again, there we are. That's Reno, right? Like
Man,
all these people.
Intoxicated. We actually played a private event at his house one time and stuff.
You actually went out and played a private event at his crib.
Yeah.
that checks out as well. That's Big B. Man, what a cool dude. Honestly, he's so connected as well. As we were talking about yesterday, he's become really good friends with Afro Man. Yeah, a lot of those people.
Spice Ones.
Yep, absolutely, man. So hey, he was even invited to rap and Fote to his wedding renewal, his vows renewal recently. So yeah,
I've met him. I've met him up in like San Francisco.
You guys have kicked it.
Yeah, we've kicked it.
Bro, I had no clue about that.
Yeah, a long time, man.
Well, there's Reno for you.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody's connected out here one way or another.
2 degrees of the
And
separation.
If not, it's only a matter of time. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. You could not have said that anymore. So, but yeah, you're right. It's just a matter of time before people do get connected because, well, it's just a matter of time before people know about this station because we are Northern Nevada's voice, KNR, KPGF. We are broadcasting and simulcasting live to 3 stations, and you can hear us on 93.7 here in Northern Nevada. You can hear us on 1400 AM as well as 103.3 FM. You can stream us live at americamatters.us. You can go to YouTube, search Northern Nevada's Voice. The live video feed is up right there of this entire show. And then also on top of that, if you go over to our website, the best website ever created for a radio station by Grayson Negra Anejo Lee, go and visit his website at graysonleeexperience.net. But our site, which is northernnevadasvoice.net. Once again, that's northernnevadasvoice.net. Just click the Listen Live tab. It's going to take you right there so that you can listen to the audio form. So we have a plethora of ways that you can actually check out the station here, as well as joining us on all social media. Look for Northern Nevada's Voice and my show, which I'm still asking for support. Get over to Biggs Blunt at Biggs Blunt. That's BIGGSBLUNT. My show is Monday through Friday, and it is from 4 to 6 p.m. Don't forget the 420 roll call. And if you would like to talk about your business or event, or maybe you want to bitch, gripe, or complain about something, I've got a platform for you right here in Reno. All you have to do is literally show up to the studio, and I will put you on between 4 and 6. Just do not suck, because if you suck, I've only got a couple hours to hang out with my friends each day. I'm gonna boot you out of here. I'm gonna boot you out. So please bring some substance, right? Or substances, whatever.
Either or, maybe
Right.
both.
Both, yeah.
Right. Well, now you have a low friends in high places or high friends in low places. We can't decide. Either way. So Rob the Rabid Dog, what's going on with you lately, man?
Well, as you know, me and the Rabid bitch split up, so I've been spending my last couple days moving my stuff to a new location, just getting all that set up. Just running around having fun, just living life, yo.
There we go. It's a dog's life, man. You're roaming.
Hell of a real.
Whichever way the wind blows. So that's good. So, well, you know what? Hey, things happen, and you're always a homie. You always got a spot here no matter what goes down.
Right.
So just know you're part of the OG Blunt crew.
You.
Even if Joel is unreliable, I still consider him on that OG crew a little bit too.
Well,
My buddy Joel. And Grayson Negra Neholi, as always. I mean, it really doesn't get any more than those 4. Those are the 4 pillars of being blunt with Jay Biggs.
the 4 bluntsmen.
Yeah, the 4 bluntsmen. There we go, like the 4 horsemen, but we're the 4 bluntsmen. I love it. Man. So let's talk Double Z a little bit more because we have got about 10 minutes left on the show.
Excellent.
So I would like to, if possible, go through the sponsors list one more time. And yeah.
I just wanted to also plug our own podcast too.
Oh, yes, please,
Intoxicated
please.
Television. We're on season 3 now. Probably it probably I mean the episodes are still running. It's running Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays as of right now. So 3 times a week because we got backed up with so many. So probably we're probably going to take a month or two. Well, like once those run out, we should have another season. So we'll be moving on to probably season 4 by the end of the year. Also, yeah. So if anybody wants to be a guest on our podcast, it's pretty chill. You can find all of our stuff over at Intoxicated Television on YouTube.
And that's with like 3 X's, right, or something.
It's 2 X's, and then all the C's are K's, and all the S's are Z's.
You sound like me doing gang graffiti back in the day. There was no C's. Everything was crossed out. It was all red.
Probably the dumbest thing I ever did because nobody can find us on every time.
That's okay.
So that's why I got to take.
Were you intoxicated when you made it?
I got to take people. Well, I just thought it would be different. I just thought it would be different, and then now I got to take everybody's phones, and I'm like, just give me your phone. I'll type
How do you think Luck Pita feels when people search him and it's bread?
So shout out to Luck, man.
Yes.
Other than that, I guess I want to. We got 2 more music videos that are like almost complete. That'll be out by the end of the year. So 2 more singles, 2 more videos.
Now, we also did post, speaking of your Intoxicated Television, which the interviews, we did post the Grayson Lee interview that you did.
Oh, you did?
On the Being Blunt page. So, yeah,
I appreciate that, man. So I think there's still like 2 or 3 more episodes with him.
Really?
Yeah, we sat up. We were
just smoking, chilling.
Yeah, we were smoking, chilling. We were drinking, and there was probably like maybe 4 hours that we were just sitting around, just talking smack and getting through it. By the end, you
can tell.
By the end of it, like the next couple episodes or the last few, yeah, I start slipping. I don't know I forget what we're talking about and stuff like that. But
the last one you posted about, I've watched a good chunk of it, and it starts off pretty normal and like kind of nonchalant, but then by the end of it, you're just like,
yeah,
what are they doing?
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah,
like not in a bad way.
No, I'm telling you, it only gets worse from here.
God!
Like the first ones were fine because we just started out, and but after like 4 hours, like it got pretty weird. So yeah, so look forward to that.
Almost like any late night conversation 4 hours.
Yes, exactly.
We still got to get you 2 on, Biggs.
Well, dude, I would love to. About the only night now I can do it is either, unless it's after 9 o'clock.
Yeah,
but would be Sunday. So yeah, we just got to figure it out, dude.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, we will.
100%, man. We'll make it happen. If there's a will, there's a way. I always say that, right? Just like if there's a will to go to Riffs and Rhymes Music Festival, well, September 12th, there is a way to go. You just got to buy tickets and come. If you have kids, don't use that as an excuse. 17 and under are free. Single mothers, show up. Oswald needs a... No, I'm joking.
No, I really do.
That's right, ladies.
Bring all the single mommies my way.
Yeah.
Now, I did notice that you recently asked for 2 girls for a video shoot. Did you get any hit-ups on that?
I think that we were asking for models.
Was it models? Yeah.
Yeah, I got a whole roster already.
That's awesome. That is awesome. There you go, dude.
Oh yeah, we got a lot of merch that will be released at the show. So
that's what's up.
A bunch of probably 5 or 6 new designs and stuff. So this is one. The new Envious shirt.
Oh, there you go. I like that. Hold on. What is on the caution sign there? Is that a guy holding a
people
bottle?
drinking?
It's our little.
Oh, look at that.
It's the little intoxicated guys.
That is awesome,
Intoxicated
dude.
pedestrians.
Yeah, right.
So
yeah, Envious.
1 +
It's like
1.
Envious,
I get it.
like a Nevada envy, or I mean Nevada. Yeah.
Why do I see a crash test dummy wearing that shirt? I just imagine him sitting there with the radioactive,
Aren't we all just crash test dummies, man?
Kind of in the end. You
Well,
know?
you was a couple weeks ago, right?
Right. Hey.
Like a month and a half ago.
Ooh.
Yeah. See.
Ooh.
Well.
There was kind of crappy about that. So I got into my accident.
It was a crap test.
Yeah. Then I had a buddy that wrecked, and then his girl got in a wreck, got hit by a Tesla.
God damn.
And
How
then
do you get hit by a Tesla? I thought these
Right?
things were self-driving.
They do, but if you try, you can hit somebody.
If you
try.
if you run
you
into
try.
it, and you're
Like,
like,
yeah, no, with the Tesla, you almost have to try to hit somebody. It's kind of bad.
I thought they
and
automatically stopped and stuff.
That's
then
only
you
for
can override them if you pay for the subscription.
Oh, right.
right.
And
Yeah.
Or
then,
somebody just like goes full speed running at it or something.
And then the week after that,
Or if
one
you're
of the
doing
other girls we
or if
ride
you're a
with got
protesting
sideswiped.
pedestrian, then you can get ran over. Jeez, I guess. Who knows? Okay, well, any news, Trevor, before we get out of here as far as bike nights coming up? Maybe you want to drop some info or any upcoming guests on Rock and Reno, anything?
Yeah, so for Rock and Reno this week, it's going to be my buddies in Tiny Paper Hearts. They're like a pop punk kind of band, kind of like that Day to Remember style.
They get the thumbs up from Oz.
I know them too.
Oh, you do? Hey.
We jam at the same studio.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, and it's funny when you look at Evan, you would never guess his career. The lead singer, he's an electrician, but you look at him when he's dressed in his like outside work attire, you would be like, no way.
Really?
Oh, yeah, he does like the different color contacts and gauges and tattoos and
Really?
chains and all like anything that's alternative.
So he looks like a rocker, kind of.
He looks different.
There we go.
And
Okay,
not
well,
even a rocker, but he's such a cool dude. So down to earth, very chill. So I'm excited about that. I'm actually one reason I've been playing on my phone is I'm talking to Giant Skunk right now.
Yep.
Might get them on at the same time. He's checking with the band right now, so you know it's constant. I've been up for
Love those guys, man. Those guys are amazing.
Oh, it's
I
such a
I tried to
different
get.
sound,
I
too.
was trying to get them on.
On this?
Yeah, I was trying to get them on this year. I think they did play last year. But they couldn't commit this year. I think somebody's out of town or something. But yeah, those guys are really amazing.
well, Tall Trevor is dedicated. He's so dedicated that he's willing to even search for snow in the middle of the summer. So and stay awake however long he'd be. Anyways, oh my God.
I'll
All
find
right.
it.
Right. Well, it's coming.
I'll just put my nose to the ground, so to speak.
Right. Well, just go to the Peppermint Hippo in the front bathroom. I
Right.
call it the North Pole.
Now when I go to work again, I get drug tested.
Right.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, sorry.
you're
72
not.
hours. Don't go to work. Anyways. Okay. Let's talk about this again here. Riffs and Rhymes Music Festival number 2. It's not number 1. This is number 2. Last year was in Carson City. This year they've moved up the 395 to Reno, and they're holding it at the Alpine indoors, so you don't have to worry about the elements outside. You don't have to worry about the rain or snow or whatever. But without a doubt, the most stacked lineup so far. I said at the beginning of the show, I'll go ahead and read them off again. Doc Gruesome, False Rhythms, Luck Pita, Silence the Crowd, the Mozzie Squad, the Machine Gun Vendetta, Treat 'em, Evil Ash, TKD, Mercy for Thine Enemies, MC Friend, T Wisdom, Stallone Keys, Low New Breed, T Reezy of MTF, Big Furf. Is that a number? Okay. Deathbed Click, Tipsy, Akbad, Bash Brothers, Angels Madness, Relic 444, Groxon,
Giron.
Okay, I knew I was
I
gonna get
know.
that.
I know. I get it.
Love you, Giron. We don't know you. But I'm just giving you some.
He just came to the Kelly show with us. He did really good.
Okay, good deal. Erica Malone, It's Hirsch, Big Back Music, and Dynamite Kink. Now, thank you.
And
oh yes,
just added Get Money.
Get money.
Just added.
Oh, yo,
Just
John, Lil, the Dab and Dad, right there. Get money. Man, those are the homies. Been knowing them forever. Also, the Intoxicated Pedestrians, who aren't even on the poster.
Yeah, I forgot to put myself on there.
That's okay.
But yeah, we're doing a special set with all of our collaborations and featured guests.
This is going to be really cool. I'm very excited.
It's the first time we're playing a lot of these songs with these people that we've never got to play live before, so it's really special for us.
Right, exactly.
They still be
And
able to check part of
shout
that.
out to all the sponsors too. Too many to list, but shout out the sponsors. Shout out to the camera people. Shout out to your homie, the comedian guy.
DJ Lanza.
Shout out to DJ Lion, and then shout out to the Alpine, and then to Aaron the Icon and Slushy the Kid. That's gonna put on an amazing battle. If they're putting up $100, they're both going to take it serious. So
right. Right. And now, how are you going to decide who wins? Who is the decide? Is it the crowd noise, or who's going to be the decision maker on the $100?
Hey man, thanks for putting me on the spot and making me think about that. It totally slipped my mind that I probably need a couple judges and stuff.
Well, you know, I did at the Revan roast last week. I got a DB meter on my phone. And I was like, hey, if you think this one won.
I got to write that down. That's something I completely didn't even think about right yet. So
we just got to the end of the night. It would have been like a wrestling match.
See, like, whichever
like, which one of you guys are going over?
I'll be like, who's getting, then they're mad at me because,
whichever guy at the end is crying, he didn't win.
They just get your $50 back or something.
Or you could make another poster and have them actually battle.
Rematch. And then make a poster for your poster.
Yeah, right.
Oh, hey, I could do that.
AI.
Yeah. Well, hey, AI. You might catch an AI poster, but you can catch a real fade if you're messing with Double Z. It sounds like so.
AI,
even if you're in Oregon. Okay. Anyway, no, let's blast it. Let's blast it. Anyway.
Yeah.
So
that kid was blowing me up the whole time that we were sitting here. That's why I had to put my phone away.
Right, ridiculous. We're trying to like literally do a professional radio show here.
For whatever reason, man, like I don't know. There's a lot of
drama,
a lot of clowns and haters out there that don't want to see me come up for whatever reason, and I don't get it.
Oz, if you're not doing something right, then nobody's ever going to hate on you, right? So it's like, so just think about that.
Right.
This is why there's a number 2 coming, dude.
I got some Stan in Oregon that don't think that he can be touched, but
right. Well, you never know. You never know.
A buddy of mine, he recently posted a video, riding his bike, and he took a turn the wrong way and ended up going wide, and almost an accident kind of deal, and got a bunch of views and comments and everything, but everyone in that comment section is all of a sudden a professional rider that's never made a mistake in life. And it's like,
right.
It happens. Like, why do you think accidents are called accidents?
I don't know. It comes with the territory, man.
Right.
I keep rolling with the punches. And
haters gonna hate.
I got
hate.
enough people that love me out here. Well, you know what I'm saying. So,
all right. Well, hey, thank you, Double Z.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, bro. Much
Riffs and Rhymes, 2026.
He had to do it, man. I'll voice over for you, bro. It's okay. Yeah, I gotta get it down, but I will for sure. We'll do like a commercial or something, maybe, and play it.
Definitely.
But yeah. Hey, stick around here on the show. We got the Tabers coming in next. Tom and Jane. You never know what kind of craziness is going to happen there. As I mentioned, it's like a good political TV sitcom. You got Tom right down the middle, and Jane, I'm sure she's laughing a little bit. She's going to be the devil's advocate. Which is what she does right here on the show. I love it. So stick around. It's going to be 2 hours of fun. And Riffs and Rhymes, don't forget, make sure you go and check that out. The Alpine on the 12th of September. It's happening. We're going to be talking lots about it between now and then. Posters are going to be up here at the studio. Thank you, Rob the Rabid Dog.
Thank you.
Tall Trevor, proud of you, bro, for what you did on Saturday. And we're going to be right back here on the station. Stick around.
Thanks to you, man.
Hey, very good evening and welcome to You Decide. We put an exclamation point after you decide because we really want you to decide. Tom and Jane Tabor with you, and it happens to be Tuesday evening at about 6 o'clock, and we're off and rolling. Good evening, Jane.
Good evening, sir.
Well, turning your volume won't make a difference on the microphone, by the way. So, at any rate, we do have some special guests with us. Happens that we have Lisa Marie Lightfoot. Evening, Maurice.
Good evening, Tom.
And Malachi Sutherland. We already went through that bit about whether he's related to the Southern folks down in Los Angeles. But
I
They're
was
probably
just-
distant cousins or
I
something.
I was just trying my evening snark on. That's all.
Jane, there are a couple of things that we wanted to start off the evening to discuss. One of them is Melania.
Oh yes, she has done wonderful things. She has been acknowledged as the most humanitarian-minded first lady that we have had in the United States for a long, long time. And I think a big thank you goes out to her and congratulations for her efforts in a very wonderful way, especially with little kids.
How about Todd Blanche? Something happened to him today or yesterday.
Oh yeah, but Susan Collins. Oh. Yes, he is now the Attorney General of the United States, thanks to Mr. Cornyn from Texas and Mr. Thom Tillis from South Carolina, who begrudgingly decided that they had tried breaking arms enough. And Todd Blanche couldn't stand it anymore. So he said, listen, I'll get rid of that fund that President Trump wants to do for now. And they said, oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. And then they voted for him. But alas, Susan Collins was hanging out in the closet. Nobody considered anything, and she voted against him. Why? I have no idea.
Well, that's the way it goes in politics. And speaking of politics, starting at 6:30, we're going to be jumping into the DSA, which is a kind of, well, we'll discuss it when we get to it.
It's going to be a very heavy duty subject with lots of facts and figures, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to remember some things, just make sure you have a pencil or pen, piece of paper handy, just in case. Sometimes we say something, sometimes we don't.
And paper.
Yeah, I kind of like those.
Lisa Marie is going to discuss with us Classic American Coalition. I found out that I'm a Classic American, or is it Malachi?
Malachi's going to start, I think, first.
Yes,
Talk about. Yeah, go ahead.
And then Malachi is going to start out with Turning Point Action. You said classic. So I get classic from two different people, which means it must be us who are more mature.
Yes.
Go ahead, Malachi.
Absolutely. Yeah. So figure we'll go ahead and start with, just an overview of Turning Point in general, as Lisa's going to talk about kind of one of our groups later on after that. A lot of you guys might have heard of Turning Point USA, and that's the organization. They're a 501c3 nonprofit. They operate on the schools. They've got about, more than 2,000 chapters nationwide, and they're represented at over 3,500 schools. And they're a 501c3 that was started in 2012 by Charlie Kirk. And so I work for Turning Point Action, which is another umbrella under the Turning Point brand. And we're a 501c4 organization. We were founded a little bit later in 2019 by Charlie. And our main mission is to, off schools. It's where the USA side is to educate schools and students in conservative values and principles. Turning Point Action's main goal is to mobilize citizens for a conservative base. And kind of give them the necessary resources to elect true conservatives. Kind of despite, the organization's short period of existence, since 2019, Turning Point has become a big force for the conservative movement, hosting rallies all across the country for many, pro-America candidates like Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump. since its founding. And in 2024, Turning Point deployed thousands of ballot chasing representatives for tracking key target ballots in the battleground state. And in Arizona alone, Turning Point Action chased over 315,000 ballots. And so now we're kind of taking that model that was applied in Arizona, and we're applying in other key swing states like Nevada. So my role as a field representative, I have a particular region I'm in charge of. For me, that's kind of, if you draw a line on Reno and you go up to the Idaho border, that's my region. And so in that region, my main goal is to build these coalition groups so we can mobilize people for the grassroots.
Okay, so what's the Classic Coalition?
So we'll get to classics in just a minute.
Okay.
Let me just to touch on what kind of our coalitions are in general.
Okay.
Yeah. So, like I said, like our main thing is to identify, who are our target voters, who do we want to be in contact with, get them registered, kind of inspire them to get active, and then from there mobilize them. And so through that, we have our Turning Point Action coalitions. And so essentially the coalitions, and that will lead into classics. The coalitions are communities we rally around like a particular reason. I can't remember if I mentioned this. I think I skipped introduction altogether. I'm from Northern Nevada, born and raised, went to school at UNR for finance. So like in the business school, we talk about, finding your why as you go, to form a business. Like you really need to find the why you're doing it. And so same thing in politics. In our coalitions, we're trying to find what is this group's general why? Why are you involved? Why do you care to be involved in the political square? And so with our coalitions, we've got a Young Americans Coalition, they're like 18 to 30. We've got a Faith Coalition for Christians, evangelicals. We've got our Classic Americans Coalition, which Lisa will touch on in just a minute. We've got a Moms Coalition, and then we just started a Men's Coalition. So with each of these groups, the whole goal is they have a general why, and we're gathering around that reason to go mobilize from there. We kind of do that through rallies, voter registration drives, like I'd said, and door knocking. But then I guess I'll go ahead and hand it off to Lisa now, and you can go ahead and talk about the classics in particular.
Okay. Well, thank you again, Jane and Tom. We do have a tagline that we're using for Classic Americans, and it's Classic Americans don't retire from caring. They vote, they volunteer, they serve, and they lead. And I think that is a good line to start off what we are. We're an all-volunteer board. We report to Malachi. It's a little interesting for me at my age to report to a 22-year-old, but I'm handling it. John Kerry, I don't know if other people know him. He's on our board, and he handles the issues and chasing the ballot. We also have Nicole Harris, and she interfaces with the Leadership Institute, with Senior Rescue. She's a former Republican women president, and she's kind of famous for her brigades that went out and won the last election.
John and she are going to be with us in a couple of weeks to discuss questions 6 and 7 on the November ballot.
They were excited to have another venue for them. And then we have an interesting woman, Diane Marsh. We always call her the escapee from California. And she goes to all of the retirement assisted living communities. The data shows there's a lot of Republicans there, and they're not all really supportive.
So do they outlast in age the Democrats?
Maybe. I don't know. That's an interesting stat. I'll have to look that up.
Oh, that just sounds like so much fun. A food fight at the senior citizens group. I mean, what could be more headline than that? They don't hurt anybody. They just get them all messy. That's about it.
But we want to make sure that they're not forgotten, and sometimes they are in their ability to get registered into. We think that there are a lot of Republicans there, and we're after them to support them. So if you ask what are classics, I guess you'd say, well, at first I wasn't really crazy about that name. Maybe it's because we had Hot August nights. I kept thinking of cars, but I don't have any choice. I'm not in charge of Turning Point.
We're not metallic mobile vehicles.
That's true.
You guys don't get charged extra for registering as a classic.
So
we should get a discount now that you're talking about it.
This is true. I should mark it on that. But I realized, to me, and I'm a member of the Mount Rose Republican Women, and for me, I realized the group that we're targeting and that we're building is probably a lot like the Republican clubs, and that they're individuals, and there's some things about them that I think are kind of consistent. You can go to any of our meetings, and there's always people there that know American history, and I think that's something that 55 and older, they do know history and they can relate it. They can teach and model American values and traditions, the traditions of faith and family and freedom that are the core for Turning Points. So to me, I think that's terribly valuable. And then they have talents and abilities, they're retired, but they still have a lot of talent and abilities that they can share to save our communities, to save our state, and to save our country, which I think is essential. So I'm over the name, and although aging is harder than I ever imagined, I have accepted that I am a classic, so we're going forward. The requirements to be a classic member would be you have to be at least 55. We are nonpartisan, but we're considered to be a conservative group. And for me, conservative anymore is just being normal, because I think a lot of these liberal values are far from normal. And we're grassroots and we're free to join. And because we are under Malachi, we only serve Washoe County. And there are other groups that maybe will come about. I know there's some in Las Vegas. There's a classic that's
So I have a question for you guys. So Malachi is if you put it up on a whiteboard, Malachi would be up at the top. Then down below that, you have coalitions. Is that right? And you have how many? 5 coalitions under you, Malachi?
Yeah, we got 5 coalitions.
Okay. And then under that, the coalition people, that would be like you, Lisa Marie, as a classic. And then you have, what are the other divisions again that you have?
Yeah. So kind of, as the rep, I oversee, we have those 5 coalitions, and with those coalitions, each coalition has a board. And I work with the board to help establish events. So like Lisa is the chair of the Classics Coalition.
Right, but you have 4 more. What are their
4
names?
more. The other ones, we have Young Americans Coalition. That's like 18 to 30. We have a Moms Coalition.
Okay.
We have we just started a Men's Coalition. And then we also have a Faith Coalition for Christian.
All right, good. That helps a lot. And then under that, you have your membership.
Exactly.
Yeah, under that we have the membership.
That we're building. We build it, and we've only been doing this for like 3 or 4 months, really building.
And if a person is really interested in things, they can be more than one coalition.
Yeah, absolutely. So like we have kind of the way we work it is we put everybody into a chat, and we have different topics based upon whatever coalition they're in. We have a general events tab, so you can see everything that goes on cross coalition. So if you're in the Moms Coalition, you can see what the what the Faith Coalition's doing, and a lot of times different people from different coalitions might go to each other's events. The main purpose is to keep them centered around their drive, but welcome to go to each coalition.
He has a hard time controlling classics, but
I gotta keep a rein on them.
Well, they've been through a lot. That's why.
They tell me what to do.
Yeah. So do you guys meet? Do you go to a physical thing, or are you doing it all on computer? How are you having your meetings?
For classics or for all of them?
For all of it. I'm trying to get a good
picture,
broad view of this whole setup here. So
yeah, so we meet once a month. Each of my coalitions, we have meetings with the board. I meet with the board for each of my coalitions once a month on a different designated time, in person when possible, if needed. People are out of town. We do Zoom or whatever needed. But we meet to kind of discuss, okay, what are we going to do for this next month, next 2 months, event-wise, planning-wise, promotional.
So do you have an executive board made up of the heads of your coalitions?
Yeah, so I mean, I meet with them individually. It's like, for instance, like once a month, I'll meet with just the Classic Coalition board.
You don't all get
no,
together?
we don't all get together. No.
Oh, how come?
I'd like to work towards that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible to
busy.
have one in the future. It's just that for the most part, we're trying to advertise to the particular groups that we're recruiting for.
Okay, so this
yeah.
is sort of a grassroots for you too.
Yes,
So as soon
yes.
as you all are comfortable with the up and running, then you will advance into some other areas of communication that are so desperately needed in all kinds of organizations. The one thing that seems to be missing is nobody talks to each other. They all go off and wander around in 50 different directions, and that does not make for a solid functioning organization. If anything, it's most confusing. So we do wish you that wonderful, glorious day when everything all comes together and you guys are all happy little campers.
I think, just to explain a little bit, I think that Malachi serves that kind of role right now, because he takes his direction from Turning Point and then he downs it to all of us that are on the boards, and then we understand our different roles with the different kinds of members that we have. So you're right. I look forward to a time when we can talk and share a little bit more, but right now we're all still in a building mode.
But you have more on your paper.
I do. Do you want me to keep talking?
Sure.
Okay. So we went over the requirements, and the next thing I wanted to share was maybe about classic goals. The things that we kind of were taught to target so far, even though we have our own ideas often. We do registration support. One of our board members is officially trained in registration, and we like to make sure that's available. We'd like to expand that so there are more people that can go and make sure people are registered and the changes they need, and making all that really convenient. And we target, this is what I was initially taught with Turning Point, that Malachi kind of taught me about, but we're kind of targeting those disenfranchised voters too, building the relationships with them. Sometimes when you're a Republican, you don't do that kind of outreach. And so we're looking at those Republicans that are not voting. We'd like to find ways to reach them, find out where they're not, and find out how we can support them. Those independent voters that share our values and our views, they probably really are conservatives. And I put that heading conservative over Republican, but we want those people to vote for our candidates. And those Democrats, I think that's going to happen more recently than before. You're about to talk about some of that reasoning, but the Democratic Party is just not what it was 20 years ago. And I think that there are Democrats that are slowly beginning to realize that they might not fit in that particular Democratic Party. And maybe those are ones that we can turn towards our candidates and towards. But, all of that is very slow relationship building. And then we do issue and candidate education. That's another area. And conservative candidate development as much as we can. Do I need to take
No, that's okay. We have about 1 minute left.
Okay.
But what I want to do is make sure people know how to get in touch with you.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And telephone numbers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Emails, so forth.
If you guys want to get involved with the coalition groups, you can sign up at coalitions.com. You can see all the groups we have. Once again, we only have those 5 I had mentioned earlier: Moms, Faith, Classic, Men's, and Young Americans. You can sign up directly there. And then if you guys have any questions for me, you can contact me at my email. That's malachi.sutherland@tpaction.com, malachi.southerland@tpaction.com.
And if you know who you are and you're 55 or older and you'd like to join Classics, you can contact Lisa Marie Lightfoot, Classic Americans NV@gmail.com. That's CLASSIC Americans gmail.com, or you can text or call 775-750-4913. And we like men too in the classics.
You do, huh?
Even though he's trying to have a men's group and take my older
Lisa
men.
Marie and Malachi, thank you very much for
Of
joining
course.
us.
Thanks for having us.
As things move along, we'll get you back on.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us.
Yeah,
you.
keep us posted and much success to you.
Yeah, we've got 79. I'd love to recruit you two onto my coalition.
Welcome back to You Decide with the exclamation point. Tom and Jane Tabor with you. And as usual, a very special, well, not as usual, but a very special guest, nevertheless, Professor Randall Lloyd. He's a professor of political science. Am I correct? It's mechanical. I think I said electrical last time. Engineer?
Mechanical engineering.
Yeah.
That was the original Wayward Life.
And author. He keeps working on books. I think I told the listening audience last time that you've been working on these books for at least 12 years.
9 years.
9 years.
Seems more like 25, but
seems more like 25.
Yeah, it's been
Oh,
9
poor
years.
baby.
But we've known him so long that Randy seems a more appropriate handle. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Okay. Randy, somehow about 50 to 53% of Democrats are comfortable with socialism. And we've been hearing more on the radio and TV, not so much in local newspapers because they're more like advertising sheets than they are newspapers anymore. But can you give us kind of a rundown on all of this socialism? What else do we have? We have communism.
Mhm.
And
Fascism.
all of the Fauciism.
Fauciism?
Fauciism, yeah. It's a new
and
thing.
all of these isms, they all seem to have some of the same body to them, but they all seem to take away the rights and freedoms and life and liberty out of people.
Right.
So could you kind of give us a little background on all that?
Well, yeah, and one of the things is that part of the reason that half of Democrats are in favor of socialism is because they don't know what socialism is. And in fact, most people don't really understand what socialism is. For the last 150 years, there have been terms that have been bandied about, thrown around, trying to mean something and generally failing to convey any information. So things like socialism, communism, anarchism, collectivism, those are terms that have been used all the way back into the 1800s. And there was never any set definition for any of those words. It was basically whoever wanted to use something would throw out some word like that and then assume that everybody agreed with them in their definition.
And if they didn't, they still used it.
It was all over the place. And what I have done, and the two books that I've already published now on progressivism, I go into this in greater detail about the history of the words and the history of the thought behind the words. And I've come up to create basically a generic term and use what was and has been used for over a century, is the term collectivism, as the sort of overarching term for the other ones: socialism, communism, anarchism, and whatever.
Aren't they all a collective form of government, though?
Yes, they are. And that's why I say the generic form is collectivism as a political ideology. And the others are more specific into the policy details. And that's really the difference between the overarching ideology and the specific ism of socialism, communism, anarchism, or what have you, is because they have different outcomes in mind, things that they want to accomplish, the policies, the goals that are collectivist in their, in their core, but they look different when you see them in practice. And so that's basically where I've tried to do, is to give some separation between all of these things. And more or less the usage of the terms has been around because it came out of supposedly the sort of the Marxist, as people use that as a generic term, but that's not actually accurate either. Not everything is Marxist. Anarchists are not Marxists, for instance. There was a whole strain of anarchist literature. Kropotkin, for instance, who was behind the Russian Revolution, or was the inspiration of the Russian Revolution. And they actually were at odds with one another. The anarchists were thrown out of the International by Karl Marx because they disagreed with him. And so, and the international communists.
Isn't that how politics works? That
They
somebody
just throw
disagrees with
people
you?
out.
It is.
Throw 'em out?
It is anymore. But so the idea is that anarchism and Marxism are not the same thing.
Okay.
In fact, for the most part, Marxism became the form of collectivism, but it never was the only form of collectivism. It's never been the only form of collectivism. And so that's part of the thing that people don't understand, is that we're talking about some very different manifestations, implementations of ideas when you're talking about socialism or communism or anarchism, as, you know, that what I say is a street level kind of application of collectivism. So the way that it's sort of worked itself out over the last 100 years or so is that socialism is considered something of a mild collectivism, and mild in the sense that they're only going to have the state control productive property, like the factories. Everything was about industrialization in the 1800s. They never thought you would have a technology and an information age or anything else. Everything was factories. So it's all socialized around factories. They also got into some things like utilities. And the state was going to own the electric company, the water works, the sewage, the street cars, those sorts of things. And so that was a form of socialism known as state socialism. That was the kind of thing that progressives in the United States adopted as well, is the nationalization and municipalization, if you can say that word.
Is it just because it sounded really good and it disguised a lot of the sinisterness of some of these isms that developed?
Of socialism?
Yeah.
Well, it's really, the socialism was the first practical application of collectivism. It started in Germany in about 1880 under Otto von Bismarck, the Chancellor of Germany. And it was referred to as state socialism. What they started with was social welfare programs, pensions, healthcare, and it was government regulated.
I was just going to ask you that. Okay.
And so it was something that the government was behind creating. Now, originally they wanted to have a government funding for that, but it didn't work out that way. So it was basically just mandated that individuals had to purchase their own pension plans from a private entity, and healthcare and whatever, or unemployment.
Like we're doing now.
Is in part, yeah. So we are following a state socialist program, but what we're more familiar with is what the term became after in the 1930s, 1940s, and that is the social democratic welfare state. That is the direct line from state socialism in 1880s Germany. So the social democratic welfare state, and we're familiar with, for instance, in the 1960s, the Great Society, war on poverty, all of those things, that's state socialism. So that's a form of socialism, and it's basically where the state becomes involved in various aspects of society, rather than leaving it to the private world entirely to do whatever you're going to do. It's the state that gets in and dictates how you're going to live your life to some extent. So that's basically the mild form of collectivism, socialism. So the state is going to own the productive means, the means of production, that property. And of course, with the things like the waterworks and whatever, the municipalization processes that the progressives in the United States adopted. And the idea for communism sort of coalesced around the idea that all property, your house, for instance, would also belong to the state. All right.
So how did they get the house from the people during the introduction of communism? Did it just flow from one to the other, or did they make it so rough that they could go in and grab somebody's property at knife point, gunpoint? I mean, there are a lot of revolutions that were going on. So
right, and it was the revolutionary communists, starting in, for instance, Russia, and then you got Cuba later,
yeah, right, okay,
China, and all of those things, where technically people may have some sort of a lease on property, but they don't get to own it.
So does Mexico have that now? You can own your house, but not the property that it's sitting on?
I don't know about Mexico.
Okay. All right. I was just wondering about
so
that.
I know foreigners used to be, you couldn't own property in
Right.
Mexico. And I think they changed that. So you could actually own property in Mexico now. But this is just sort of the generic concept of communism. It's more about, and it's going to be different everywhere it's tried. Wherever it's tried, it'll be slightly different. In Russia, up until Stalin's era, about 1929, the Russian Revolution really didn't get consolidated. They tried a whole bunch of things, and they finally had to go back to capitalism to feed people, because they had famines constantly, and they were also in the middle of a civil war for a number.
Oh, you mean timeout?
Yeah, and so they said, okay, yeah, exactly. That was basically what they said. It's like, oh, we were kidding, and then
yeah. Oh, I wish everybody would understand this. Go ahead.
And then after Lenin died, there was a power struggle
Mhm.
Over who was going to be in charge and what vision they were going to implement. And it was basically between Stalin and Trotsky. Lenin considered Trotsky his heir. Stalin thought otherwise. And Stalin won. And the way that Stalin consolidated power was basically kill everybody who opposed him.
There we go. I knew we would get to that sooner or later.
In one way or another. So through the late 1920s, he was consolidating power, usually through their court system, which was a kangaroo court system. And they would torture people into confessing to whatever crimes they wanted them. And then they would come up and, and beg for forgiveness and then be taken out and shot. And so it was, that was the way that Stalin consolidated his authority into 1929 and then into the 1930s. And it was really under Stalin in the 1930s where he basically started by killing, 30 million people, something in that neighborhood. And then there were all of these houses empty.
Oh,
For some
imagine
reason.
that. They
And all of
killed
the farms,
everybody.
yeah.
There we go. I
So-
knew they had to have gotten in there somehow. Nasty.
Yeah, and they had the show trials in the 1930s where basically people once again were tortured into confessions and then shot.
That they didn't do any of those things.
No, I mean, it was basically Stalin's way of consolidating power. Plus, he was also highly paranoid. And he was probably right to be paranoid because these people probably were out to get him after he was already out there
Killing people.
And causing massive famines. I think he was the Holodomor, I think it's called, in Ukraine, the hunger.
How were the grocery stores back then?
Well, in the 30s, there wasn't that big of a problem. It was in the 1970s and 80s. That's where everybody was standing in line for 4 hours to get a ticket so that they could stand in another line for another 4 hours to get a loaf of bread.
That's Russia, right?
That was the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
In the 1930s, there were still people on farms, but this was part of the progress, the program to consolidate the farms under the government, under the state. So people who'd owned their own farms then were typically killed, sent off in exile, internal exile to Siberia or Kazakhstan or something. And as I say, in the Ukrainian famine,
Just brutal.
was 6 or 7
Just
million
brutal.
Ukrainians who were starved to death in that that period. Others were internal exiles into Siberia, Kazakhstan, or whatever, and there's a couple more million. Half the population of I think it was Kazakhstan were caused their deaths. They were nomadic, and then they were basically taxed for all of their food and then all of their horses and all of their livestock. So, millions upon millions. Other people in the terror.
And then if they couldn't pay the taxes, the government came in and got all of their goods.
Yeah, I mean, that was they basically were taxed all of their goods as well.
Wow.
So that
double
was,
tax.
It was just a matter of, pie to terror, I think.
Oh, funny you should mention that. All right, well, keep going. We'll
But
get
anyway,
into
so that
New
was
York in
that
a
was the
minute.
one example with Russia and then the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Was basically communism, because everything, the factories and the farms and the houses, were owned by the state. So yeah, that was communism as it was understood. So, that's what I say. There's a degree of state ownership of property between socialism and communism, as it's typically used in those terms. Anarchism is a little bit different. Anarchism, the idea behind that is that there is no state. The state, and of course, this is one of those terms that most people don't understand what it means, the state. And it's not the government, it's an abstract concept that refers to society in its corporate character as an organism. So society is a living being. The individuals in this society are cells in the living being.
Cells.
Yes. And so, if you need to,
no people, just
no people,
cells.
just cells, and the cells are not important. It is the organism itself that is important.
It sounds like the movie The Blob. Do you remember that?
Steve McQueen.
I'm sorry. Oh, Randy, this is okay.
So,
keep
and
going.
this is why
Sorry.
with anarchism and all forms of collectivism, but especially for anarchism, individuality is obliterated, annihilated. There are no individuals anymore. There are only automatons as part of the organism. And there is in anarchism specifically, there is no such thing as property. So you've got property controlled, the productive property in socialism, all property in communism, and no property in anarchism.
What do they do?
That's if you need it, take it.
Oh, and if you can't, by any means necessary,
It's
or-
available to you, and everybody will gladly work 16-hour days to produce for society, and then whoever needs it, come and take it. And because there's no property, by the way, there is no need for police. There is no need for prisons, because it is, according to anarchists, the only crimes are property crimes.
Wasn't this done during the colonial period of the United States? Did not they try that kind of a village concept or town concept where everybody just brought in their goods and then you took things as you needed them
right that
and that
concept,
fell on its
yeah the
patootie.
The pilgrims at Plymouth Plantation were a commune.
Mhm.
And about half of them died from starvation and disease in the first year.
Were hippies in a commune too?
There are lots of communes out there. There still are some, but yeah, there were.
I don't mean to be making light of this, because this is a very serious subject. We're looking at our republic and the protection of our republic, and things are getting thrown at us so fast, Randy. How can we keep up? How can we stop the train? It's left the building already. And now with these elections that are going on, these primaries, I don't know about everybody else, but my head feels like it's going to explode. I don't know what to do. I don't know.
Yeah.
I hope we're doing the right thing by letting people know where this began and that it's been tried before and it's failed. So we've got now we're at the part where if you want property, you just go in and you take it. What happens after that?
Well, as I say, this is one of the extreme positions, and this is basically without people understanding it, particularly the people who are a part of it. This is the Democratic Socialists of America. They are anarchists. But I would say that the DSA being anarchist is just a few of those people who actually understand the terms, because as I said, most people have no idea what socialism, communism, or anarchism are. And the people who are adherents of socialism or democratic socialism in the DSA, probably 90% of those people have no idea what they're advocating.
So they're using a term? Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, honey. Go ahead.
How can they call it Democrat socialism? It seems to be not together.
Well, in fact, democracy is the core of anarchism. All decision-making is done by individuals. There is no state. There is no, it's bottom up. And this was the thing that happened in the Soviet Union. After the Russian Revolution, and I don't call it the Bolshevik Revolution because it was not a Bolshevik revolution. The Bolsheviks came in and took over after the revolution was already accomplished. The Bolsheviks had almost nothing to do with either the February or the October Revolution. They just got there afterwards and sort of muscled everybody out and then took over. But what they created was a system of Soviets, and a Soviet is a local council. If you understand the New England town hall meeting, that is pure democracy, right? You get all of the citizens of the town together, they vote on an issue. That is effectively a Soviet. That comes from Kropotkin's anarchism that was applied in Russia. And then the idea was that you're going to have choose representatives from your local Soviet to go to the district Soviet. And then at the district Soviet, with all of the other local Soviets represented, the representatives will vote, and then they will choose representatives to go to the regional Soviet. And from the regional Soviet, the representatives are chosen to go to the country Soviet. Okay, so it's a bottom-up structure that they designed, and of course it never functioned because everything in the Soviet Union was top-down. The ruling elite, pretended to pay attention to what the local Soviets said, but it never was. They never did. So everything was
would
just.
That be worker? Would that be a term? Soviet would equal worker?
No, Soviet equals council.
Soviet is the council.
Soviet's the council.
And the worker is?
A cell in the organism.
A cell in the organism. Okay. All right. It's follow the science. Isn't that what Fauci would say? Follow the science. So the cell is the scientific term for a person.
Well, I mean, in my terminology. But the point was democracy itself is the core of anarchism.
Oh.
And so they're obviously going to, and it's participatory democracy is what the term is. Voluntary participatory, whatever it is.
Participation there.
It's voluntary participatory democracy. There, okay. I got it up. That's the core of anarchism. And so you're not coerced. There is no state because the state coerces you. If you are doing this voluntarily as a democratic process, and everybody shares in everything, all of the property, all of the honors, all of the
groceries,
whatever.
Yeah.
That's the democracy. And that's one of the things that when they're calling this democratic socialists, they're saying anarchist socialists or basically collectivists.
Do you think they know that?
No, that's what I said. They don't know this.
Okay.
They think that they get free stuff. They think they get free education, free healthcare, free Palestine.
One of the things, Randy, we've got a great background. Now, can we get into what this DSA is?
Yeah.
And we have DSA groups in all 50 states.
Right.
we have 159 or 156 chapters of DSA in our universities. Nevada has a DSA set up as a state and then in counties. And they also have a DSA college group at UNR, not at UNR, or
Not
University
UNLV.
of Nevada in Las Vegas,
No.
but the University of Nevada, Reno. Yeah. So this is kind of what's starting to bother a lot of people, because we keep getting all of this wonderful discussion about the Democratic Socialists of America. And I've been doing some of this reading about things. And when you listen to them, you don't have to worry about working.
Right.
Because if you can work as much as you want,
Yep.
but you don't have to work.
Right. But you still get fed.
You still get fed, still have lodging, still get medical.
Right.
And so forth. And you control your own labor, and you don't have to worry about paying bills because you don't have any bills.
Yeah, there are no bills.
Okay.
Everything is take what you need.
So food, energy, education, medicine, transportation, you get everything.
Right.
Where's the chaos?
Where's the chaos?
Yeah.
Because the system is not designed for human beings. The system is designed for robots.
But I'm just kind of picking this up off of the stuff I get from the DSA.
Right.
And it says you take a day off when you want to.
Sounds good.
And what do you do on a day off? Basically, anything that you darn well want.
You go to the Smithsonian Institute and see
Well,
here's
yeah.
American history, the way it really happened.
So you have no responsibilities. But if everybody takes day off, how do you get anything done?
You don't. Except that you have Friday.
And
it's like-
why is that?
Because Robinson Crusoe got everything done by Friday.
Everything done by Friday. Okay.
I don't think they know that either.
But that wasn't a day, it was a person.
Randy, come on now. We are in a pickle. We are in the biggest dill pickle on the planet. We need to figure out how to get out of this.
So from what I'm looking at is that the DSA is taking a piggyback ride on the Democrat Party.
Well, I mean, they've infiltrated the Democrats. Yeah. And, this is one of the things they found out is like, we're never going to get elected if we do it on our own. We have to infiltrate the Democrats and then spread out. But the other thing is, too, is that one of the things that we have with the younger people who are so enamored of socialism is that they were educated in the K through 12 and university system to be in love with socialism. This is what's been going on for the last 60 years in this country, is they've been taught that socialism is great. And they don't understand what it is. Because
is this because we as citizens have decided we didn't want to be involved with what was going on in the government and we just kind of let somebody else take over?
Well, I mean, that's some of it on outside of education, but there was a concerted effort particularly starting out in the 1970s in the universities to infiltrate the universities and inject the collectivist consciousness into what university students learned. And in particular, it was very important that they went into the colleges of education and they indoctrinated future teachers to be collectivists, so that when they got into the kindergarten class and the high school class, they were indoctrinating young children into collectivism. So it is an article of faith now by a very large percentage of kids who graduate from high school, who can't read their diplomas, of course, but they still are socialists because they have been taught by their teachers who were taught by their college instructors to be collectivists and how great it is. And by the way, the United States is the most evil country in the history of the planet because it's capitalist. And they don't understand what capitalism is either, other than, they have to work. And that's terrible because the DSA says you can take the week off and the next week off.
But if you tell them you have, let's say, you have a beautiful car,
Mhm.
and they say, thank you very much. And then you say, I want it.
Right.
And they say, no, you can't have it. It's mine. No,
You don't own it.
you don't own that.
That's right.
Yeah. And then they say, well, how do you figure that? How do I not own it? Here are the papers. Here is my registration. Here's my bill of sale.
Mhm.
Here's all these things.
Yeah, they don't understand that that's what they're advocating.
Pull a gun and shoot the person who said you can't have it. It's my car. And then they take it. Is that where we're going here?
That well may be where we are going if this continues. We have elections today, for instance, where you have the various collectivists who are running for running for House of Representatives, governors across the country who believe these things, who are collectivists in all of these things. They don't really understand a lot of it, but many of them perhaps do. But the thing is that they've got the young people in particular. They just like the idea. They like the slogans, and they like not having to pay for anything. And they like, they like whatever it is that they want to do without having to work for it. It's
So they were paid to protest Free
That's right.
Free Palestine.
Yeah.
Probably by George Soros. I think they track the money to him. I don't know. I don't know
some
how
of it.
that deep state works, huh?
At least some of it.
Some of
yeah,
it.
there's multiple sources. So
And then you have the LGBTQ whatevers.
Yes.
Well, yeah,
we
that's-
do have all of those. And
And they
looks
get
like
thrown off buildings.
We're coming up to a break.
Yeah. Okay.
So
well, we'll be back.
When we get back, we're going to talk more about what's going on.
What happens when you get thrown off a building? That is a very important thing to talk about when we go back.
Okay.
Let's do
We
that.
can do that.
That's what we'll do. Thank you. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Easy breezy.
We are back on with You Decide. Jane and Tom Tabor and our special guest, Randy Lloyd. We've been talking about the DSA. We've been describing the various types of isms leading up to things, communism and so forth. And, you know, one of the things that I'm reading also directly from the DSA is that the political and economic system under which we live is built on private ownership and profit at all costs. And capitalism fails to solve problems of its own making. Democrat socialists know that no one has to live like this. If we lived in a classless society, even in communism and socialism, there are classes. You just don't talk about them, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's supposed to be. That's the ideal. That's the utopia, that there are no classes.
And these societies would govern themselves. We could freely build a world without war or poverty. Okay?
Right.
It seems to me that most of the socialism and so forth ended up with a lot of poverty. We could build a world where no one suffers for their race, gender, or religion, and everybody is free, equal, and cared for. Free, equal, and cared for. You don't take care of yourself. You're cared for.
Right.
So if you get old and you have no use to them, what do they do?
Well, that's what physician-assisted suicide is for.
Oh, I see. So Dr. Kevorkian, we need to talk to you, buddy.
Well, physician assisted suicide is also where a physician says don't feed them anymore.
Well, I mean, it's a number of things. For instance, Canada now has their MAID program, medical assistance in dying, that if you're depressed, and now I think they've gone to having hangnails, you know, or something like that, that you can be helped to commit suicide.
For a hangnail?
Anything, basically. You know, what was it? The story was the euthanologist, euthanasia. I don't know what you'd call the guys, but anyway, met some guy outside of a Tim Hortons and said, okay, yeah, we can do that. And there are now more people. I forget the number. I think about 16,000 people a year, or maybe it's 16,000 people since they started this up a couple of years ago that have been euthanized in Canada. So,
Randy, how is the CSA, if they finally take control of the United States, going to be able to make freedom flourish, because it seems they're going to take freedom away from us?
Right.
How are they going to really create health care for all?
Mm-hmm.
And how about housing for all? And I don't know what they really mean by finish reconstruction, but am I thinking of something that followed the Civil War in the United States?
that could be. I don't know specifically what they mean by it. So,
and they're going to end mass incarceration.
Right. Well, because once again, the idea of there's no prisons because all crime is based upon property.
And they're going to get rid of the police because you don't need them because there's no crime.
There's no crime without property, according to this thought.
And then one of the bolded lines here is feminism for all.
Yes, including transgenders. You know.
And the Green New Deal. See, that keeps popping up. The Green New Deal.
That's AOC. She did that. And then we found out that she is a Democrat socialist.
They want to end blockades, embargoes, and sanctions.
Right.
Where does Free Palestine come in? I thought truly Palestine isn't a state.
Well, no. And Palestine doesn't actually exist, except in the minds of the fantasists. But the idea here is that there are no borders. This is the old internationalism of 120 years ago or so. And that's basically workers of the world unite. There are no borders. And this is why we had an open border for 4 years under Biden. Is the idea was that you can't have any sorts of distinctions of identity No mine, no yours. Everything's ours, including everything in the United States. And the thing that makes the United States attractive to people is because we have capitalism, because we have wealth, because we have products, because we have healthcare, because we have all of these things that they want. And if you did away with the borders and did away with property and did away with capitalism, nobody would want to
And
come
you did
here.
away with Congress and had a single chamber.
Right.
Got rid of the presidency.
Mm-hmm.
Got rid of the Supreme Court.
Right.
All those things. Wouldn't that be just luscious?
That would be great, because it's a system, once again, that is designed without people. There are no people in this utopia.
Just cells.
Just cells.
Well, they haven't bothered to tell all of us that we're cells now. So when is that great prognostication going to happen?
Well, actually, they have been telling you, if you've been reading some of this stuff over the last 100 years, is that yeah, but you'd have to read it. I did it for you, so you don't have to. Let's put it that way.
Oh, thanks, Randy.
But yeah, they've been saying this for well over a century, is that we're all going to be automatons. In fact, this was the core design for the European Union, is a
Where did-
continent full of automatons.
Okay, what's automaton? Where did that phrase come from? Everybody wants to know. They're listening to us and they're saying automaton. Nobody's heard of automaton. What's that? Some sort of robot?
Yes, it's a robot.
Who created the robot?
The fantasists, because the system itself requires people to be robots, to be cells.
You don't
in the
want to have a
organism.
living.
You don't want anybody who thinks for themselves, anybody who has emotions, or anybody who has hopes or aspirations, because in hopes and aspirations, you wind up with property, one way or another, because the hopes and aspirations are individual, and the idea itself is a form of property. Everybody has to be mindless, sharing the same thoughts. And I've said this before, is if you ever watch Star Trek and the Borg and they have their collective, that's what we're talking about here. That these drones, the drones simply go about their tasks. This is what these people are advocating. They just don't know it.
But didn't you have to program this robot? Who programmed the robot? They programmed themselves?
No,
Because you don't have people, you have cells.
you indoctrinate the people from age 5 on in your schools, and make every successive generation want to be an automaton, a mindless drone.
Well, in one of those wonderful books, 1984 or whichever, what they did is that they denied or gave various embryos more or less oxygen. And as you went along, you reached a certain level, and that's where you were. You were automaton.
You were a drone.
Yep.
And I mean, this is basically what these systems are. And the kids are all about the free stuff. They don't understand what
There is no free stuff.
There is no free stuff in this. In the end, all it is death. And there are many of these people, as I mentioned, who actually are aware of these things, and their ultimate goal is human extinction.
But why?
Because you don't want to hurt little animals. And if there are no humans, the lions will not be mean to the gazelles.
Uh-huh.
So the lions never get hungry.
They will
Yeah.
never get hungry. They'll all
Never-
become vegetarian.
Oh, I see. So they went to vegetarian
But-
school when they.
But people are now saying that vegetables have feelings as well.
I know, and then they're going to all starve to death. So there will be no life on the planet.
Well, you know,
except
my
for
mom,
amoebas.
my mom said that she used to go out into the backyard when she was upset and talk to the plants. And I said, "How'd that work out for you?" She said, "They died."
At least they didn't talk back.
Well, that was her answer too. She did indicate that.
Ah.
We're in such a jam that it's not even funny, and we're living it now. We're absolutely living it now.
Right.
And is anybody paying attention, Randy? Anyone in this world paying attention?
There are certain people that I think understand certain aspects of this. I watch and read things and I say, oh, that guy actually maybe not. He starts to talk about it like he knows, and then he goes off onto some other thing, and it's just like, well, it's not really being pulled together here by that guy. But with that guy, he puts a little bit more in, but he doesn't really have a bigger picture. And so, it's kind of there. If it could be, maybe we need artificial intelligence or something we need grok.
My problem with artificial intelligence is who puts the information in.
Yeah. And well, that could be a problem. But the whole idea then here is, once again, is that the people who are in favor of all of these things have really no idea what they're in favor of, the consequences for what's going on, what will happen. It's all about the free stuff. That's what they love. And they don't know how everybody's going to get free stuff and nobody work.
Well,
there'll still be free stuff.
Then can we stop for just a second and go into New York? Can we take a little side trek into New York on this grocery store thing that Mamdani opened up his mouth about just yesterday? And,
what are you talking about?
And stumbled into we'll have an ID then.
No, we'll have a card.
We'll have a card like
Not
a library.
An ID, but it's like a library
card. A card, like a library card, so that people in Connecticut and New Jersey can't walk in and take all the food from their wonderful grocery stores. And then today he backtracked and said there's no ID. But he didn't explain how he was going to prevent Connecticut and New Jersey and Pennsylvania from just driving in to get some of that 30% off.
Well, I mean, one of the problems too, and this was the problem with the Soviet Union, where you stood in a line for 4 hours for a loaf of bread, is first of all, you're going to have to ration everything. Because if you say, okay, you can come in and buy as much as you want at 30% off, and then go outside and sell it for a profit.
Oh yeah, he said he's going to try and stop that.
Right. And of course, the people who are going to come in are going to be those people who are looking to score drugs as much as anything. And they go out and they're going to trade the food for fentanyl or heroin or cocaine or whatever the drug of the day is, whatever they're interested in. So, it's just a collapse of civilization is what it amounts to, with, all of the people sitting on the sidewalks, oblivious to their surroundings because they're high, and that's one of the solutions to the overpopulation problem, is just give them free food so they die.
Give them free food so they die.
Yeah.
Because they can't get the free food.
Well, they can trade it for drugs, and they'll be.
And then they'll OD.
Yes.
And since there are no medical facility, there's nothing.
Well, there won't be any there won't be any health care in any of this. Who's going to spend 12 years in school to become a doctor?
Our son.
Not when there's no reward for it.
No reward.
No reward.
And so the free healthcare is basically a Band-Aid for everything. You got a brain tumor? Here's a Band-Aid.
Oh, take this, it'll cure you.
Yeah,
So we're going back to what is that?
2 aspirin and talk to me in the morning.
Call us in the morning.
Right. It's basically, yeah. And that's so what it really means too is that collapse of civilization. And by civilization, I mean technological advancement. So everything goes back to the Stone Age, where we'll all live in the Stone Age civilization. And for the people who are capable of living into that situation, and you can't have 8 billion people living in a Stone Age civilization. So you're going to have a massive die-off, which is also part of the plan for some of these people, is that they do want human extinction. And they've said it since the 1970s, been very straightforward about it.
Well, actually, even before then,
could be.
There was some movement.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that Bill Gates is part of that group too that thinks he wants to reduce the population.
Fauci also.
Well, I don't know if they want actual human extinction, but
No, they want to reduce the
right, and
population.
so that's not quite the same thing. These people are looking for human extinction, or 100 million people worldwide at most. So yeah, that's that.
Well, I think we're coming up about a minute from now. We're going to have to take another break, but what we fight for, according to the Democrat Social Group, is publicly funded housing and food solutions for individuals without homes or food security, labor rights, wages. I think we've been talking about that even in capitalism. Prison and policing reforms, funds reallocation and increased oversight, justice for discriminated parties and minority demographics, public education, and of course, environmental justice. How's that all going to fit
That's
out?
a great way to end it, because then we can come back to those climate change.
Well, are you all set, Jay, for a little break? We're all set for a break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes on You Decide.
Well, listen up, Reno. When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Sign and design shop, we'll make it shine bright. 'Cause your image, darling, it ain't just a kiss, it's a direct reflection of your business.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
Hello again from You Decide. Randy Lloyd is with us, and we're going to continue with talking about socialism and what's going to be happening perhaps between now and November 3rd, with so many various people claiming to be socialists running for various public offices under what? The Democrat ticket. Now, I said Democrat, and Randy knows my little deal about that. It's not democratic because there's nothing democratic about the Democratic Party.
Right.
Since the higher ups control everything that goes on, in my opinion. Okay.
That's okay. It's my opinion too.
So,
We'll
Randy,
form an opinion
kind of
club.
finish off where we left off, and then let's get into what's going on with the elections.
Well, okay. I mean, we were, talking about the various far left individuals, and it's not just the Democratic Socialists; it's the working families, and it's the Justice Democrats, and it's the whoever.
We don't hear much about them.
No, they're not getting the press, but they are out there. I don't think they're as widespread either as the DSA. But there's many of these groups, many people who are working in these directions. And once again, I'm going to say most of these people have no idea what they're advocating. They like the slogans and they like the free stuff. And that's what it comes down to. And that's what the kids have been indoctrinated into in K through 12 education. And if they go to college, that's what they've learned.
So we went through the people being not people, but cells
in the organism.
And that socialists is a council.
No, Soviet.
Soviet, sorry. And now we're into the environment phase of their thought processes. What do we do about that?
The environment?
Is that part of their game plan too, is to get us so nuts over climate change and everything else that will,
I think
is that a
many of the people who are hysterical over weather are genuinely concerned because they have been indoctrinated to be concerned, but they don't understand what's going on. And by the way, environmentalists up until the 1990s were the strongest advocates for closed borders.
Mm-hmm.
And today they want open borders because things change. We've seen once again this Camp of the Saints book from the 1970s about being overrun by immigrants from third world countries. And that was the core text for environmentalists back in the 70s and 80s and into the 90s. And now it's considered fascist, even though it was, because if you're in favor of closed borders today, you're a fascist.
Yeah.
Even though it was the environmentalist left who were the loudest voices for closed borders up until the 1990s. In the 1990s, the Sierra Club self-destructed over the issue of open and closed borders.
Really?
Yes. And there
was that infighting? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I mean, there was a schism over the idea between the open and closed borders in the 1990s, because there was a wealthy donor who insisted that if the Sierra Club wanted any more money, they would not oppose open borders. And so the leadership of the Sierra Club said, "Oh, we want money," and the rank and file people said, "No, we want closed borders." And the problem for the environmentalists was open borders were destructive of the environment. In particular, what it meant was a population explosion that the Earth could not sustain. You were winding up with a collapse of resources. if population increased, and open borders was supportive of population increase. If you keep people in their third world countries, they're going to be required to deal with the population, the overpopulation process, or they'll die. But it won't cause the entire collapse of the planet.
No, because they'll handle it in their way.
Right.
Whichever way that's
whatever way
going.
it happens. It may be mass starvation, or it may be,
So
hunted or something.
there's a saying that says that there's nothing more permanent than change.
Right.
So we seem to be having constant change in the definition of words.
Oh, yeah.
In groups and what they wish to support or not support.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's because the ideas change as the agenda changes and they see a path forward to whatever the agenda happens to be at the moment.
Or the changed agenda.
Whatever it happens to be. And there's no real rhyme or reason, by the way. I mean, we saw this with Donald Trump in his first term, is whatever he's for, I'm against.
Mm-hmm.
If he actually wanted to accomplish the things he wanted to accomplish, he would have come out opposed to what he wanted to accomplish, and he would have gotten everything he wanted, because all of the people said, well, if you want this, and I want the other thing. And they say, okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, but people wouldn't be on the same page by then. This is far advanced. They would not know that that's what he was doing.
No, that's exactly right. If he knew what he was doing, then he would have done that, and they wouldn't have known it, and he would have gotten what he wanted.
I am so terribly mixed up right now.
Yes, you would.
Is there an island for mixed up people?
I think Dr. Moreau.
Who's John Galt? What?
But yeah, so anyway, we all of these issues are they're really non sequiturs. They're ultimately unimportant because they will change, and it has nothing to do with the issues themselves. It has to do with whatever that ultimate agenda is, that the people that know what the agenda is are controlling and manipulating the easily manipulated.
Okay, so if we get more socialists into Congress,
right,
that's going to kind of jumble things again?
Well, it will help to start the expansion so that we wind up with a lot more, and potentially democratically you could have all of these collectivists in charge. And with it, one election here, one election there, if you got a majority, they can be elected into
Why don't the Democrats care? Why don't they care enough to get rid of these people? You have to take an oath, and your oath tells you to support the security of the United States. These people are in direct opposition to the very oath that they're supposed to take.
Jane, the people in Iran, for example, don't negotiate. They agree to whatever they want to agree to, and then they turn around and disagree with what they just agreed to.
I mean, this is part of the human nature aspect that maybe would work better with the communists, where there's nothing but cells. You didn't have to deal with any of that. The fact that these people's minds change about issues or whatever.
What can we do?
Well, I mean, you have to be aware of what's going on. I mean, is one of the things.
Well, we are.
To understand.
This little group here understands this.
Yeah. Yeah. So the idea of course is, once again, it's just these people. Most of these people who are supporting this don't know what they're supporting. They've been indoctrinated in schools. They've been paid to be volunteers. That's another one that Tom likes.
Paid volunteer, yeah.
Oxymoron.
But the process is one that they're taking is through democratic action, and they're getting elected. And if we remember that Adolf Hitler was democratically elected in Germany. And there were no more elections after he was democratically elected. And that's what's going to happen. And that's part of their platform of doing away with the Senate and the Electoral College and creating
There will be no more elections.
There will be no more elections.
And the cells can't vote.
The cells will not be allowed
But
to.
they state themselves as putting together something so that the people control. I thought that was basically what the principle was for the Constitution.
Yeah, but that involves people. and their system is only cells. There are no people. So when cells all agree, and so there's no disagreement in
Right.
the program, the agenda, because the cells don't actually think.
Can you see
or
us-
the cells, if they try to think, are destroyed?
They are amputated, yes, because they're not important. Only the organism, the life of-
Amputated.
yes, the
Well-
life of the organism is important, but not the cells, not the arm, not the gangrenous leg, right? So that's why this is why I say individuals are annihilated in this system, that they are in favor of.
But it's not a fast movement. It takes
It
a
is
few
taking,
years, huh?
it's been already, where we are now has taken about 6 decades from where it began. And so, it's something, it's slow
So
process.
you're talking about 1960s, 1970s.
Right. And now we have approximately 1/3 of the population who are agreeing to this. In 60 years, you got 1/3 of the population. You only need to get to 51%. So in another 30 years, you could have 51% in charge.
Well, actually 20.
Well,
Can we get rid of the filibuster then?
the filibuster will probably be gone the next time the Democrats get in, but that may or may not be good for them, because let's say that they do that in this fall. As I've said before, is that it's almost certain that the House will be taken over by the Democrats. There are
I'll bet you a nickel it doesn't happen.
that the Democrats don't take
Yeah,
over.
If
no,
she
I-
gives her
I-
nickel
and I-
bets, she's never won yet.
That's
You
why
weren't
it's a
supposed
nickel.
to tell him that.
That's why it's a nickel. But the math is just really hard for the Republicans to maintain the House. And
Oh, people out there, listen to this. You've got to go vote. Please don't leave it up to somebody else. This is you.
one of the things we don't know how it's going to work is the redistricting process that had some Republican states may get more seats, but then you have like California that redistricted and they're going to lose most of the Republican seats in California. So it's hard to figure out exactly what's going to happen because of that. But generally speaking, the first term, the midterm after the president's elected, is usually bad for the president's party in that midterm. And so it's already right now, it's just almost neck and neck in the number of seats in the
It's
House.
only been about, 5 times that the midterms did not go against the president?
I think 3, something
3?
like that. And that's going back to like 1960s as well.
Okay.
So it's just sort of baked in. It doesn't have to be. I mean, there's nothing, there's no law that says it has to happen that way. But, one of the reasons that in the presidential election, the president's party usually picks up seat is because of turnout. And whoever is elected because of turnout. But in the midterm, you have all those people who turned out to vote for the president who was elected, if they stay home. And so then the out party shows up and they vote and their people are elected. And that's really what the thing is when you stay home, you elect the opposition.
But the cells need to have them come and vote for voter ID. Can the cells identify themselves in voter ID? I can't believe this. I'm not a cell, I'm a person.
Well, eventually you'll be a cell, but voter ID, that's actually, for one thing, in this November is what we do have voter ID on
Question 7.
Question 7 this year, and that's voter ID.
Yes.
And since we're not going to get the National Save Act for voter ID, I think that's a long shot and a half. We really need to do that ourselves in Nevada, is to show up and vote for that, but vote for all of the candidates as well. And we may be able to figure out 2028 and 2030, and then the census and the redistricting in 31, if we've got the voter
The
ID.
biggest problem I see with voting for question 7 is that all those things are at the bottom of the ballot.
Right. But you have to go through the candidates to get to the bottom of the ballot.
Or just go directly.
Well, you could, but you'd have to know where it is.
at the bottom.
Yeah.
So
You're frustrated, Jane.
I just feel badly. I'm going to ask you the gloom and doom question of the hour,
Yeah.
which is how much longer do we have being people before we become cells?
20 years.
That's not long enough. Our little grandbabies are just, little tykes,
Yeah. Yep.
and they won't understand any of this.
No, but they will be indoctrinated in school, so they'll be already drones.
They'll be drones.
They'll be drones in 20
Listen,
years.
you're
yeah.
throwing all kinds of things at us tonight.
Yeah.
Cells and drones and
Yep.
Automatons.
Automatons. Robots.
Can I give out Thune's phone number?
Appendixes.
Is that a losing battle? Should I
it-
not do it anymore?
it-
Should
it
all of the
wouldn't worry.
people that
I
are
wouldn't-
calling not call anymore?
I wouldn't worry about it. It's not going to happen no matter what you do to Thune. It's just not, it's not baked in. All right. But one of the things, as I say, is, and the other thing, by the way, as I was going to mention, is that it may not be that the Republicans control the Senate. The elections, I mean, today we're seeing some of the DSA people running for the U.S. Senate. You have Collins in Maine, and the reason she voted against Blanche was because she's trying to keep her seat in Maine.
I got it. I understood that, but I'm just so fed up with her playing those silly little
Well,
games.
she's 95% of the time on board with what the Republicans do.
Well, she should.
And, sometimes she doesn't, and that upsets people.
Yeah.
But she's there instead of Graham Plattner. And Graham Plattner, or this guy that's coming in now, trying to take that over.
What's
what's
his last name? Jackson? Is
Yeah,
that what it is?
Troy Jackson,
Ugh.
and he's another one of these interesting people. And I would expect, I don't know that Collins can keep that seat now. It's changed. The people in Maine have just gotten sort of a bit, weird. So I don't know that Collins is going to hold out. So that's a loss for the Republicans. Texas is looking like it's going to be a loss for the Republicans as well. And
Truly, you don't think Paxton's going to be able to pull it out?
Well, I think currently Tellerico is up by like 10% in the polls, which is,
He's a jellyfish.
yes, but Paxton has a lot of baggage. And that was probably a mistake. People were upset.
Why do we have to make rules based on the person's baggage? If his brain functions and he does good things for the people, why can't they get beyond that and vote for him?
Well, there are still people with principles, and they just won't vote for, somebody who's
Okay, so
got his
they-
baggage.
So they're gonna get into quicksand and go in the swamp. What'd that
Right.
get them?
And they don't understand that the quicksand is there or the swamp is there because they're, on the higher plane or something. But anyway, and this is what the Democrats do as well. I mean, they'll vote for Plattner, even though he's a Nazi rapist,
Well, so much for the Republic.
Yes. Well, people are not paying attention to these. They're not looking at issues. They're not looking at consequences. They're not looking at the future.
Well, they better start
Well, I mean, that would be
if
good.
it's not too late.
Well, you have to know what's going on and be able to, tell people exactly what it is all about. But, I would say also though, in was it Michigan, that you have the potential for a Republican pickup. No matter what, you've got two nut jobs in the Democrats in the primary today. El Sayed is probably going to be the Democrat nominee.
Yeah, that's what they've been saying all day.
And this may be the reason that there is a Republican pickup in Michigan, in the U.S.
Is that Rogers? Is he the
Yeah,
one? Okay.
Rogers. I think Mike Rogers.
Okay.
is the
What about
Republican.
Wisconsin? What about that bug-eyed weirdo Hong
For the
governorship?
For governor, she's probably going to be. Well, she's going to be the Democrat nominee.
You think so?
I think probably, and whether or not if she's the Democrat nominee, it's a better than 50-50 proposition that she'll be the governor.
They
even though-
wouldn't.
Oh yes, they would. And there's a number of other things going on. You could potentially pick up the Republican Senate seat in New Hampshire with Sununu. Some of these things, Alaska is the really funny one. Are you familiar with this thing? With the two Dan Sullivans?
I heard something about that, but I just
The current incumbent is Dan Sullivan, is a Republican in Alaska in the
and
U.S.
then
Senate.
you have another Sullivan.
And then the Democrats got somebody else named Dan Sullivan to run.
Oh, he
in
went
the
down
same-
and changed his name. You know, he did that.
Well, but he's going to be on the ballot. And remember, they have the ranked choice
Yes.
voting and all of
Oh
that.
my Lord, we're so glad that everybody voted against that.
Which
here.
Dan Sullivan?
I don't know how they're going to tell them apart because
They're going to
he's-
use a middle initial or something.
he's using the same middle initial. It's actually Daniel
Stop.
Daniel S. Sullivan, I think it is, for both of them. And this was intentional.
Are
yeah.
they the same age?
I don't know. No, I don't know. The pretender, the fake guy is older. He's retired, a teacher, I think.
The fake guy.
And because they have the top four will go into the general election because they have the top four primary, sort of like California's jungle primary, and then it's ranked choice voting. And they're hoping that the incumbent Republican will be defeated because the fake
Dan, they won't know which
Sullivan
one is
won't
which.
know who to vote for.
Well, if they have the same middle initial, that's
Right.
pretty fishy to me.
Yeah, and so what? Who knows? We'll see what happens.
So
But
a court case will follow.
they've already had that. The Alaska Supreme Court said, "No, fine by us. You can have the second guy."
It's not in the water because they probably have the most beautiful, clearest water in the world.
Yeah. But
They're a cell now.
We
That's
could,
why.
Yeah, there are cells. But
Okay.
but we're winding up with the potential of the Democrats controlling both the House and the Senate. And one of my points was about the filibuster. If they do kill the filibuster, the Democrats, they won't get anything out of it because they'll just have tipped their hands. We'll no longer be a filibuster, but they won't be able to override a veto. And so it would be crazy for them to kill the filibuster for the next 2 years with Trump having a veto. So they have to hope that they can get somebody in there in 2028 and then continue to control the House and Senate, which may not work, but that's their only plan. But it's a game of inches, year by year. Pick up an extra couple of seats, and the potential is in this year for about 40 of these leftist DSA types to make it into the House of Representatives, the various progressives, and so 40. So about almost 10% or 20% of the Democratic caucus would be the DSA types.
Oh, that's just so heartwarming. I can't tell you.
The one good thing about that is they probably won't, the Democrats won't be able to get any legislation passed because they're going to have their own factions in there that will want open borders and free everything right now. And if you don't have a program to do that, they're not going to vote for it. And so they may wind up needing Republicans to get anything passed.
Can they
because
not seat these people because of the fact that they
have
already, they're on record as being opposed to the United States of America?
they have their opinions, and that's constitutional. So you're not going to.
How do you take an oath that says that you are required to do that for your country?
Because it's your interpretation of what it is to uphold the Constitution.
Stop it, Randy.
Yes.
You're acting like a professor.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why.
I used to fight with professors like you. Now, if we fight, we get thrown out of school.
No, I did.
You what?
Got thrown out of school.
You did?
Yeah.
Did you fight?
No, I just got thrown out of school.
Uh,
9
That's
years
another-
ago.
That's another story.
Another story for another time.
Not actually thrown out.
No, I know. Well,
Weren't-
I
Okay.
am just so
So
distressed.
your idea is that there's a possibility that Democrats will control Congress.
Yes.
What people don't know is, in your interpretation, 20% of the Democrats are going to be Democrat socialists.
Yeah.
And that's going to create trials and tribulations within the Democrats.
Democrats.
Correct.
Now, are the Republicans in your mind smart enough to understand all that right now?
I would not make any hopes for the Democrats being smart, or the Republicans being smart about anything. I mean, it's just historically, Republicans are not the smartest people. They're finally waking up. I've been saying this for 30 years about voter registration, turnout, integrity, and everything. And the Republicans just never cared about any of that. Now they finally say, hey, maybe we should be concerned about voter
Yeah,
integrity.
you think?
Yeah. So,
Oh,
and they could be done if they got their act together. We could, they could actually do some things. We've been involved with Republican Party politics in Nevada for over 40 years, and
closer to 50.
Yeah, and I've never really worried about Republicans being smart. So
Jane has a quote that she
do.
would like to.
I think this is going to work for a sign off. Those who would give up liberty to purchase a little safety deserve neither essential liberty nor temporary safety.
Quoted by whom?
Benjamin Franklin.
Oh, what do you think? We'll be back with you next Tuesday on
Maybe.
You Decide. And until then, enjoy yourself. We'll talk with you on Tuesday.
Happy Hot August nights, everybody. Enjoy the fun out there and the cars and the music. And we'll see you next week with some other earth-shattering information.
All right.
This is a collect call from the Washoe County Jail. To accept the charges, press 1. Please note, all calls are recorded or monitored.
Hello, and welcome to another edition of Tuesday Night with Wide Open Talk. I'm your host, Greg, and I've got a special guest tonight. First off, we give a shout out to Blaney and Mags, who are listening all the way down in Novato, California. I think they're tuning in on the YouTube channel, and Dave, who's at the firehouse. So our buddy Dave, who's been on, and you know Dave, Chris.
Yes, that's correct.
That guy has the best job in the world, and that is that he works at Firehouse up in North Star, where nothing happens. Nothing happens. Occasionally, they get shipped off to work on these crazy wildfires. Did you hear that they caught this guy, this clown, that set the fire in Spokane?
I heard a little bit, but I haven't been following.
Apparently he was in jail for having killed his father, and then he got out. He was sentenced to 12 years, got out in 8, and then we just don't need people like this in society.
No.
Which leads us into what you do.
Yeah.
And Chris is a therapist, and he's worked for Washoe County for the majority of his career. But Chris, why don't you explain to us what it is you do and what your actual title is?
Okay. Well, I'm a licensed clinical social worker in the state of Nevada, an LCSW. I also have a master's in psychology, but I primarily practice through my LCSW. Currently, I'm working part-time, just 2 afternoons a week at American Comprehensive Counseling Services, ACCS. It's also known by, and I'm doing various therapeutic services from have a client 6 years old all the way to 70, and couples. So
let's just so we can get into the weeds a little bit, let's keep names out of it,
of course.
and
yeah,
business names as well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So for people like my audience who can't be any smarter than I am, what does that mean? Like you go to work, and is it your typical thing where you have your chair higher than the others? And
oh, no, not at all.
They lay on a couch?
No, not at all. Maybe I should provide more of a
well, before you do,
okay,
going back, and since this show is based on delving into people's lives and their choices and how they got to where they are,
yeah,
let's talk about how that happened for you.
Okay. So 57 years old, native Nevadan, and I always was asked, what are you going to do when you grow up? And I found myself saying, oh, I want to be a lawyer or a psychologist. I had no clue what that meant in order to get there.
Why do you, being a psychiatrist or psychologist, why do you think as a kid you came up with such a far out lie?
Well, the psychology part I can explain better than the lawyer part. Psychologist, I was always fascinated why the simple question, why do people do what they do? Why do you see people doing things? Why do we do what we do? And so that attracted me to the field of psychology. So how I ended up on my path, just a real quick thumbnail sketch of it. Simply, I graduated high school and had no clue what to do. Yet my brother was going to UNR, and my parents simply said, you can go to school and we'll help you out, or you can start being a tenant and get a job and pay full freight.
I had that same conversation.
And so I followed somewhat in my brother's footsteps of going to UNR. There, I just took psychology class after psychology class. By my junior year, I was still undeclared, yet I had enough for a major in psychology. And then I was fortunate enough, this is when you would register at UNR in the old gymnasium in person. And I happened to come into contact with Doctors Linda and Steve Hayes, who are very big in the field of behavior analysis and clinical behavioral analysis. And that started my career in the sense that I took a psychology class from Linda and then lab, started working out at the state. And then from there, I ended up in their master's program. And I started the PhD program, but I got just a little, I called it my 1/3 of my life crisis. And so what I ended up doing was looking at general therapy as people know it. And I ended up in social work.
Okay, so hey, give me just a second here. We're working on this new studio. So I'm getting a report on YouTube. My lips are moving, but they can't hear. Do my dials here have anything to do with my output? That's just for headphones, right? Okay.
Ignore people talking to you. Do your show.
This is my show. Okay, so you get through school, you graduate magna cum laude. You know,
No,
we know,
not quite.
but at the other
So-
side, so you get a job. Okay, so let's just jump to where you're now sitting in your elevated chair, and
No, it's
what's
the same
happening?
model.
Do you remember the first clients you had, or did you do? How does this work? Do you like when you see a new waitress that's monitoring another waitress?
Okay.
You know?
So to become a licensed clinical social worker, what one needs to do, they first get a master's degree, then they apply to the Board of Social Work for an internship license. They have to find a site, and then they start seeing clients. You have 3 years in which to get 3,000 hours, 2,000 face-to-face hours seeing clients, individual, group, couples therapy, family therapy.
2,000 hours. What is that? A couple years?
Yes,
Yeah.
basically. And then the 1,000 hours, the additional 1,000 hours is administrative. So report writing, notes, meetings.
So when
things of
you're in that
nature.
position, are you a minion? Does the
You
guy in
can
the higher
be.
chair kind of dump stuff on you to do while he's going golfing?
Well, it's not quite that bad. What you end up working at an agency as an intern, and then you start seeing clients, but there's not that much superiority as you're framing it.
But there's a bunch of other
Well, you have a
therapists there, right?
Yeah, you'll have other licensed therapists, and then you'll have a supervisor or a clinical director. And
Okay,
then-
so
yeah.
so you've got a full staff now.
Mhm.
Being therapists and knowing people's behavior and stuff, do you have as much drama in that field as you would if you worked at, say, a Home Depot with 50 other associates?
Well,
and is that just a human nature thing? Is it always
So,
going to happen?
What at my age of 57 years old, what I'm trying to do is not speak in generalizations, because we can say things and that doesn't necessarily, it may sound like it applies to everybody, but we all have a unique history based on how we grew up, our family of origin, their history. And then as we age out and go into the world, we have our own experiences, work experiences, personal experiences, and that forms who we are. So it's agency dependent is what I think how I'd answer that question. And in my history, I did see colleagues who it was interesting. It seemed that they had a lot of drama.
More?
Well,
than the average set of.
I can't say more, but it here's how I frame it, Greg, is simply this. Everybody has things happen to them, and it's on a scale, from low to high. Everybody has experiences. What I feel like I've experienced in my life is people that go into the field of psychology, psychiatry, behavioral health, they tend to focus on it, whereas the person that takes the business degree route, they're just focused on the widgets, the numbers, accounting, and my experience is people would focus on that. So for instance, when I was at UNR, they put on what was called colloquiums. That's where a visiting professor would come and put on a presentation. What they were really doing was doing a job interview. And there was this one professor who came from another school. He was applying, and he did a study on yo-yo dieting. So what he had is a lab of rats, and they would start a diet, go off, start it again, go off, and that continue that cycle. And he showed pictures in his presentation of these rats that were like the size of dogs.
Oh, Jesus.
So, how people will intermittently diet, not intentionally. Oh, I'm going to diet. And they lose 5-10 pounds and then they fall off. And over a 5-10 year span, they tend to gain weight. Now, what do you think that professor looked like? His body type.
A big fat guy.
He was a big fat guy. He eventually lost a bunch of weight. But so that's my example where we tend to focus on things that most people don't, people who go into accounting, they're focused on the numbers. They don't deal with, whatever they experienced.
Do people, civilian people, do you feel that they view therapists as kind of weird people?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They always feel like they're being analyzed. And my running joke is, if you're not paying me, why am I analyzing you?
No, but do you think like somebody like me, I think you're a weirdo.
Oh, yeah.
Which is why you're sitting here.
Sign me up.
So growing up,
yes,
we had this Jewish family in the neighborhood. The guy was he was a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And his name was Harry Sachs. I'm not making this up.
That's perfect.
Oh, I know. But we always looked at him as like a weirdo.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think it was just because that aura and that whole thing. But let's get back to, so do you remember your first time?
First time seeing a client?
Yeah. That's what we're talking about.
Nice. Nice. I can't say I do. I really can't. Because it started off when you're doing your field practicum work, you could see clients. You weren't fully in that therapist role, but you got to experiment with a little bit. Whereas once you get an internship license, you're on. You're in that seat, and you get assigned a client. They come into your office, or you go out to their. Depending on the work setting, you go to their home if you're an in-home therapist, and you do an assessment and then write up a treatment plan, and then you start seeing them, and then you do notes.
And that's for every client. Is that how I've not gone to therapy, but
yes.
Is that how that always works? Like you just don't go and good to meet you, Chris. Tell me about yourself. Tell me about your mother.
You're talking more psychoanalytic, like Freudian psychology. That's the image that's conjured up with a lot of people, where there's somebody laid out on a couch and behind him is a guy with a beard smoking a pipe and with a notepad. And
exactly.
That's not the typical therapist scenario.
Does that exist still?
Oh, yeah. There's especially like back in New York. I mean, there's people that have had their psychotherapist for 25, 30 years.
Now, what's the difference between a psychotherapist and a psychiatrist and a therapist?
Okay. So psychiatrists are medical doctors. So they go to med school and then they specialize in psychiatric care of patients. And so what they're looking at is the medication treatment. depending on the program, they may have a very robust training in therapeutic methodologies, whereas some programs is very minimal. And it's up to the student to take that on and learn to become more of a traditional psychotherapist.
So that's for somebody like mental health, like you got some screws loose.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, it could be a child with ADHD. It could be a person with depression.
But if I was super depressed, would I go to him and he'd prescribe me cocaine or something?
No, I wouldn't prescribe you cocaine. I don't think there's anybody out there prescribing cocaine.
So you don't have any doctor shopping?
No.
Oh, damn.
No, there's no cocaine prescriptions.
Why not? Because I mean, back in the day, you know,
Mhm.
cocaine was in Coca-Cola and it was a
Yeah.
tonic and
Yeah.
it'd make you feel better, give you more energy, don't eat as much.
Well, it has to do with the scheduling of different substances, and it's been deemed an illicit substance. and
Would it
so
possibly
therefore-
be used in other countries?
I know I'm not familiar with cocaine, but what has been really coming out is the experimentation of psychedelic
Right.
therapies. That's becoming huge. And that's where they're using, microdosing LSD.
Yeah.
They're seeing how that can impact patients. And really, that gets into, we're kind of jumping around, but
Right.
if a person, medications really just augment a person's ability, it attenuates their focus, whether increasing or decreasing it. With respect to depression, it will increase serotonin, what makes us happy.
Yeah.
So and what I know, the way I learned is that medication treatment or therapy treatment, what is best is the two combined. So just psychiatric treatment is no better than behavioral health therapy. But what the outcomes they find that are best is when a person has both medication and the behavioral health psychotherapy, talk therapy.
Yeah. And so that's psychiatry.
So that's
medical doctor.
psychiatry. So would you then the hierarchy on the behavioral health side is you have master's level is what I'm at. So you could be in the state of Nevada, you can be an LCSW licensed clinical social worker. You have a social work background. Converse to being a marriage and family therapist, which is a specific coursework. And more recently, within the last, 5-10 years, I've kind of lost track of exactly when, but that marriage and family therapy and professional counseling have been combined. And so that's another track that a person could go down at the master's level.
So it's like it
that's-
just keeps going and just breaks
Well,
off into all these veins.
So that's 2 to 3 years of education. And then you have typically a 2-year internship. Once you're licensed, you can hang a shingle on the wall and see clients. Now, a psychologist, they can do talk therapy. They typically do, what you'll find though, more so is psychologists will do more evaluations in general, not always, but in general. They're trained in psychometric testing, so IQ testing, personality testing, and so forth. And so they'll do the evaluation assessment more commonly, but there are psychologists, even in our community, who they're practicing therapists as well.
And I was going to say, so it's kind of like there's psychiatry, which is its own
MD medical school versus the other route, the behavioral health route. You get your bachelor's and then you could get a master's degree. That's LCSW, MFT, CPC, or you could get a doctorate. That's a psychologist. That's 4 to 6 years.
So when somebody says they are a social worker, that doesn't always mean therapist.
No, not at all.
That's broad.
that-
I go out and swoop up the kids from the drug parents and stuff.
And social work, not necessarily it's most associated with that, but in the state of Nevada, you used to, when I started in 2006, you had to be a social worker to work at Child Protective Services. Now, and it changed when I was there, you just have to have a degree in human services related fields.
Okay, so let's talk about the practical day to day. So now you become the patient, and this is why I say this. So 9 o'clock, you've got little Johnny who's bouncing off the walls, and parents don't know what to do, and they're fighting because this is a whole chaos in the house.
Yeah.
The next guy's suicidal in his 60s.
Yeah.
The next woman is riddled with anxiety. The next one's filled with grief from a death, whatever. So you got however many a day, 6, 7.
In an afternoon, I can have up to.
Would you never go
5
all
or
day?
6. I just choose not to. I
So
have
so
other
let's say you have 6 a day, right?
What I always learned is a full-time therapist job is anywhere from 26 to maybe 28, 30 hours a week. It's kind of pushing it, because then you have to have time for documentation and other things. Now, the game is kind of changing, in my opinion, with respect to AI. And you will, depending on who you talk to, not everybody's accepting of it. In fact, a colleague of mine, she's doing her marriage and family therapy internship, and her clinical supervisor is totally against it and says, no way, no how. Conversely, I know others who they've adopted it and they utilize it. It's a powerful tool. I've experimented with a program. I bought the basic package. It gives me like 200, sessions. From a 50-minute session, it will spit out like about 5 pages of notes. Now, where the power comes from, in my opinion, is the therapist then going through and reviewing it and modifying it. It's not a cut and paste thing, because it does make the program I experimented with it makes mistakes. So it's best to go through and edit it, and it can stimulate, as a therapist, you're trying to practice a therapeutic methodology, you're responding to the client. And so, it's an external brain to capture the full context.
Okay. So getting back to where I was going with this.
Yeah.
You see 6 people a day, 5 days a week, a therapist. I'm not saying you.
Yeah. A typical therapist
Okay.
will.
So you know where I'm going with this.
Yes.
When do you become the patient because you're absorbing all of this? I mean, nobody comes and says, I'm too happy. You got to bring me down. People are bumming out.
No, that's I always, when I was going to school, I joked I wanted to provide therapy to the uber rich, and we would go on like ski trips or
You don't want to go on ski trips with the uber rich. My God,
to be the therapist. It was a joke.
But seriously,
So-
don't you bring this stuff home, or you
So-
treat it like a firefighter would, or an officer, police officer?
What I've found is that, and this is my opinion, I don't want to generalize and say this applies to everybody and everything. What I've seen is medical profession, law enforcement, firefighters, they do have to compartmentalize because they see far more horrendous things than therapists see, at least the type of therapist I was. I mean, a fireman going out to the scene of a crash and scraping up bodies, it's bad.
But I would think
it's good to compartmentalize. So as a therapist, when I was going to school, they always talked about, and it has increased over the years, is self-care. You got to take care of yourself. They encourage therapy for therapists to do therapists.
Yeah.
And I've done it before. Wouldn't I be kind of contradictory if I said, yeah, you should try therapy, but I've never done it myself? We all need people to talk to, a support system. A therapist is simply trained in a specific way of doing it to help you, guide you in a different way. Because, I think a common phrase now is getting tracked in the algorithm or echo chamber. That's what I was thinking of, or an algorithm. Talking to our friends, we can kind of get trapped in that. Well, the echo chamber, like, you go to a friend and vent on them, like, oh, my parent or my spouse did XYZ, and they're like, yeah, screw them, they're bad, and they're trying to support you. But what they're doing is like they're keeping you in your stuff. And what I've recently adopted is this philosophy. And it's this. It's when you can identify a problem or somebody brings you a problem, it's healthy to look at it as you're half the problem. And here's why. Because sometimes that other person is 90% of the problem and you're 10%. On another day, at the end of the week, the roles are flipped and it's 30-70, So, but on average, it's half. And why I encourage taking half the responsibility, you can only look at yourself and change you. Have you ever tried to change somebody else? What they're doing?
Daily.
Has it worked for you?
Not with you.
No, it has not. Yeah. See? And so how are you approaching that person? What are you saying? How are you engaging them? This is, doing it with a friend versus a client's two different things. You use therapeutic models when you're working with clients.
Now, the onus of what you tell a client, how you counsel them, what you tell them to do,
I don't tell any client what to do. And oddly enough, clients will, or their parents, I've had that happen recently. Did you tell my son so and such and such? And I don't tell people what to do because I only have an hour with the person, 50 minutes to an hour. I don't get the full picture. And I'm not trying to impart my way of living onto that person. I don't know everything that's going on, all the dynamics. I only know what they what a good therapist, I was always trained that a good therapist is almost like a mirror. The client will present to them and the therapist reflects back what that client has said so that the client can have a better perspective of what it is they're doing. I mentioned the Hayes, Linda and Steve Hayes. I was lucky enough to have Steve Hayes for clinical research methods when I was getting my master's degree. And we were in there with the clinical psychology graduate students. And he challenged him. He's like, why do you want to do it? What do you want to go hang a shingle? And he would cite research. There's research out there when they do, what randomized control trials are.
Yeah.
So what they do is, there's 10 people and, 4 of them will be in no treatment at all, wait list. 4 of them will be on to see the therapist, and another 4 or the other 2 will have some other aspect. What they've found in research is that people who just talked to a friend, a support system, did just as good as those that talked to a therapist. And so it's not to say therapy is worthless. What that points out is that the rapport is really important. And so if you go see a therapist and you don't click with them, you don't jive with them, whatever you want to call it, you just find a new therapist.
So the mechanism is really more about going somewhere where you can unload.
You feel safe, you feel heard, you feel validated.
There's a certain amount of anonymity to having no connection to this person in
exactly
your circles.
Now, I tend to look at things as a double-edged sword. Your strength is your weakness. So yeah, going to see a therapist, you have a unbiased opinion on one side, but then again, on the other side, the weakness is you're only getting one perspective. Because I've seen clients before, and then I get collateral information from, a parent, a grandparent, somebody else in their other, 6 days and 23 hours. It can change the picture a great deal.
So if I'm a client and I come to you and I've got whatever, pick one, I probably got it. And do you ever have somebody that comes in like after a year or however many visits and says, you know what, Chris, I'm healed. I'm done. I'm fixed. I'm done. I'm not coming anymore.
Not quite that way. I had a client for probably a good 6 months, and it was more of a mutual decision, but he led it saying, I've been using, the techniques that we've talked about. I'm in a good place. What I originally started seeing you for is no longer happening. It's a non-issue. I've set boundaries. I've done much better. I want to give it a break. And it's like, yeah, sounds good. So we skipped over a lot there because what typically unless you're a cash pay client, therapeutic services are really governed by your insurance. Now, that's a whole other 3 broad, episodes, but in general, the state Medicaid is like they're the for the most needy and people with the most issues, most difficult issues, and can't afford services. If you're lucky enough to have a job that provides insurance, that's third party insurance, private insurance, even across the different types of insurance, there's still some similarities where you typically get 10 to 12 sessions. Like I said earlier, you have to do an intake. You have to give a diagnosis from which you develop a treatment plan. Then you see them, do notes, and then every 90 days you update that treatment plan. And
Okay. So we're gonna take a break, and when we come back, we're gonna actually talk about some of these people and how they view themselves seeing a therapist and some of the crazy stuff you've heard.
Okay.
All right.
Well, keep it very general.
We don't need to use names.
Yeah, very general.
So, all right.
Sounds good.
You're listening to Wide Open Talk Tuesdays at 8.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
Well, listen up, Reno. When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Sign and design shop, we'll make it shine bright. 'Cause your image, darling, it ain't just a kiss, it's a direct reflection of your business.
Welcome back to Wide Open Talk, Tuesdays at 8 every week. And this week we have a guest, Chris, who has spent his entire working life as a licensed therapist for Washoe. What is the formal title?
So how I started out, I started with the state. It was at Sierra Regional Center for Intellectual Developmental Disabilities. It used to be called mental retardation when I started. Now it's IDD. About 6 years, half-time there. And then I started with the state Division of Child and Family Services in a 16-bed treatment center. After a year and a half, I went to administration. I thought I was going to be a quality assurance like type of person, evaluating programs. And I was trying to do my internship at that time, see the clients I mentioned earlier, for the number of hours I mentioned earlier. And that was all out in Carson. And after working full-time, going to school full-time, I wanted a life. And so a job came up with Washoe County. It was then Social Services. Now it's called Human Services Agency. Started there, worked 19, almost 20 years there. And then I was fortunate enough to be hired by Juvenile Services as a mental health counselor supervisor. And that's where I ended my government career.
So did most of your experience center around children? Or
yes, predominantly children is what I've worked with over the last 30 years.
So where are these kids coming from?
So, well, at Sierra Regional Center, people who are born with a disability, their parents find out about the service, they apply, they get evaluated and accepted. Whereas HSA, or used to be Social Services, Human Services Agency, I was, after 2002, the state of Nevada basically did integration. And so all the services were split up. And so essentially Social Services took on all the functions, all the way from assessment, intake, assessment of calls that come in. Then they would have the permanency and adoptions unit. So all the full range of when a kid is in child welfare.
So are these more low income families?
Not always. I mean, it predominantly is, but over my years working there, the 20 years there were clients that they would be, known people in the community that own big businesses, and no family is perfect. And it was usually a scenario where their kid had a kid. So we're talking the grandparents. Mm-hmm. And they would end up involved with the child welfare system.
Okay.
So anybody is a mandated reporter. If you're, in your neighborhood, if you look out the window and across the street, you see your neighbor beating your kid. If you're a good, ethical, moral person, you would pick up the phone and report it.
I thought you were going to say a gun.
No. Well, some people that don't, you would report it, and then then that leads to basically CPS getting involved by taking information. Then they would go out and gather information by doing an assessment of the situation. And if they deemed that there was a safety threat to the child, they would remove them. They've really gone away from removing children from homes. They try to keep them in homes or with family members, aunts, uncles, grandparents. They try to keep them out of the system because once kids get in the system, it's hard to get them out. So earlier you were asking about, my first client and, the typical scenario. I took more of an unusual route given my work in government. I mentioned starting at CPS in 2006. We formed a clinical unit there. And so I got my hours from doing some individual, some group work, some family work, working with foster parents, doing consultation, parent training stuff. And then quickly I went into more of a supervisory role. I did work part-time for an agency, but it was just too much with kids and a full-time job. So I tell my clients this now, I know theories, I know therapeutic modalities. Being in the office and doing the therapeutic work, I'm developing that. I use those skills that I had learned and used during my internship. I used that throughout my work career, but the real individual work, I'm developing that repertoire right now. And so, yeah.
Okay.
So it's not the typical route because a lot of people will graduate from a master's, then they'll get an internship and they'll be plugged in and seeing clients like you were portraying, like 5 days a week. They would have, 7 clients a day, 5 clients a day.
So you've seen some pretty gnarly stuff.
Yeah.
And so what's the gnarliest case you've had come through?
Oh, the ones that would always get me, and there's not just one, and I can't say specifics that, would give people, piece it together. The large sibling groups was really the gnarly stuff that I would see.
So what do you mean?
So we're talking families where there were kids. There was 4, 5, 6. There was, I can think of 2 or 3 families. There were 7, 8 kids in the family. And so we're talking about a family that has had multiple years of child welfare involvement. They've had previous kids removed and were, basically adults, and they still were having kids. Those were the tough ones and pretty gnarly ones. Sometimes in those situations, whether it was illegal activities, selling drugs, things like that, stealing, the worst ones were where there was sexual acting out within the homes. And sometimes, unfortunately, it wasn't confirmed who the actual perpetrator was. We would have a good idea, but you just didn't know. And those were kind of gnarly. Those were
and how do you go home? You have 3 little girls. How do you go home to them?
Well, I said I started in 2006, and when I started, I had no kids. It really didn't hit me until I had children. When I started there, I was single, riding my bike, exercising like a fool, dating. Life was great. And I didn't think about kids and all that stuff. I like kids and I wanted to have kids.
Do you have a favorite one of your kids?
No, all 3 of them are my favorite. My dog's my favorite. They know that too.
Well, they're listening right now. So I figured I'd get that in for them.
Hey, say hi to Dexter for me, girls. So, no, it didn't really hit me, and I'm not thinking right now, but I can kind of think of the overall situation. It was shortly after I had my first child, and there was a child, it was a child death, and it wasn't my case because I was a mental health worker supporting these families and the kids in foster care. But just knowing that information and connecting that, I have a kid, that could be my kid. It's like, oh my gosh, it's scary. It's really scary. And unfortunately, my kids may think I'm a bubble wrap helicopter parent, but given what I've seen over the years, when you see and hear the worst case scenarios, you really want to protect your kids because there's crazy stuff that can happen in this world. And actually, and I just see the research is actually kind of crazy. We always think about like a child being raped, a teen being raped. It's not the creepy guy in the van, most likely. It's usually somebody around the family system.
Yeah.
Whether that, the worst case scenario, when it's dad, it's just that can turn your stomach. It's the crazy uncle. It's the older brother, the half brother. It's the family friend, or, a scenario like that. It's somebody they know that they're comfortable with, and one thing leads to that. And it's just, it's scary.
Well, or the guy's got the plan and he becomes the familiar face, and
Yep.
that.
So those are hard. Yeah. Because, that's, once a person's been abused sexually, it changes them pretty significantly.
Oh, yeah.
Very significantly. And some people have a hard time dealing with that,
I think as you get older, and you're lucky if you don't go through some of these situations, but when you encounter someone or
Mhm.
you're connected to somebody
Mhm.
that you don't have the skills to read, this person appears normal,
Mhm.
but it takes a long time to see this behavior pattern.
Mhm.
And then you get stuck in it, and you're in a reactionary mode. So you're never on
Yeah.
your feet. You're always knocked off your feet, and you can never get up, evaluate, and fight back or remove yourself. And
Yeah.
it just keeps coming at you.
Well, and the children are the most vulnerable. And then after that, it's typically females who oftentimes I would experience that, from their information, they came from an abusive family. That's all they knew. They would repeat the pattern, then have kids, and
Or they seek out the man that was like their father, and on and on.
picker issues.
So
100%.
we've got about 4 minutes left.
Mhm.
Can you identify what you mostly see? Because this seems to hang on.
Okay.
But this seems to ebb and flow
Mhm.
with it seems like it's a crazier time where people are more willing to jump up and say, hey, wait just a second, the speed limit's 55, now I have the right to condemn you or break your windshield or whatever.
Yeah.
Florida's the worst of the worst. But if you could give advice to somebody listening, what to see in the mirror within themselves, and how
Mhm.
possibly to correct it, or resources and where to go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and the agency I currently work at, it's mostly court mandated clients. And so that's the kind of population I work with. But in general, if somebody is feeling like they're struggling with a reoccurring memory, a past trauma, and a trauma can be any kind of loss. We overutilize trauma, the word trauma, in my experience. Technically, it's fearing death or almost being killed, but that's a long. Essentially, if there's something you're struggling with, a reoccurring thought, a relationship, it's good to seek out help. And it may feel weird at first because you're paying somebody.
Would you say somebody could go on one of these AI?
Well, the best way, there's psychology today. That's where a lot of people find it. But even just using Google, and Google has Gemini AI. If you just type in Reno or Sparks therapist, you're going to get a number of agencies. And then
I meant using AI to counsel them.
Oh, in fact,
I know we talked a little bit about that.
I had a personal medical appointment this morning, and this doctor is a genius. He was talking about AI and the use of it in the medical field. It doesn't do certain things for them, the referrals of all the assessments, but within behavioral health, it can give you some good guidance, but it doesn't, you're not connecting with somebody at the human level. AI cannot provide empathy
One
to
minute.
you. It's that simple for me. It's not a person. It's a large selection of information put together for themes, so to speak.
Yeah.
It can give help, but I wouldn't rely on AI to be your therapist. you're not going to get the same effect, in my opinion. You'll have some skills.
Well, that was a pretty interesting chat. I've known you for a while, and as much as I hate to say it, I have a higher regard for you, Chris. Please don't use that against me. I'm not buying lunch every time we go, but I'm super impressed, and I thank you for coming on the show. I know
Certainly.
that was a little bit of short notice, but it's perfect. This
Yeah,
is exactly
it was fun.
what this show is all about. And coming up in the next few weeks, we're going to have some pretty interesting people. So stay tuned.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Jason Walker. Another Tuesday of primaries. Voters have gone to the polls in Michigan, Kansas, Virginia, Missouri, and Washington State. Senate Judiciary Committee has voted 12-10 to advance the nomination of acting Attorney General Todd Blanche to the full Senate for final confirmation.
The nomination will be favorably reported. The meeting's adjourned.
Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley of Iowa announcing results of the vote to advance the nomination to the full Senate. Tuesday's vote followed a deal struck late Sunday between Blanche and two Republican senators who threatened to block his confirmation until Blanche formally rescinded a $1.8 billion fund meant to compensate some who felt they were unfairly targeted by the Justice Department. Bernie Bennett in Washington.
Drone attacks between Ukraine and Russia claiming yet more civilian lives.
Russia and Ukraine are trading accusations that drone attacks are causing civilian deaths. In eerie footage reposted by Ukraine's president, a vegetable vendor in Kherson is seen running around his minivan set up as a produce stand, trying to